진을 예쁘게 쳐놓긴 했는데
이거 준이 얻어. 준이.
자, 잘했어요.
워리어스. 스코어도 자 이거 오케이가 순식간에 녹을 수 있습니다.
이거 스코어가 판을 깔아줬거든요.
워리어스.
본인들의 점수가 Jumper lontaran hit ke bahagian hadapan, tapi itulah dia Free Fire yang ditunggu dengan begitu sabar sekali oleh Rain. Mungkin akan meralamkan impian Team Secret. Team Secret terkeluar di tempat yang ke-8 dengan kini telah boleh diketahui. pun cuba untuk masuk daripada bahagian belakang, tapi datang oleh gangguan daripada Jumper.
In the wrong direction, Zaxi aiming out for the grenade, and he gets the whole team wide here for Gekfan.
Rule them through. Here we have it.
Looking out really tough for you, Hog, getting 70k. MR5 is down as well. That is huge, Nate.
Close one there by Fluke. Ooh, another one coming in from Damru. Can he finish off Fluke? Fluke now 50% health. Fluke is actually being shot at.
Oh,
Where is he gonna go? Oh no! Fluke! Fluke! Man, he goes down.
Much early on as compared to Erangel Galacticos moving into the corner of the container, and Tamio gets taken now.
Hello, di manakah QB berada? Bombs bakal aja.
Bahkan ada sebuah ledakan, ada sebuah bagi yang juga loncat tadi kita melihat. Dan itu dia Genesis Dogma memulangkan semua pemain dari V Gaming. โลแกนโชว์ความเก่าครับแล้วนี่เรียบร้อยครับเป็นทางด้านโลแกนครับที่ค่อนข้างที่จะเก่ากว่านะช็อตนี้แล้วมียานขาชิ้นต้องนะครับต้องปั๊มวงเหนียนเป็น CPTR กิ๊กแฟมโดนหนีสุดแล้วดึงลงไปเก็บโอกี้ไปแล้วเหลือแค่ตัวโดนไฟ2เลย
มิลาต้องใจเย็นน้องรักมีเรื่องตูเปมาก็เช็คชื่อครับโอ้โหเอาเน้นหน่อยปอนขอร้องไฟหวานเหลือเป็นเครียดแล้วก่อนหน้านี้โดนร้องอย่างไกลๆขอแค่เม็ดเดียวพอขอแค่เม็ดเดียวล่วงไปโอ้ยวันนี้3ปอมเป็นเกมได้ไม่ทำได้แต่เพื่อนเขาไม่เทรดได้เหมือนกันแล้วไม่เอานอนแบบนี้เรียบร้อยเลยไม่ตี2แต้ม
Ada kedudukan yang cantik. Kita lihatkan Team Secret di bahagian high ground tersebut, tapi Nerpeko dengan satu pemanduan yang begitu.
Oh ya, mungkin dia memang bikin edgy pula. Bom Malaysia Miramar
daripada tim EVOS.
Rasanya ya senang banget sih.
É uma sensação incrível. Nossa. Tu aprende a ter amor pelo próximo. É algo assim. Perdi, velho.
Но когда закончил, уже ни о чем не мечтаю, просто живу одним днем. У меня просто цель выиграть чемпионат мира.
他现在的责任很重，因为他现在是作为中国和平精英的形象代表之一。
Gimana kalau lu tahu lu ngebuat kesalahan terus bikin mood tim jadi agak down ya? Pastinya kesal sama diri sendiri juga sih. Banyak lah, gede pasti pressure-nya.
Fazia parte da Loops, um time brasileiro também de PUBG Mobile. E meu time acabou sendo desclassificado da final. A Alpha 7 me deu todo o apoio possível, né, naquele momento difícil.
Я уверен, что команда в нашей в текущей форме готова стать чемпионами. И мы идем за этим.
Yang pasti gue belum puas karena semua player, semua tim pasti mau yang terbaik dan juara itu cuma satu, yaitu juara satu.
在 PMGC 夺得冠军后，只有2个方向可以走，要么是继续保持胜利，或者是其他队伍击败你。
I feel like if you're not one of those
who have participated in these big past events, then you're gonna crack under that pressure. Or maybe, again, you turn out to be a diamond and you turn out to get into PMGC and win the whole thing and make a dynasty of your own.
Watch out!
Saya jadi jago bukan karena kebetulan, semua karena latihan dan kerja keras.
Watch out!
Lawan-lawan mah nggak pernah peduli sama apa yang udah kita lalui. Yang mereka lakukan hanyalah menunggu dan memburu. Ada yang lapar?
Watch out!
Let's do some magic. Ini dia jurus selanjutnya. Bukan sulap, bukan sihir.
Watch out! Watch out!
Muka pangalan, Cang. Nok, satu lagi. Untuk jadi yang terbaik harus punya trik yang banyak. Batu orang depan aku, Cok. Cover. Mati! Cepat! Watch me. Setiap saat, chicken dinner.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East. You have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americans. You're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia. You took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe. It's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia. You were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China. You carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration, and the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Hello, PUBG Mobile fans. It's almost time to bring together the world's top teams for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021. This year's PMGC has a total prize pool of $6 million for teams and players, and tons of great rewards for our fans as well. PMGC will consist of 2 stages, League and Grand Finals. The League phase will last from November 30th to December 24th. During the League phase, teams from the Americas and Europe will compete in the West League, while teams from Asia and the Middle East will compete in the East League. Each league, 20 teams will compete on Tuesdays and Wednesdays for 16 slots to compete on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in that week's Super Weekend. The total Super Weekend scores over the first 3 weeks will determine which 16 teams will compete in the PMGC League Finals during the final week. The top 9 teams from the East League Finals, the top 6 teams from the West League Finals, and a special invited team will advance to the PMGC Grand Finals. The PMGC Grand Finals, which will take place on January 21st, 22nd, and 23rd, will determine the PMGC 2021 Global Champions. Who will be the next to glory? Don't miss a single minute of exciting PMGC action.
Welcome everyone to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021 East League. It is the kickoff of the entire event with $6 million on the line and the best teams from around the world competing for that chance to take home all of that delicious money. And I'm not saying you should taste money, but I'm telling you it's delicious when it's in your bank account. You can spend it on anything you want to. I'm your host, Jason Kapp, and I'm joined by 2 fine, lovely gentlemen to my side. We got Maxman, who's in the middle. This is going to be interesting, Maxman, as we'll get into that later on. And we got Claris there on the end. Max, how are you doing off the bat?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. You said I did not even realize I was in the middle, and now you made me very self-conscious. So yeah, I'm in the middle. I don't know how that's going to go, but Jason, always hyped to be here for the PMGC once again for this first season. Technically, last time was Season 0, now it's Season 1, but we got so many players coming back this time around, so I just can't wait to get into the games.
Oh man, Claris, I mean, we have so many amazing teams participating from all around the world. We got the East League. It's one of my favorite leagues to cover because we have, I think for me, the best region overall. But what's your thoughts so far, man?
Yeah, definitely so. The caliber of teams and players that have been produced from places like China, the Southeast Asian regions, etc., and things like that has been nothing short of spectacular throughout, I feel like, the entirety of PUBG Mobile esports. So yeah, very excited once again to see them clash, and it's good that Max is in the middle so we can gang up on him easier. It's perfect.
I have made a deal with Max. I will not be mean to him today, though I don't know how long I can make that last. It depends entirely on what he says for himself throughout the day. But guys, like this is insane. Like there's in this individual league we have here, there's $725,000 on the line. That's so much money for these teams to win, especially with $362,000 for the first place team. And not to mention, we see teams getting out of this into the later stages. But we can see our kind of general format. And if you guys watched PMGC last year, or you watched PMPLs, or basically any PUBG Mobile throughout this year, it's pretty similar to what we've had in the past. Because we have 20 teams, we have 5 different groups, and then they'll play out their matches every single day across 2 different days of Tuesdays and Wednesdays, which is our league stage. And then we have our Super Weekend, which consists of 3 days. And those points you accumulate in the Super Weekend go towards your total at the very end, where the top 16 teams at the end of 3 weeks of Super Weekend play go into the league finals with the best teams from all around the world, joining teams from that West Conference Max. This is going to be tough, but knowing that you have to make top 16 to get into the finals, then from there, if you just place top 9 and you get into the big shebang, that's a lot of pressure on these teams.
Yeah, I mean, especially I think when we covered a bunch of PMPLs, we have had the tendency to say that it's not that complicated to make in the top 16. But as you said, right, this is the Eastern Conference for the PMGC. It's a lot tougher than what we've seen so far. This is the highest level of competition you had so far throughout the year. So making in the top 16 is even not that easy. So you need to make sure you go strongly in those league stages, qualify in the Super Weekends to get those points, because you miss out on one singular Super Weekend and you might just get kicked out of the final stage.
Yeah, and Claris, as we can see here, it's a pretty similar format to what we use in terms of points. The first place, the chicken dinner, 15 points. Elimination, 1 point per elim. I think, you know, as Max was saying, yeah, it might just be top 16. It might just, you have to beat out against 4 different teams, but it's very difficult to do so with how many good teams we have, as we see here.
Oh, definitely. I mean, some of the teams here in their particular regions were able to get big chicken dinners, like 19, 20 kill chicken dinners. Will that be as easy here on this stage? Probably not, considering the lineup that we have across the board, Jason. So I think that we're going to have to see a lot of teams kind of try and divert kind of their attention to maybe not even kills, maybe just trying to survive to the late game and hoping the kills come to them down the line.
Well, you're mentioning some teams, Claris. Why don't you talk to us about a couple of them? Which ones are you really focused on here?
Sure, I mean, we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about some of the big names. I mean, I'm going to leave some for Max, but I love myself my Biggie-tron Red Aliens, but I do think at the same time, though, whilst they always come in as kind of one of the names on people's kind of minds, you know, with the Luxies, with the Zuxes and stuff like that, it feels like their reign of terror of 2019 and 2020 is kind of over, right? I mean, they are going to be sitting here and trying to push on. At least they've got a guy like Yuhai as a high-profile substitute to be able to push on with that, but I mean, we've already left it, so that's the only team we're going to talk. No, just joking.
I mean, yeah, we'll quickly take a look at the schedule, and then we'll start to talk about some teams again. We have Erangel, Miramar throughout the entire first week of play here in the league play and in the super weekends, and we'll just be bouncing back between the two. As you can see, the groups, we'll have some teams, actually, we'll have groups kind of sticking around for a couple different matches, and we'll obviously get into a little bit more here. But Max, I want to give you a chance, maybe talk about a couple different teams.
Hey, I mean, when you're coming into this, right, I think that a lot of people are looking at some of the clear favorites. The Chinese teams, you got Dong Jiaobao, you got 628, and you got Nova Esport. I think Nova Esport, they speak for themselves, right? It's the same roster as last year's PMGC, and they are currently the reigning champion. Can they retain the trophy? That's the big question. But the team from China that I especially am intrigued to see play in this PMGC is 628. So I'm not really happy that they got a number in the name, because that's going to get me really confused with math and everything. But regardless, this team qualified in the last game, 20th game of the PL Season 4 finals. And you had that insane clutch moment from Yu Yang when he got himself 2 1v3s back-to-back, one to defend the compound, one to close off the game. That was just enough points with the chicken dinner to qualify right above the Chosen, and Suck was just seemed absolute distraught at the end of that broadcast. It was so sad to see, but 628, first time making it to this PMGC, first time making it to an international stage tournament, and making part of what would a lot of people would say being the hardest region to qualify through in the PMGC. I think 628 could be one of the big new and upcoming teams in this year's PMGC.
I think what's really interesting, Claris, in that note of Suk not requalifying with his team, with the Chosen, with 4 Angry Men not requalifying as well, is that you have only one team able to return from last year, which was Nova. But I think that really shows, as Max just said, like how damn good these Chinese teams are.
Yeah, I mean, that clutch that Max is talking about, that both of us were watching at the same time and kind of talking back and forth at how that's going, that shows the potential of even just individual performances in that region, never mind full team performances. If you've got a guy that can clutch out 2 1v3 situations back-to-back in a compound, then you're going to be okay, I think. I mean, admittedly, there were moments in that where the breach looked a bit wonky, but at the other side of that, you've still got to have someone who's able to deal with the pressure, control those kind of situations. And yeah, so as he says, the Chinese region, guys like Nova obviously coming in from previous seasons as well, a lot of eyes and a lot of attention is going to be put on these guys.
Yeah, and just really quickly, I still want to stick to 628 just for a second. I mean, this team, if they didn't win that last season of PEL, they never would have made it through. They never would have made it to this event. They had 2 points across 3 seasons. Then they got 40 points in the final season to be able to qualify and be the #1 team through. That puts a lot of pressure on their shoulders, I'd say, Max, to make all their countrymen proud.
Yeah, I mean, I was checking back on all of the games around, especially when you look back at the finals of PL Season 4. They got 7 chicken dinners out of 20 games. That is just insane when you put it into perspective to the fact that they are playing in the Chinese region, once again, potentially the hardest region to qualify through in this PMGC. 7 chicken dinners out of 20 games, and with the guidance also of 33Z as the IGL, I mean, this team is looking just amazing, and I think that the other teams better be careful. We don't know too much of what they might do on the international stage, especially on the global version of the game. So yeah, I got some very high expectations for this team for sure.
Yeah, and obviously there's a lot of teams out there who kind of did requalify, but the rosters, excuse me, aren't really fully the same. Nova, I feel like, is the only team who actually requalified with the exact same roster still playing. But then you have the likes of some other teams, like for instance, you have Damwon, who has Fabian, Sung, and Forrest, who played on Archer last year. You've got Reject, with Reggie, Divine, and Lapis, who played with Blue Bees last year. And we talked about Japan as a whole of how strong they were as a region and how much more infrastructure is going into the region to help support PUBG Mobile. And I mean, I don't want to call it dark horse yet, but I'm expecting the Japanese team here to put up some big numbers and to make it to the finals.
Well, I mean, speaking about teams like Rejects, I really don't mind that kind of call. I think that, you know, watching some of their games, watching how they're approaching things, they're not afraid to be aggressively hold out teams, which I think is really cool to watch. I mean, if you're thinking about bridge camps, that could be happening here versus the Infinity, for example, for a team like Reject. They could eat, and they're successful with these kinds of things. So I'm excited to see how they're going to bring it to the table. Again, especially on this international stage, or the global stage, effectively, where you don't exactly know how every team is going to kind of interact with one another, but some of that aggression can pay off.
Yeah, and then also, last thing here, Max, because for me this is even cooler, is that you have some teams, or so not some teams, some players who didn't make it into PMGC last year. But if you cast your mind back to a year before that, we had the PUBG Mobile Club Open Fall Split Global Finals, the Fall Global Finals in particular, where you had Ponce. He's playing with MS Chonburi, but he was back with Mega Conqueror then, one of the best Thai teams in the world playing. So he makes his grand stage, you know, return here. You also have Hikshi, who's on Nigma, who also played with Kurdistan Esports back then as well, who missed out on last year PMGC. And then also you have Reject with two players, Crazy Gory and Lapis, who played with Reject with Steria back then. So you have a lot of like returning players who skipped out on that year, but what I loved, and the whole point of mentioning that is that these guys are driven. They're determined to make it back to that top level and continue to make a name for themselves.
Yeah, there's even Jasper actually from MS Chonburi that used to play with Purple Mood back in the PMCA, was the prelim stage of PMCO Grand Finals back in 2019. So you got a lot of those players that came back, had the year where we didn't see them too much, but they kept training, they kept working on it, hopefully doing a lot of research and VOD review on the back line. And yeah, coming into this, these are names that now we know that are true OGs of the PUBG Mobile esports scene. So I hope they can make a really big first impression throughout this first week of play, and hopefully most of them are going to qualify in this first Super Weekend to make sure they can make in the finals, and hopefully off the back of that, make in the grand finals of the entire PMGC in January.
And I think like going into an event like this, obviously you have these regions who kind of maybe scrim with each other quite a bit and the likes. But going into scrims for PMGC, I feel like a lot of teams, if you're smart, and even Zute mentioned this actually when I was watching the West rehearsal, that like teams aren't really going to try in scrims because they don't want to give anything away. I mean, I think it was Execute who was one of the best teams in PMGC scrims last year, and then they go into the event and they obviously didn't make it into the finals. So I'm really curious, like, I feel like a lot of the mind power out of these teams in the first day or two really goes into like feeling out how the opponents are playing, and I feel like it's really difficult to have that strong first day because there's so many things changing all at once, James.
It is a weird thing, right? Because obviously you do want to get in effectively good practice against some of the very best teams, but you don't really want to show too much. This is where I almost feel some of the hot drop teams are teams that potentially have conflicting spots in terms of drops actually kind of have an advantage, because a lot of what you're focusing on in those scrims alone is trying to win your drop spot. I mean, a team that you brought up before, MS Chonburi, for example, going up against DRS in Yasnaya could quite easily be a thing, and you want to win those fights fast, right? And you want to have that quick end quickly so that you can then continue your rotates on and kind of keep going. But I don't know if those fights have had enough scrims to end fast. I don't know if those fights have developed enough to where somebody just leaves max. So there's even just these small microcosms that happen in these scrims that could quite easily carry through into the main tournament.
Yeah, I have a big question mark as to how this first day is going to go down, because there are so many hot drops that were happening. You could predict before going into the scrims and in the scrims itself that were happening. You mentioned it, Yasnai Polyana for DRS and MS Chonburi. You're going to have some fights in Pachinki. Normally you're going to have Dig Xavier's going to be there. You're going to have also Nigma Galaxy, and you're going to have Nova Esports. So you're going to have some big fights over there. Also, you're going to have yourself Boot Camp, El Pozzo, also Los Leones. So every single map has potential hot drops, and that's going to take maybe a few days for teams to maybe understand it's not worth it. Let's change the drop location. So we're going to have some pretty spicy early games happening today, I would say.
Or you're going to be Nova like last year, and they're going to make every team leave their drop spot because
I think
of the prowess at the very beginning. Before we do fully hop into our first match, though, I want to give a big shout out to one of our sponsors here, actually OnePlus. They seem to be sticking with us when it comes to PUBG Mobile. Don't flaunt your phone right now, James, because you know what? You're going to make me jealous. But with its flagship performance and immersive 120Hz display and hyper-touch technology made specifically for gamers, OnePlus 99 Pro are your best shot to climb up the leaderboards, and that is very true. And I know the best team out there in the world is going to be probably using one of those bad boys scenarios here where we do get underway with our first match. But I think the upside, as you're mentioning, like hot drops and drop locations, is that we're starting off that first week on a really easy note. Easy, in quotations, air quotations, 4 times just to really stress that, because you're playing on Erangel and Miramar the whole time. You don't have to worry about Sandhawk and the little bit of, you know, Papa Blue, as Mustache Dave and Hodgix would call it. You don't have to worry about the craziness and the hecticness of that map. So at least you're playing somewhere where you're really going to be comfortable on.
I'm happy we're not having Sandhawk at the very start. Maybe the least preferred map by a lot of these players coming into it. So at least we're going to have a little bit of a break at the start. I mean, you're going to have Miramar, you're going to have Erangel. So a lot of the macro is going to be very important. So, I mean, especially because you have so many games of Miramar and Erangel today, that's why if I had a bold prediction, a team that could do really well could be Tong Jiao Bao. But unfortunately, as we know, Only S had a wrist injury, so he's going to have an operation. Hopefully, he recovers in due time. But without Only S, Tong Jiao Bao, I would still like to see them perform well on these maps. I think that they could do well for this first league play.
I think what you're saying here about Miramar and Erangel being the focal point is, as you say, good for a lot of these teams. A lot of these teams in the East region are very adept and well versed at complete 1-1-1-1 splits, really strong 2-2 splits as well. On Erangel and Miramar, that carries you a long way. On Sandhawk, usually not so much, because you're constantly being third parties. Singles can easily be picked off here and there. Duos can be crashed upon on a compound and stuff. So yeah, with Erangel and Miramar being the focal point to start, this is going to allow the East tacticians to be able to flex out a little bit more.
Well, we also have to remind people, because I know we did a lot during PMGC last year, Maxman, is that the Chinese teams who are coming in to play in PMGC, they're having to adapt a little bit because they're playing first person in China, and now we're playing third person when it comes to PMGC. But that didn't really seem to stop Foreign Men. It didn't really seem to stop Nova, and I imagine it's not going to stop any of the teams coming into this, but I think there might be that little bit of that learning curve going into the first week.
Yeah, especially because PL ended just a few days ago. We did not know until a few days ago which were going to be the teams to qualify, so they didn't have that much time to potentially adapt. Of course, I guess that even during PL, they were playing the global version to try and get a little bit more used to playing that third-person perspective to try and get prepared for the PMGC in case they were going to qualify. So there was a little bit less time to adapt, and I think that might hurt them a little bit, but it's a long-term tournament, right? We're going over the course of the entire month for these teams, so of course they'll try and get better and better as time goes on, but that very small window of time where they could actually potentially do scrims and prepare, do VOD review, that might hurt them a little bit for these first few days, I would say,
Or likewise, Max, the other side of that coin, they just finished a tournament. They're on a high. They've been playing well. They're well practiced. They're well versed, and they're just going into another event. Though obviously it is a 3-week-long event, so there's a lot of pressure on their shoulders. For James here, and for actually you too, Max, I want you guys to talk about this, because for me, one big story we saw at PMGC last year is these new teams coming to light. These new teams rising up the ranks, getting better and better, and becoming like the top teams in the world. And then we went into this year, and I'm like, oh, you know, I imagine we'll see quite a few of those teams returning. Like, they're obviously like the best in the world. But for me, it's insane. Out of how many teams we have, how many of them are new? How many of them did not play last year or the year before that when it came to the big events? Teams are just getting better and better. Tournaments are becoming closer and closer, as we just saw in PMPL Western Europe. It's crazy to me to still see so much talent and so much undiscovered talent breaking through in the scene.
Go on, Max.
Go for it. Okay, and I was gonna say I fully agree with your point there, because when you look back at last PMGC, you had teams that we didn't know too much on the international stage. So I'm thinking Zeus, I'm thinking Class Digital Athletics, and we didn't know how they would perform. And man, they knocked the ball out of the park so early on. It was so impressive. And as you said, we've got a lot of teams now coming into this first season of PMGC. Well, the season 1 PMGC technically is the second. We're gonna say season 1. Are coming into this as newcomers and can be very impressive. One of those teams that I'm really hyped to see play in this type of tournament is Star Wars Esports. I think one of the most talented teams when it comes to aggressiveness. They will get some clutches done so easily. Their synergy is absolutely on point. So if you're looking at a newcomer team that has impressed me and I think could do well on this PMGC stage, I would have to go with Star Wars Esports. I think they have a very big chance to go the entire way right until the grand finals.
I'm about to ruin some careers, Jason, because
I'm gonna be nice. Go ahead.
Early in an esports life, there's a lot of like, oh, I'm gonna play with my friends, oh, I'm gonna do this, oh, I'm gonna kind of like have, you know, these kind of almost an old boys club kind of rise up the ranks and kind of stick together. But throughout the process that we've had here on PUBG Mobile, you've got the opportunity for lesser names to show that we are ultra skilled and we are going to be able to rise through the ranks in the normal fashion. And I think that's what's happened here, to be able to get these teams to that very spot.
I mean, you look at Bigatron, right? You're talking about the old boys. Like, they were together for such a long time.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
they were the most dominating team in PUBG Mobile for quite a while, but now they're forced to change up their roster, even bringing in you, High Boy, which I'm so excited to see when we do get to see them play. And well, speaking of that, we're actually moments away before we kick off our first match of the day. So let's get you two out of here. And for the first time of the tournament, for the first time of the day, let's bring in our commentators, John and Blank. And gentlemen, talk about your excitement. Talk about what you're looking forward to here at PMGC.
Oh, I am so ready for the PMGC. I'm ready to get into the East League. It's been a while since we've covered this region, Blank, and I'm happy to be back. I know there's been a lot of excitement around the lead up to this, and to be able to see the Chinese teams come into things as well, it's going to be absolutely great. How are you feeling about things, Blank?
I'm feeling great. You know, coming back to the global stage is always fantastic, especially covering the East League. Obviously, we've done a lot of Western Europe, Americas recently, but you know, my heart always goes back to about 2 years ago, casting South Asia, being over in India. You know, it was such a fantastic time overall. But all these teams are great, all very friendly. When I've met them last. But we do have a lot of those returning faces, as Jason said, and, you know, that just speaks to me of that grind that continues through day after day here in each of these games. So really, really wonderful stuff so far, and I would be excited to see some of these teams that we weren't expecting to come out on top suddenly do very well. I think, like I said before, and I said this in the group stage draw, Japan's one that I've got really got my eye on. I think they had a lot of infrastructure brought into that region, and it has boosted their game, and I hope that we're not going to have a repeat, because, you know, as much as Japan is very good, they do get this far in the league. A lot of times, you know, they do feel like they're on the back foot. Here, I think they can put that best foot forward instead.
Hopefully we'll be able to see that come through. The plane path is out and over the top. We're going to go from southwest to northeast, cutting off a little bit places like Lipovka, like Melter Power. So maybe the teams that like to play out on the east are going to have just a little bit of a tougher time of things.
Yeah, I think so. Not that it's going to matter too much if we do go over that side. I think there's a lot of rotational routes. I think you're having a lot more issues if you're rotating from east to west, particularly because you're having to go through open fields. And if you're a player over towards North Shores, like El Chapo in Cryptics, you know, they're going to be able to have a great viewpoint looking down there. On board with Tongjiabao at the moment, PEL team here. They're just wandering around, looking to see what they can find. I love this outfit, though. Very cool. Very yellow.
Look at that. Yeah, absolutely. He's got all his refreshments. Hang on a minute. That's
it's
a
a
phone.
it's a phone. It's a phone.
He's ready. He's ready to call in the airstrikes. He's getting.
Yeah.
He's getting completely prepped there. Over in George Pol, got a couple teams looking to get the drop. Looks like the North team only has the one occupant for now. Tenancy relatively uncompeted for. Cryptics going to be happy about that. No one really to worry about there on that northwestern side.
Yeah, Cryptics should be okay towards North George at the moment. Again, it's a nice rotational route for them coming downwards. We got BC Swell here, one of our other Japanese teams on board, as well as STE off the distance Stalwart Gaming. And then here's your another STE. This is the new Chinese team coming into the mix here. That we're pretty excited to see. You know, all these Chinese teams very, very strong overall. And I think that looking at them going forward, you do expect a Chinese team to do well. It's kind of like when you have PEL, it's almost like putting the wolves at each other's necks, and then you come into the global championships, and those wolves, they're hungry, they're ready for a fight, and the prey is not that menacing a lot of times for the Chinese teams. But I'm hoping this time around, this global championships, we have wolves all around.
Look at that. I do like this outfit, the PMGC outfit. I think it looks cool. I think you're right. From that one, I was slightly skeptical. I was like, oh, hang on a minute, what's going on? But I've fallen in love with it already. It's taken me all of a minute and a half, Blank, but I'm on board. I'm on board the hype train. Look at that, fresh threads. What can I say?
Fresh as hell, to be honest with you. I mean, they all know what's good. The telephone on the helmet, you know, it's a bold choice. It's a bold choice, that's for sure. I respect a fair few people who are going for it. Like, you know, I'm going to match regardless of what the helmet looks like. If it needs to be yellow, it needs to be yellow. Looking at the circle over towards the eastern side, you know, Lipovka, we have Xavier currently in there with Lamborghini on that side. 3 of the players over towards the west by Mansion, so there is a regroup potential for Xavier towards the end of this game. Xavier being a team that I will keep an eye on, particularly because at the World Invitational, they had a very good run of it overall, coming up towards the top 5 side. And honestly, they look strong. They look strong coming from their region.
Not the easiest to be able to get through. I mean, everybody's had quite a winding path to this point. A lot of teams moving around through various different leagues, and it all comes down to this, to be able to get to the top and make it all the way past this, the East region as well, and get all the way to those finals could be absolutely phenomenal for all of these teams. You see, over on Military Island, only the one occupant, the Infinity, from Thailand, going to be able to claim that one, and don't have to cross just yet, but probably in a minute or two going to be looking to move through those bridges.
A little getting past the guys over towards the bridge in rejects is going to be a rough one. And I mean, we heard James talk about this on the desk as well, so this is something that could definitely come into play for Rico Infinity team. The Infinity, sorry. So they'll have to struggle with that one coming through. I mean, they could go towards the east side, but then you're running straight into Bigatron, who have, you know, held onto that farm drop for as long as I can remember, John.
I remember them just having been dropping in farm for a long time when we were covering Malaysia for the finals over there. So it seems like so long ago, Blank. Seems like a different time, but here we are, and they're still in farm. Some things do never change. They are the rock here. I'm here for it.
Yeah, they'll weather the storm, regardless of getting new players into the mix as well. And honestly, it is nice. You know, you've got Liquid now. I believe they should have Yuhai on board as well. We'll see if that comes to pass. Let's jump over onto their side. We do have DE on our screen. Deadeye guys running it down, you know, looking like a very strong team actually, extremely potent over towards South Asia. You know, this is a team I'm excited to watch going forward. And yeah, at the moment, like, they're just running it down past Rozok towards Milta, towards Shelter, getting towards the middle of this circle. So we don't have a huge amount of edge teams at the moment. A lot of teams trying to take some priority positions within the circle at the moment. Again, the Infinity as well as STE, keeping it nice and chill over towards Sosnovka military base. You know, they can wait it out. They don't want to make that move too quickly and risk running into BC Swell as well as BTR coming up towards that eastern bridge.
Down One Gaming, going to be playing fairly central right now, just northeast of Potato Hill. On the east side of Pachinki, they're going to be not really looking to move too much at the moment. They are fairly central, and they have a pretty decent spot. For now, the western edge seems to be the hottest contested point blank. You can see about 3 or 4 teams in those hills to the south of Pachinki. It could be a little bit troublesome at the moment. Looks like no one really going to loggerheads. I mean, that was 628 on the screens. I'll see just a little bit further ahead of them. Not quite coming into contact just yet. So it's a tense peace that reigns in the Southern Hills.
It is a tense piece that reigns in the Southern Hills at the moment. So at the moment, it should be okay, because moving past this coastal side, there's a few bits of elevation that you can get past, which makes life a little bit easier. Damwon Gaming found themselves a little bit of a compound to play around with, 4 rivals just rushing past for the time being, trying to get further in towards that circle. They're heading towards that center side, towards Shelter, though I imagine that most of these teams at a global level will understand that Shelter, not the best position to head for early on. It really exposes you towards that second circle pop if you need to leave, because it's such an open area, and there's lots of places around that spot where you can kind of shoot down into members who are trying to leave. So it's a little bit more difficult. So you are going to see this clump up on the western side. Tongjabao just moving down as well at the moment. So just rushing through all these vehicles in hand and ready to set up those impromptu compounds if they need them. But most teams are safe coming under from that western side.
Little bit of a late movement from Cryptics, who started over in North George. And of course, the Infinities are still on that military island, but the clock is ticking on that. We are going to have to move through. First shots coming through from Rejects towards 628. covering this rotation and actually going to force the drop out there. Potential to take down the vehicle, take down the tires as well. Duello does a lot to suppress this movement. Really nice stuff, and now they're aware of this rotation coming through from 628. And look at the backup coming through on the minimap. They are moving down. They want to guard this position out. They want to keep a swathe, that southern shore, to themselves and try and control this ground. They have a pretty decent spot, but they are going to have to move fairly soon in the near future.
Yeah, 628's kind of struggling at the moment on that beachhead. You will have Dow as well off in the distance on the western side, who might be able to provide a little bit of support. Again, the guys on the desk, they were bigging up 628, saying this is a very strong team with a lot of clutch potential. Again, for Chinese teams coming over from PL, you're switching from first person over to a third person format. And that's how I'll always explain Chinese teams, John, is that coming into that first week of the PMGC, it's a lot about adjusting. I think these guys can adjust very quickly on the fly as well. I do think that third person at times is the easier format. So with that in mind, it's just a case of like leaning into those little things you can do, i.e. scouting from a prone position on a balcony where you can't be seen, you know, using corners to your advantage where you can scout out, you know, holding compounds becomes a lot easier. And if we know anything, China is ridiculous at holding compounds in the first place, but already a fight begins.
Trying to push on in. It's going to go well at the moment. There we go, first blood. As it is Deadeye's to lose a player early. Unfortunate, but the rotation is held in that little gully there near the western side of shelter, right on the edge there. Very difficult terrain to move through, difficult terrain to hold. It is going to go for the crashing team right now. Deadeye down one.
Yeah, 4 rivals coming through from that Malaysian format of players there. So, you know, you're happy to see them on the board, getting some kills over towards the Deadeye guys, putting them down at least 1 player, and then rushing off into the distance towards that center spot. So now they'll have a nice position to play alongside the road here, which is going to work out well for them going forward. I think at this center position, it is nice, especially with like the little dip that heads up towards the western side. You've got a lot of room to play with here now for 4 rivals, especially with shunting out a couple of players from Deadeye's guys. You might have to worry about DXavier, and we said they were on the eastern side towards the beginning of the game. This is going to give them a lot of room to play around with, especially because they know all the way out to the east and Lipovka is clear.
Appreciate it. Just rolling slowly over these hills, Reichi. Look at this maneuver. No one's going to be able to hit him. He's just going back and forth, rocking himself to sleep. Hopefully he's not going to be asleep on the job here. Need to keep your wits about you in this lobby. There's plenty of people who'll take it off as soon as you step up. Oh, Fragged Boy has the angle. We know Reichi's behind the rock, but Reichi has better sense than to peek again.
I'm always a big fan of Reiji, actually, from the Japanese region. Honestly, he's played on Reject a few times, and he looks strong. He looks strong on that team, and I think he has been one of those members that like opens up kills, opens up fights for them, and that's exactly what they need him to continue doing going forward. Cryptics, again, we mentioned them right at the beginning of the game up towards North George. They've headed down past Rozok, moved into the circle. Rico Infinity team very close to them, moving down from Severny. Overall, this looks to be a very, very passive game. What I'm liking to see, though, is this, you can see on your map here, is just the spread of players, realistically, and this is something you'll see at the global level. Look how much space each team is taking up. Even just looking down towards Nova, Paraboy's got a forward position. You've got 2 players behind him watching out. You've got King from Nova as well. Obviously, King, we've seen him before. This guy is the snake god at the end of the day. He really runs this team down when it comes to those final moments. And if they need 1 player to stay alive, get them 2nd place points, he's the man to do it.
And look at that. As soon as that circle shrinks on towards them, Paraboy knows that he can't maintain that position, moves back to the rest of the team. Disciplined, good movements there. The rest of the teams all start to mount up and move on in. King, as you say, still, though, going to be an outpost for Nova.
Yeah, I think that he's able to remain undetected in the shrubbery for so long. It's ridiculous. Just his little eyes peeking out from the middle of some leaves. You know, this is what you like to see from King. And a lot of times he is the one to strike with the fangs when you least expect it. Does finally move back across to his team. And like you said, really, really smart movements coming out from Nova so far. Being able to regroup like this. A lot of teams are quite overconfident, in my opinion, when it comes to the situation situations. When you can control that space, great, fine. When the circle comes to you, it's time to consolidate. And Nova do that immediately. What has impressed me though, John, is 628. They came under a lot of fire towards the beginning of the game, and they've actually managed to get their players back up into a reasonable position over towards the western side of the map. Yes, they don't control a nice compound like Nova or Tongjiabao, but this is a position they can play from.
Certainly doable. Yeah, we saw how they were suppressed on that shoreline. So, as you say, good job to get back in the mix. Xavier moving through, trying to come in from Melter towards the circle. Actually bisecting a couple teams there as they send straight through the middle and actually find a cheeky little route of ingress there. Nicely found. The question is, how sustainable is this position? Teams will know that they're here, and already they're coming under fire. Stalwart have found the angles. They've got the sprays. Now it's all on suppression. Tyre's getting taken down as well. Oh, this is not looking super good right now for Xavier. Need to try and get the shot in through the window and down onto the knees. Really nice shots coming through from Action there. Just to keep the wits about them. Xavier struggling in the tower.
Yeah, it's very hard to get your boy back up here as well, because there's going to be a fair few off angles. The Rab is playing as almost your boy's little distraction tactic there. Lamborghini trying to take some shots backwards, but look at this firing line that is in front of this wall. Goodness me, there's about 100 bullets coming your way, and that's per second, by the way.
That's quite the lead count there going on through those windows. I'm surprised that tower's still standing. Certainly being lit up right now. Stalwart spiking out from their compound still, though. They're trying to control the rotations around them, break the wave of teams from the east. As the circle shrinks again towards Potato Hill. This is good news for Tongjiabao. Pretty good news for Nova as well.
Yeah, for Nova as well as Tongjiabao, this is very nice. I think for 628, you do have a slight opportunity for yourself here. Obviously, they're coming from one of the God compounds now, where you've got 33Z playing and Yu Yang as well as Sunan. You know, you can kind of rotate around the backside of Tongjiabao, wait for them to take an engagement, and then potentially from Potato Hill find some kills. You know, they are very split right now. It might not look like it on your screen when you do see the mini-map, but with the way the elevation works up towards Potato Hill, it's very difficult to provide players support when you have this four-man split that currently Tongjiabao is running.
Affinities, they moved up from the military island. They've kept all four alive. Seems to be a running theme that a lot of these teams are keeping all of their members alive. They're staying spaced out. They are controlling the space around them as well. Either that or they're not willing to crash just yet. Though speaking of, in the northeast, Bigatron pretty close right now to the rivals. Liquid going pretty low. Luxy gets knocked by Rico Infinity team in the meantime. Bigatron very spread out right now and really can't back up their team. And it's only a matter of time, I think, before Liquid's going to go down. Yeah, there's the knock. There's the flash coming through as well. Bigatron, I think they're just down to the one in Ryzen.
Yeah, they've just run it through here. Four rivals obviously holding that roadside for so long. It's a good position to be. You're able to take down teams, and Bigatron just opted to fly straight through. And that's kind of that kind of speaks to me a lack of confidence. Like, where is the Bigatron I knew before? The battering ram coming from Southeast Asia. This time they just try slip on past undetected, but four rivals. They've got the bead. The nades are coming through. Oh my lord, Nigma Galaxy ruin the Infinity.
And
They'll be going back to 0.
And they are going to divide themselves by 0 and take them out of the game. Stalwart. I'm going to make so many jokes like that for the rest of this tournament, Blank. You're going to love it. But Stalwart continuing to go up against it. Pika going down pretty early on into this fight as well. Scry pretty close to danger in the smokes as a push comes on through. Hang on a minute. Do they know that he's in there? Is he in the vehicle? Oh, he's managed to hop out. No way has he managed to be able to do this. Pushes out in the blue as well. Gets the spray, gets the backstab. Stalwart have a Viper in the blue. And one more to go down. Takes them low, gets the knock. That's two players dissuaded from going any further. And out in the blue is just this. Left as the sole player coming through. That is one hell of a turn of events to Stalwart. Play spoiler.
BC Swell didn't see it coming. Slipping into the back seat, into the front seat. You'll never find me here. The man has his seat like all the way back. Man's in sleeping position. You look to the left side, you don't see anyone. Drops out of the vehicle, gets himself a double, and BC Swell looks all the worse for it. Really, really well played. I think Stalwart will go down there. They do have one more player, I believe, off in the distance, but you know, it's not looking like a likely chance he's going to get in, but they will ladder up on top of BC Swell, even if it's just a 14th place.
Reject moving in up towards the Xavier. The blue zone again going to crunch this in. This is really tricky ground here on the southeastern side of the circle as it shrinks yet again. 2 players from Reject go down to a lovely little spray there from down the hill. Really starting to flag now. 2 players standing from DXavier as well. Stuello and Sorol gonna try and crawl back to safety. The blue zone not pushing just yet, but with only 30 seconds. The Vine has work cut out for him.
It really does. So many players down there for Reject at the moment. DXavier, Frankie, we know how good this player can be. And he's really running it down here. Finds one from Duello. Divine in a position to maybe pick up his boy.
Oh dear.
But round the corner, Frankie makes it look easy. Chips the rock and chips away at Reject.
Oh dear, the nades over the top as well for the teammate. MS Chamburi were able to get a little bit of a backstab there, but that's not going to slow them down. Reiji Osio, the last player from Reject, now standing. Teams start to try and move a little bit more centrally. The Xavier really, really caught here. In a little bit of a pinch. Chamburi just take it from down the hill. Really nice stuff from them, but they are a little bit slow here. Have to move up behind Enigma Galaxy.
I mean, they're still in a position to make this one happen, John. You will have a lot of 628 rushing through towards center circle now, actually slipping past Nova as well as Tong Jabal, so we still have 3 of our Chinese teams still in this circle to begin with. 4 rivals also still on the eastern side. You don't really think Deadeye guys are going to get much further here. They're just getting gate kept by 4 rivals at the moment.
Oof. Takes a little bit of damage there, but Nova's still spreading out over the hillside, moving as a line. I think they're going to know Chamburi's here. Order certainly will have this information. The smokes give it away. They'll be able to try and control the east. They do need to move a little bit further centrally. The rivals getting peppered. 1 goes down. I think that leaves just the 2 of them. 628 have managed to keep 3 alive. They're in the center of the circle. Jimmy poking his head out towards them. Towards Enigma Galaxy, sending some shots as well, Ralph. Trying to find a tree, find some cover. We'll be able to get it.
Yeah, Daoshi just playing around the smoke beautifully at the moment. Enigma Galaxy trying to get in. Moving across the way. Jimmy, though, from Nova, makes it look easy.
Popping off in the kill feed on the south side as MS Chamburi get taken down. Nova break them. An Order is down and will get flushed. So for the price of 1, they're able to pick up quite a few points there. I think that was all 4, but they're down to 3 players alive. So Tong Jiabao with the hillside, all 4 alive on Potato Hill, have a really solid high ground now.
Well, they do. Tong Jiabao going to continue running this one back. Nova right on the edge. King goes down. Jimmy still alive. Does overlook this position. Lord tosses a nade over the top. King has to get behind the tree. That bark is going to stop the bite from Lord.
That nade should be able to find the flush there onto King. Will go down 2 players now for Nova. This nade's not really answering towards Enigma Galaxy. The circle shift is pretty brutal for everybody else in this lobby right now. It's a game of second place.
Tong Jiabao's very happy with this one. Unfortunately for 628, they moved away from that position. I don't think they were expecting that coming through. Paraboy, it's a dirty one. When does he not? And As from Rico Infinity drops up. Damwon Gaming feels the thunder. But it's Cryptics and Damwon Gaming all chilling together. I think it's Chapo's just left at the moment.
Senke is still standing for Cryptics, and there's reses available. Lazy Boy gets out into the smoke, and look at the suppression across the way, and As goes down, and that's Rico Infinity team eliminated a long-range spray. Cryptics looking to get all the way back up as well. Sung can get flushed here, and Fabian really can't do anything about it. In this smoke, doesn't have the sight lines. A really good put back together for Cryptics as they stay 4 players alive. El Chapo on a sliver, but that might not matter. Fabian stands up, goes 1, goes 2, looks for a 3rd as well around the side. Marshall healing up in the back line. Lazy Boy cooking the nade, looks to put it over the top, but Fabian evacuates the scene, moves back up the hill, gets away from danger. So smart, you're right, Blank. Marshall and Lazy Boy in a 2 versus 1. Flush comes through over towards Senke as Fabian pushes forward yet again. Plays around the rock and the nade goes long. He's playing these nades like an absolute symphony. Fabian down in the smoke, looking for the spray. The 1 versus 2, down in the dirt, will get put away. Marshall does the dirty and El Chapo looks to get res. It was going a little bit haywire, but finally they get it back.
Cryptics, it's been made all the harder just because of Fabian there from Damwon Gaming. And now your boys are left in a really difficult position. But we got Nova, we got 628, we got Tong Jabao. China's fighting over the trophy here, boys.
Paraboy still standing. Nade over the top on towards Marshall. They know there's players there. He's going to be able to look for the spray, but no, hits the deck. Knows that 628 in the meantime have managed to stay all the way alive. Blank. They were talking about what this team can do, and they have stayed alive. They have kept themselves in this fight. Marshall flushed on out. Tong Jabao stay alive.
Now just Yu Yang, 33Z, leading the team like Maxman says on the desk. Trying to make it happen. It's just the two of us, but we can make it if we try. Tong Jabao up towards top side, but Paraboy in the wings. Waiting to strike, drop the talons on.
Needs out wide. Lazy Boy not found just yet. Big Galaxy still with a player left in. Out the blue though, needs to be careful. Zone's going to shrink. Lazy Boy eliminated. Tong Jabao take care of that threat. Freak's still alive, but does get spotted. And another team drops 3 alive.
Good stuff there. Nigma Galaxy do go down with 7 points. But 628, they grab the circle. I'm pleased about this one. Paraboy won't make a move just yet. Now it really is just the 3 remaining. 2 for 628, 3 for Tong Jabao, 1 for Nova. See how this plays out, John.
There's not too many positions that Paraboy can go for, but there's the crate, there's a tree and a rock around there. Look at the crash coming through from Tong Jabao. The knocks need to come through for 628, but it's not going to happen. Yu Yang does go down, and they know where 33Z is. Moving out past that smoke, Paraboy, this is go time. If he can backstab towards 628, if he can find the shot onto 33Z, he ladders up, gets more points on board, more kills as well. Yu Yang flushed out. Tong Jabao dominate the circle. 33Z down in the smoke, and he will fall. It's China on China left. This is only Paraboy to stand for Nova.
Your manhunt attacker, Sir Tong Jabao, coming into this one on fire. Paraboy crouch creeping along into the bush. But he's not long for this world jump. Unless he can make something ridiculous happen in this first game of the PMGC, Tong Jabao could just be taking the first chicken dinner.
I think they know exactly where he is. They've got position in this circle. They might even want to move forward a little bit. Paraboy taking ticks from the blue, tries to trade it off for a kill, tries to trade the blue damage for a knock, but it's not going to happen. Paraboy sits down, and it will be Tong Jabao with the first chicken dinner here at the PMGC Eastern region. Blank, it's China at the top.
Coming into this one fast, and honestly, you know, I was talking with Maxman a little while back, and we were chatting, we were saying, which teams are you excited for? And he was like, Tong Jabao, you know, I really think that they could make a name for themselves here at the PMGC. And you know what, Max, you are completely right. These guys have come out looking hot. On top of Potato Hill as well, you know, they've cooked some mash in this game, and I'm glad to see it.
Oh, hell yeah. They've absolutely come out the gate swinging. They got Potato Hill, they kept Potato Hill. I mean, it's such a pivotal rotation point. We talk about it a lot as this place of power, and Tong Jabao to show us exactly why that is. They controlled the high ground. They made everybody else dance to the beat of their drum, and there really wasn't much doing there. They had the high ground advantage, and no one could summit the ridge.
I think the problem comes in a little bit later when you see 628 rotate off towards the eastern side. I think they've done a fantastic job towards that beachhead, you know, just with the sunbathers on, with the glasses, the parasol. They've been chilling. They kept 4 alive, but unfortunately they moved out towards the city side, and that concrete jungle was not for them whatsoever. They should have stick where they were, you know, got the beach ball out for a little bit longer, and then vibe, because they would have been able to backstab into Tong Jabao and taken that position, or at least fought for it. But either way, I think 628 made some pretty good decisions, and it's one of those decisions where it's like it could have gone one way or the other, and you have to gamble in that situation, especially when you know someone's holding Potato Hill. You kind of just in a situation where let's try win on the other side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, there's that sort of idea of when you make a play, you want it to earn you the most points, right? The expected value of that play, and that's really what they were looking for, right? If you go in for a hardcore crash, right, you might just die right there and then, get no points, bomb out early. But if you turn around and sort of say, let's just, you know, play for the more consistent expected value, that's the sort of situation you can find yourself in, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think that consistent expected value is very important here in the league stage, and especially in league play. because coming to the Super Weekends, that's where you want to build up your points, right? That's how you're going to get yourself into that final. That's where you really want to be in that top 16. So for League play, it's all about just chunking up those points. You only have 2 days to do it as well, and 8 games because your groups get split up. So you have to make every single game count. And here on the global stage, it's not enough to be like, we can take one game off, or we can kind of perform badly on this game, because if we don't make it to one Super Weekend, we can crawl it back. That's not how it works. You want to be in every single one. Teams will just start to blast off out of control if you don't make it into one of these Super Weekends, and it's going to be really tough for you, and you don't want that stress here, John.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's definitely not the place that you want to find it. The good news is that you don't need that many points per game to be able to make it to these Super Weekends, right? It's only the bottom 4 that don't make it, so you do need to have a bad week. But there has to be 4 teams in there, right? There has to be 4 teams that do not make it through. So you just need to be putting consistently, if you're putting consistent 8 points on the board, you're more than likely going to make it into this next stage of the tournament. I mean, it's tricky, it's difficult to keep that average up, but we see it happen fairly frequently. But if you're 8, you're fairly secure. It's when you start to get a little bit lower than that, that's when the danger starts to creep in, where the fear should really start to affect you.
I think that highlight there, I'm just going to run back to it because I think it is one thing that if you see it in your games, or you see it in an esports broadcast, guys, if you see a team just dropping into a shack, you know, that really is a desperation play. And that is realistically for the end game, where you want to try and get as many points as possible. I do not like jumping into a shack around like the first 10 minutes, because at this level, you're just opening yourself up to get naded, and Enigma Galaxy know exactly what to do in that situation, and the Infinity go down with no fight. There is absolutely no fight in them there. So I did not like that from the Infinity. So I need to keep an eye on them, because, you know, I do think this is a good team, but that doesn't really give me much confidence right at the start of the day. Again, we had 3 Chinese teams in that final circle, which really speaks for itself, right? We had a try at the beginning, you know, can we get the back-to-back victories for China? And China's making a really good statement for it so far.
Yeah, they certainly have started well. I mean, as we saw, though, Tongjiabao, to an extent, they've made only a few rotations towards the start of the game, right? They got into that position early. They were able to hold it, and they did control the ground around them very well. But there are questions there, you know, is it just because of that circle? We know they're a strong team, but they've managed to prove themselves once. They need to do a little bit more, though, to keep themselves at the top of the tables. Plenty of teams waiting in the wings. And speaking of waiting in the wings, we've got the analyst desk to break it down.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And yes, I mean, I did say this, and I will correct myself. Maybe I'm the curse, but it's a positive curse. That the Chinese teams might take some time to adjust, going from first person to third person. We also mentioned, hey, they were just playing in PEL, so maybe they need some time off, or maybe it's just to get them ready to go into this event. But to have our top 3 teams at the end of our first match all be from China, I think that's a statement in itself, Max.
Yeah, it's scary for the other team now. Looking at this, the top 3 teams all being STE, you also having Nova, and you also having Tongjiabao. I'm a little bit scared. Know how things are going to be panning out for the entirety of the tournament. So, of course, yeah, that circle that did end up going heavily towards Tongjiabao towards the end, and they played it really well, especially to make sure that no teams would try and contest Potato Hill, because really, Kalaris, Potato Hill is pretty hard to hold on to for the entirety of that game, but they did it really well.
Yeah, they did. Obviously, they had that effectively a 2-2 split across both the west side and east side of Potato Hill. This is very, very important that they do this. You don't want to, as you pointed out, Max, during this game, you don't want to be backfilled on there. It's easy for teams to eventually breach up that spot and then push and kind of divide and conquer those 2 situations. But they were able to hold on to that great. They had STE down towards the south of them that they were most concerned about. But once they know that that threat is not breaching onto that position on Potato Hill, just being able to control the rest of it, very, very nicely done by them.
I think it's a really big statement out of them as well, right? Like, they were the first team into the event from China. This team really, like, I guess, putting other teams through their works, through their courses here, because they finish off with 23 points. They get 8 eliminations, the most in the lobby. But also credit to Nova, because they were down to like 1 player, it feels like, for a large amount of time. But Then again, that player was Paraboy, and we know what Paraboy can do.
I mean, he's a mobile game of the year, okay? We need to expect big things from the mobile game of the year. But yeah, but Paraboy, they had that big engage at one point where they got close to, I believe it was MS Chonburi at one point, so they lost a lot of their players because of that. So because it was an uphill battle, the idea for Paraboy was just, we know we're not going to go for the chicken dinner. We just going to survive as long as we possibly can. Getting the second place, despite, as you said, right, Jason, only having Paraboy remaining is a great playstyle. So Nova know when they can't aim for the chicken dinner and just try and rack up as many kills and placement points as possible. This is Nova doing what they do best, which is adapt to the situation and able to get 18 points on this game.
That's the thing as well. You're saying uphill battle. That's the thing that I'm most impressed by. The fact that they have that compound and then are able to survive up that hill is very impressive. It's not easy to be able to get up that hill when you've got the likes of Nigma as well as I think it was the Xavier's over on that east side kind of looking in their direction. So yeah, very well done by them.
We can see here our second page, our other 8 teams. I mean, Xavier, as you mentioned, them coming in from Vietnam. Great to see them put up 4 points. I feel like, Max, they were really impressive when we saw them at PMWI, the World Invitational. So it's actually great to see them have a similar performance here. Obviously, it's 10th place, not the best place, but to show that they can get eliminations for me is really important. And then we also have some Japanese teams here towards the second half as well.
Yeah, Japanese teams a little bit of a rougher time. BC Swell and also Reject are going to be out in 15th and 13th place respectively. So it got a little bit rough for a lot of the teams over to the eastern side. And we know that when you look at the playstyle from Japanese teams for BC Swell and Reject, their playstyle is very heavily focused around placement points, about their macro. And here, unfortunately, having all of those fights stacked over to the east made it a lot harder for them to potentially try and tend towards the late game.
Well, we're starting to see our first player, our first MVP start to rise to the ranks. Sir able to get himself the #1 player at the end of the first match. And again, the funny thing is, for like the Western audience, right? I guess the English audience in general, if you're not watching Zute, obviously when you watch parties for PEL, it's a lot of these names you won't really know. But it's great to see that we have some newer names coming out to light. I think this is definitely a player we have to watch out for in the long run here, especially if they can continue this momentum and continue this pace.
Yeah, I mean, Acer, especially with the position he had on Potato Hill, looking down across the positions that maybe Cryptics had, maybe a Rico Infinity team had, and things like that. He had a wide field of view to be able to greet those teams upon arrival here. So it's the perfect spot for him to effectively be a turret, Jason. So it doesn't surprise me too much that he's able to take the #1 spot for this first game.
I think, Max, and just to jump in really quickly, one thing we've noticed about like Chinese teams and Chinese players in particular is that there's generally like never a weak link on a team. Every single player on a Chinese team can frag out. You know, you have some other teams in like the Western world that kind of, they have those like in-game leaders or in-game, the callers who just can't really frag out or pick up kills. But as we saw with Foreign Gearmen last year, like anyone can put on big numbers.
I think that's a very interesting topic, actually, because I talked about this at the start about OnlyS not being here for Tong Jiabao anymore. One of the big reasons why I wanted to cover this PMGC is because I really wanted to cover Tong Jiabao to see how OnlyS was going to play. Him not being here, I was a little bit scared for the team. I was like, how well can they perform without that star player, right? But as you said, Jason, especially when you're part of a Chinese roster, every single player is absolutely phenomenal in their own regard, if it's in terms of how they play with the entire team, how their synergy is, and also their individual mechanics are really strong, right? Yeah. And Tong Jiabao, their big weakness, I would say, when you look back on their prior tournaments, is their early game fighting, because they go for those wide spreads to get as much information as possible. They couldn't do it here, and they didn't have any early game fights. So when you make it to the late game, if they make it to the late game, which is what happened here, this is a team that can very clearly and very consistently close off games, which they showed this time around.
Also, you got to give, we talked about like top 3 teams being all from China. Top 5, we had 2 teams coming in from MENA as well. And you saw Nibba Galaxy there with Lord, where they qualified through PMGC points from Arabia. I mean, five eliminations. Like, that's fantastic. I feel like a team, like any team that's kind of not used to playing against these like Southeast Asia, Chinese, Japan, Korean teams, like there's always this kind of like fear ingrained within them of like, can we beat them when it comes head to head? Can we battle against them? But it's good to see like they have confidence, and to see Lord step out right off the gate, picking up 5 elims is fantastic.
I loved the position that Nigma had in this game, and I mean, if it hadn't been huge west shifts constantly for these Chinese teams, Nigma had a brilliant spot to be able to flex if it had been east shifts as well. So they'd situated themselves in a great spot for any eventuality. I liked it a lot.
Okay, well, to remind you guys at home that we still have obviously way more matches to go. And Max, if I'm not mistaken, you have something you wanted to show us here that happened in that first match that we're all going to talk about. Don't worry, I'm not going to put you on the spot. Don't freak out.
Man, okay, I thought I was alone for a second there. But yeah, we're going to have some clips that we're going to be talking out every game. And for this first clip, we're going to be talking especially about Pubgmobile, how they were able to close off that game. And you mentioned at one point, right, Kalaris, and that 2-2 split, 2 players on Potato Hill, 2 players in School Apartment. And that worked out really well. They were able to regroup the moment they knew this circle was going to end towards Potato Hill. But H-Sir, that was the position that you mentioned was so strong, right? Having that big overview of what was happening inside the circle really helped them to set themselves up for a successful win at the end.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, you can see H-Sir in this moment is that far right-hand side logo there for Pubgmobile. And then as these circles unfold, they understand that dealing with STE on the northern side of this circle and having that wraparound is not only going to give them a good fight against STE, but then also a good fight against any snakes.
I think we've already kind of seen that happen for quite a few different teams coming from China, at least in this first match.
So there is a funny thing, because obviously you brought up, you know, will the Chinese teams be able to adapt from first person to third person and things like that? And I think it's almost like practicing in a hyperbolic time chamber, to make an anime reference for Max Man for a moment here. Like,
I like it. Yes.
There you go. There you go. Thumbs up, right? Going to third person, I feel it's easier. It gives you more opportunities, more angles to be able to look at than first person. So these Chinese teams, if they're able to work with this, and they are doing it already very successfully, this could be devastating and scary for the other teams in the regions.
I mean, Max, that was a major talking point we had last year, right? It's really hard to be aggressive in third person versus first person, which we kind of saw happen and develop over the course of PMGC last year. But to see like these 3 teams not really be worried or mess up or even have a second thought about it is a very scary sign for the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, I think there's also a positive value that's brought to you through third person, right? Is the fact that you can scout without putting yourself at risk. And you can see what by how H-Sir was playing for Pubgmobile. He was scouting without ever putting himself at risk. And he was just getting information literally for free every single time. He was there for the longest time, actually. He had time to put a tag on the rock at one point. So he was really having some fun doing some painting on the side. But yeah, that third person perspective, these Chinese teams now know exactly how to make use of it, despite maybe not being able to go as aggressive as they would like if they were playing on their own version. And man, they're using it so well. And this is just the first game, and top 3 is all Chinese teams, just as a reminder. Like, bro, okay, the other team's gonna have to step up big time.
Yeah, 100% indeed. And just like last year, where we had a Chinese team take the entire event, we also have another event happening within PMGC. This year, we have our fan favorite vote happen yet again. You guys can play PUBG Mobile and vote for your favorite PMGC teams and players, and you guys get rewards for doing so. You can get a voting ticket by logging into the game. You can watch live at the Esports Center, or you can share the voting page with all of your friends, and you can go find more information from the in-game Esports Center as well. So make sure you guys do that. Make sure you guys get your millions of rewards with even various pink level permanent items only during this time. So get your predictions in, get your fan favorite votes in as well. I'm going to be logging in, doing that while when next match is started. No, after the show, because I need to pay attention. That's right, guys. We're all going to get our votes in. I don't know if we're eligible to win, but we can maybe swing it. But yeah, obviously that's going to be going on, and we've already had 3 Chinese teams take top 3. I don't want to even ask you guys. I don't want to even have you guys think about, like, will they continue to do this through the entire event? For me, it's more that first match was a feeler game, right? I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Feel free to correct me. It was just to get an idea of like where a team's dropping, how are they playing, how can we adapt our style, and maybe it's coincidence or maybe not that it was the top 3 Chinese teams.
Yeah. It's interesting, right, Kalash, because we were talking about this quite a lot, and we expected a lot of hot drops to happen. This is a lot less all over the place than I initially expected. Like, you're looking at, for example, Yasnaya fight didn't really break out early on. You're looking at especially Pachinki, there was no hot drop happening. Xavier moved away, and Nova moved away. So it seems like teams are a lot more prepared than what I expected at the start, at least for the drop locations.
I mean, for Yasnaya, for example, DRS is in Group E, right? So of course it might not happen.
Yeah, because of that. Okay, fair enough.
It might happen. It might have a little later on down the line, but we'll see. We'll see. I think when I look at the 3 Chinese teams getting themselves a top spot in this first game, for me, too early to call. It could just quite happily be coincidence. I mean, the West shifts, if these don't happen, maybe they're not in as good positions. Like if I'm looking over towards the East, for example, 4 Rivals had an amazing dip that they're able to take out BTR on the rotation on. If the circle shifts East, they could quite easily be in a really nice spot here to be able to kind of push further on into the game as well. So yeah, 1 game down, still too early for me, Jason.
Well, I mean, I will say this at least, like, I don't remember, and hopefully Statman John Allen can help us with this this actual bubble for us of like what the average point we're expected to see a team have to be able to make it into our top 16 for the Super Weekend. But Pubgmobile, I mean, they're already on pace to qualify for the first Super Weekend. And I mean, obviously we saw last year Nova didn't qualify in a Super Weekend. They still managed to make it to the finals. But honestly, with the caliber of teams, you don't want to miss a single Super Weekend. So at least those 3 Chinese teams looking fantastic. We do have Miramar coming up next, though. And it's going to be the exact same teams. Group A, B, C, and D going to be participating yet again. And we're going to get our first little glimpse, our first little look into how these teams will perform on this map, Max.
Yeah, we got a lot of teams, though, of course. The 2 favorite maps are going to be Erangel and Miramar, regardless. So I think a lot of the teams are still going to be happy about this one. But also how the formatting works, right, is that every single team is going to play their matches back-to-back. And if you're not playing, you're not playing 2 games in a row, right? So we're going to have the exact same lobby coming into this one. So if teams are just heating up to each another a little bit more, that could help in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, if you're looking on this Miramar game, it is a team that I would like to see potentially do really well. It would be
don't do it, Max.
Okay, I'm not doing it. You know what? I'm happy you cut me. I'm not going to say it. There's one team I would like to see good, but I'm not saying it.
You are so you know I'll take Instagram.
It's like an urge. I have to do it.
Can I interject here for a moment? I will say that Reject is a team that I'm going to be looking at coming into this first Miramar. The reason is because usually, or they have actually bailed from Picardo because FaZe has been dropping there. They've been kind of dropping split trash loot around that area a little bit. This is an opportunity for them to potentially play Picardo for 1, and then maybe from that on actually get themselves some good rotations and kind of get on pace, get some points on the board before FaZe kind of comes into the lobby and messes around there. So we'll see, unless some of the teams are going to drop there.
Max, I want to hear it. Go ahead. I want to hear what you're going to talk about.
I don't know if I should now.
Do it.
I was going to say Star Wars Esports. I love how they play Miramar. I think one of my favorite teams when it comes to Miramar play style. But okay, they're probably going to go out in 16th now. I'm sorry. I apologize. But yeah.
If that happens, Max, I'm sorry. I don't think you can ever deny the curse. If that
RRQ 2.0. It's happening again.
I will say.
Well, that's what I was saying before with FaZe, because you got Beer 11 playing. I mean, he's a sub, but you know.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Yeah. I will say as well, when it comes to Miramar, another focus of mine is obviously going to be on El Pozo. I think for a lot of people, it might end up being on El Pozo. Obviously, Daniwa as well as Nigma Galaxy over there. In a lot of the fights that I've seen these two go down there, I feel like Daniwa has been on the losing edge of that. So if they bail from there, that could be a situation we have to keep an eye on as well. But I'd be scared. I think that Nigma's already had a decent start here to the day, Max, and you don't exactly want to be Daniwa going into like a losing situation on an El Pozo.
I want to be a little bit careful here, but I mean, they got their drop of Pachinki for game 1. They might get it once again here. I'm also looking at Los Leones. Los Leones, especially in the scrims, you had a lot of things happening over there. Of course, scrims don't always translate in the actual tournament itself, but Los Leones could be contested a little bit, but it's such a wide compound that if you have 2 teams dropping there, as long as they're respectful from each other, it should be fine. So hopefully no hot drops. That's what I'm expecting for this one in the second game.
I wish there's more hot drops, to be honest. I wish there's more disrespect between teams just dropped on top of each other trying to get kills. I'm surprised neither of you mentioned Bigatron, though. For me, thinking of Ryzen back at PMGC last year, that like 1v3 pulled off against Footballists, like I'm expecting some potential good things out of Bigatron, especially with them having U-Boy on the roster and Liquid obviously having more time within the team. But that's all coming up. We have to head to a short little break here. When we do come back, we're finally jumping into our second match of the day.
진을 예쁘게 쳐놓긴 했는데
이거 준이 얻어. 준이.
자, 많이 뺐어요.
워리어스. 스코어도 자, 이거 오케이가 순식간에 녹을 수 있습니다. 이거 스코어가 판을 깔아줬거든요. 워리어스. 본인들의 점수가.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Lontaran hit ke bahagian hadapan, tapi itulah dia Free Fire yang ditunggu dengan begitu sabar sekali oleh Rain. Mungkin akan berharapkan impian Team Secret. Team Secret terkeluar di tempat yang ke-8 dengan kini telah boleh diketahui. Pun cuba untuk masuk daripada bahagian belakang, tapi datang boleh gangguan daripada jumper. The wrong direction.
5 is down as well. That is unique.
Close one there by Fluke. Ooh, another one coming in from Damru. Can you figure out Fluke? Fluke now 50% health. Fluke is actually being shot at.
Oh,
Where is he gonna go? Oh no! Fluke! Fluke! Ooh, Fluke! Man, he goes.
Much early on as compared to Erangel Galacticos moving into the corner of the container, and Tamio gets taken now.
Hello, di manakah QB berada? Bombs bakal aja.
Bahkan ada sebuah ledakan, ada sebuah bagi yang juga loncat tadi kita melihat, dan itu dia Genesis Dogma memulangkan semua pemain dari V Gaming. โลแกนโชว์ความเก่าครับเรียบร้อยครับเป็นทางด้านโลแกนครับที่ค่อนข้างที่จะเก่ากว่านะช็อตนี้แล้วมียายขาชิ้นต้องนะครับต้องปั๊มวงเหนียนไปสิ BTR กิ๊กแฟมโดนหนีสุดแล้วดึงมาที่เก็บโอกี้ไปแล้วเหลือแค่ตรงจะโดนไป2เลย
มิลาต้องใจเย็นน้องรักมีเรื่องซูเปอร์มาก็เช็คชื่อครับโอ้โหไฟหนอนเป็นเครียดแล้วตอนนี้โดนล้อมอย่างไกลๆขอแค่เม็ดเดียวพอขอแค่เม็ดเดียวล่วงไปจังหวะนี้3 ปมเป็นเกมได้ไม่ทำได้แต่เพื่อนเขามาเทปได้เหมือนกันแล้วไม่เอานอนแบบนี้ร้อยเลยไม่ตี2 แต้ม
Mari kedudukan yang cantik. Kita lihatkan tim secret di bagian high ground tersebut, tapi Nerpeko dengan satu pemanduan yang begitu.
Oh ya, mungkin dia memang mungkin edgy pula. Bomba Malaysia punya rumah
daripada tim EVOS.
It's all been leading up to this, and it's continuing along here in day one of the PMGC 2021 East League as these teams are fighting. These 20 teams are fighting at least today and tomorrow to get top 16, to make it into the Super Weekend, and to make those points stick around until we get into our league finals. Maxman and Claris will be joining me here still on the desk. And gentlemen, well, we've had our top few Chinese teams finish off our first match of the day. As we head into our second match, Claris, you pointed out something to me that you've noticed when it comes to Miramar between two teams, the Xavier and Deadeye guys. You want to talk about their drop location and potentially an early fight, but it's not where you would expect it.
Maybe. So it's very interesting because normally when you're thinking about like hot drop situations, it's again not hot drop, just a conflicting drop spot situation. You're thinking might be a city. You're thinking of Picardo and El Pozo, or San Martin and things like that. But these two teams have been dropping across north of San Martin, between kind of the west side of San Martin and between that and water treatment. And they may not be dropping in exactly the same buildings, but eventually as they continue to regroup and kind of get together, there's these small conflicts that are going on. So if they continue to drop in this area just north of San Martin, you're ending in this situation where you're gaining ferric damage, and nobody really wants that to be able to then go on and continue staging their campaign. So I just thought it was really interesting to see a trash drop be conflicted, Max. It's not common that happens, Max, but it's definitely something here that can potentially be a concern.
Makes me think of that meme when you have a pack of dogs fighting over a pile of trash. Like, it's worth it. And we're just going to fight over it right there. But to be honest, I don't think, especially when you have that much space remaining, I don't expect any team to go out that early. But the main issue with those kind of skirmishes happening that early is you lose a player. You lose potentially even 2 players. And your chances of a chicken dinner drop drastically when you lose players that early, especially on the Miramar game. So just got to be careful. You can both drop there if you want, but you just got to be respectful of where the other team drops to make sure you don't have that big skirmish happen as you try and regroup together.
I think what I find interesting, because I'm kind of looking at like the macro, like the bigger picture here, is that you have A, B, C, D playing the first 2 matches of the day, and then Group E comes into the 3rd match, right? The question for me is, if you're Group E, you have the chance to watch these first 2 matches and see where teams are dropping. Do you think teams might potentially change their drop location when they see, okay, well, you know, Bigatron's dropping here, so, and that's where we like to drop, but we don't want to contest them early on. I feel like they have some sort of advantage for that fact, but also they might psych themselves out, you know, underplaying how well they could combat some of these teams.
I think myself and Kalaris touched upon this quite a bit actually before the show, that yes, if you are Group E, you have so much extra knowledge from watching these 2 first games. You only have in Miramar and Erangel right now, so you have 1 game of each already in the backlog. You can watch back on how things went down, and you can potentially change the drop location if there's a need to do so. Even though that's a very big change, I don't expect teams to maybe go that far, but you might tweak a few things here and there to make sure that you have an even better chance in that early game to get yourself in a good position. So yeah, Group E, entering in game number 3, and then the rest of the games throughout this first league stage, it could be a little bit of an advantage for them for sure.
I think that kind of frustrates me though a little bit, Claris. Like, thinking about battle royals in general, teams are very hesitant to hot drop each other, very hesitant to like change the locations because they feel like now this is our spot, this is where we know to play from. But I feel like if you're a team coming into this, you have to have, okay, this is our first plan, this is our first drop location.
Yeah.
You have to have like two more potential backups because you can't afford to really have any bad days here.
Yeah, that was the concern I think we had for some of the other PMPLs, which was some teams didn't really have a good backup drop. And there are some decent places to go. We were talking about the trash drops before. Those can quite easily accommodate a lot of teams given the loot rules, given the loot settings and things like that. So, I mean, even what we were talking about with rejects, if FaZe is in the lobby, if FaZe is in Picardo, the trash drop south of Picardo is a perfectly viable drop. But even if somebody's dropping there, you can take, you know, east side of this map and still have rotation paths available to you. So yeah, you need to be accommodating for a lot of factors, and backup drops are very important if you get in a tight bind.
Well, we are about 30 seconds away before we hop into the match, but I know you guys don't necessarily want to do predictions, but I'm going to give an easy prediction here, a yes or no prediction. Will we see 2 out of the 3 teams, or 2 out of the 3 top teams in this match be Chinese? Yes or no, Max?
No.
No? Okay.
No.
Claris? Wow, okay. All right. Okay, what about 1 out of 3? Let's change it up here, Max. 1 out of 3?
Yes.
Okay. Claris?
I mean, yes, I guess.
This is top tier analysis,
Okay.
man. You can't get any better
That's all
than
we
this.
need. That's all we need. I don't want to put you guys on the spot, but I will put John on a blank on the spot because we're heading into the second match of the day.
Oh, thank you very much, Jason. Yes, of course. We're very excited to be on the second match. Miramar coming on up a little bit hotter. And their drops heating up as well, as they were talking about over on the display.
Yeah, they were. I mean, there's going to be a lot of places for contention around this map, to be quite honest with you. I think there are some real key positions on this one. Los Leones and Parla, El Pozzo. You're looking at these spots as like massive positions to take up, and there is going to be some fighting for these because in other leagues, you know, you will generally have teams who will just give way for the top teams in their lobby to just be like, you can have Picardo, you can have El Azahar, we don't care, take it, we'll go elsewhere. Here at the global stage, people don't care. They want these spots. They know they're as good as you, if not better. They're going to take these spots off you, so you got to be really, really careful when it comes to picking a drop spot here on Miramar, because you do not want to be in a position where you're losing 2 members right at the beginning of the game just because you were greedy for a spot.
Cut right down the middle. The plane path sends north to south, almost directly there. No one dropping out early, so no one going La Cobreria, no one going Torre Almada, Tierra Bronca. All of these areas going to be deserted for now. And look at this. 2 teams very close to one another. It's Dead Eyes and 628.
628 Dead Eye guys, see what they can do in this situation. Sunan drops the silent sniper on board, looking to be stealthy with it.
Pops it in the backpack. Shifu for Dead Eye guys trying to move around the generators. So I think the generators haven't done a full extensive background check on exactly what they are, but they look like that. Transformers, maybe, not entirely sure. But they have managed to find a knock, and they're going to look to transform that into an advantage that they'll press towards 628. You can see 628 moving back towards the outside of this compound. A dangerous dash comes through there. Waturu Lover actually goes for another as well around the side. No one playing out wide. They have the backup of the sight line from a player behind, but this could be dangerous. This could be where it all hits the fan, but no, back around the container. So 3Z doesn't strike just yet. Nades being cooked. No one going down.
Yeah, this is really well played from 628. They've got so many angles available. That's a beautiful nade, though, and that's what comes with finding that ordnance early in the game.
A nice retribution knock there for Yu Yang, and moves around the side out wide as well. Needs to be careful to hold down this sight line. Zunan gets sprayed down, and that is 628 taken out almost immediately. Blank from riches to rags there for 628.
Yeah, Deadeye guys play that one pretty nicely, but I think that's what comes down to it. If you can find nades early in the game, I'm not sure 628 were expecting that. They get naded around the corner. One of their big angles gets taken out, which is on the side of the warehouse. And after that, that aggressive push over the top of those crates, no longer becomes as effective because you don't have that backup. And then a really nice flank around the side from Deadeye's guys, and 628 is put to bed nice and quickly.
The Galaxy. Vying full position in on pot. So next to Down One Gaming. Right now. Not in the next circle. We'll have to shoof a little bit southeast. Let's go with that. It's a word now.
Yeah.
And we will all pretend like it's a word so that I don't get embarrassed.
That's fine. We will do it. I will ask Oxford Dictionary to add that one to the list.
I'll tweet
NFTs recently. We'll have shoof next. That's just how it works. We like to put made-up things in the dictionary, apparently, these days. D. Xavier, down towards the eastern side of the map. They're holding this eastern side on both Erangel now as well as Miramar, so it seems to be a comfortable position. I like this. I mean, last game as well, they had a pretty good solid game plan, which was like clear out that eastern side if the circle goes east, and then play from that side knowing that there's no one really playing from your back because you've already cleared that area. So I think that D. Xavier, they have a good game plan ahead of them. It's just executing it, which is becoming the difficulty for them. And I do think there was a little bit of panicking towards mid-game on our angle there, and hopefully, that is just first game jitters coming through from the guys on D. Xavier. This is now the global stage. I'll say it again. It does add that stress to the mix. Luckily, or unluckily, these guys aren't on LAN, so you don't have all that pressure of the crowd behind you. You don't have all that pressure of like being in person. So you can just chill a little bit with your team, but I imagine still tensions will be running hot within any room that these guys are playing in.
Yeah, but I like LAN, so let's bring it back. I'm ready. Not quite yet, actually. Oh man, I can't wait for it. But for now, you're right. The players get that sort of field of calm that they can create for themselves.
Yeah. I mean, Darth Dante is a great example of this, just playing in his room with a blanket on his head. That guy is the real G. And, I need him back at some point. That's all I'm saying.
We'll have to try and make that happen, Or maybe he'll have to try harder to make it happen, get to those PMGC finals, because...
I need blanket interview.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. Under the blanket. It's your segment, right? Under the blanket.
My segment,
you invite people into your pillow fort.
Yeah, dude. It'd be cool. I'd be lit by candlelight as well.
Oh, that's dangerous.
It is dangerous. Well, I like to live life on the edge of the
That's a health and
blanket,
safety violation. I'm going to have to cancel your segment, I'm afraid.
Oh, damn it. Okay, well. It was short-lived, but so far, this game, the only people short-lived in it is 628 going down so early on. Down to 15 teams now alive. Doopy 60. Cryptics all the way down towards the southwest, down to Miramar. A lot of these teams not really risking their lives too much. I like that Picardo didn't really get hit on too hard. A lot of these teams were like, Picardo's going to be a real hot spot, and we don't want to get our feet scalded, so let's not drop in there yet. And it turns out no one wanted to do it. But you do have 4 rivals as well. Pubgmobile just circling around this area. Pubgmobile currently employing a 2-2 split at the moment, down towards the north side of Los Leones. You got 4 rivals on your screen. They're just the north side of Pubgmobile's 2-2. So we will see what they can get done. But this is a really good position just to the south of Picardo. Has a lot of sight lines that they can use to their favor. They can also dip behind the ridgeline should they need to. And they have that big cliff just underneath San Martin to their backs to give them cover.
BC Swan mounting the hills just to the northeast of Los Leones. Everybody else just biding their time. I feel like on Miramar, and we've spoken about this quite a lot in the past, Blank, on Miramar, keeping 4 alive gives you so much power towards these later circles because you can control the ground, and it is a very terrain-heavy map. And so you have more of those outposts, you have more of those sightlines covered, the more strength you're going to have. We saw what Pubgmobile were able to do with sightlines in that last game. If they're able to keep all 4 in the mix, well, they might just be able to do it again. They're fairly central.
Yeah, I think that you're completely right. I think having 4 members alive on Miramar is extremely important just because of how big this map is. Even in those final circles, there is still a large amount of landmass that you need to cover. Not in terms of like even distance on foot, but also in terms of like what angles can you hope to hold. And a lot of times if you have 4 members, you can take more aggressive positions within the circle. And if you're down to like 2, you're going to have to play a much more closed off area. Which tends to come back to bite you a lot of times, really depending where we end up, especially if we end up towards the field side. If you have 4 players, a lot of times, you know, you can kind of make like that firing line and just sweep down like a rake over that area and try and take out the teams that way. So it is very, very important to keep these players alive. And just anything from last game, we know these teams are good at avoiding one another in that early game, being able to find position in the map, you know, pressure each other a little bit, force rotations that teams might not quite like, but a lot of times people don't go down. So really this is all about just positioning those pieces on the board to your favor at the moment.
Rico Infinity team trying to position themselves out on the western edge. No one really to guard behind them. So they should be just fine. Cryptics taking a little bit of tick damage from the blue. They're moving around near the south coast right now. I'm going to be swinging in behind teams on that south side of Los Leones. Not too many teams in the Chumacero Hills though, so they should be fairly open. Bigatron, who went down early last game, they are going to have to play from a similar position as well. Look at this, the mass migration towards those Los Leones Hills. Everybody's starting to crunch in.
Yeah, MS John Burry as well, heading up like a nice little position towards the south side. But BC Swell, it's just him inside the shack versus Nova. It does find one. Paraboy goes low, but Zusti coming over the top of the hillside now. Paraboy has to be careful, drops the smoke. Might just be able to get away here, John.
Uh-oh, not going to happen. Paraboy gets taken down on the knock. Not going to get flushed just yet. Order in to potentially save the day. King riding on up in the buggy. Paraboy very, very low. Jimmy bleeding out as well. Paraboy probably prio at this stage, but Zussi gets backed off by the players from... there's Xavier chiming on in as Paraboy does get flushed by Lamborghini. So that's a point given over. Jimmy will be rezzed here. Just this down, crawling away from this fight as Xavier plays spoiler to the push. BCS going to have to be more careful.
And this is what I'm talking about as well from Xavier. They've already cleared out the entirety of the eastern side. Now they can take this fight with impunity. They know there's absolutely no one in this area. Duck's going behind. This is a beautiful flank. Needs to just buy time of it though. Can't get too aggressive. Skylar flies off the other side. It feels like BC Swell, they might just have given up on this fight. They know there's a new member joining the party. Jimmy takes some tickle damage.
They don't want to be involved here. King in the shack still, swings out wide as Jimmy gets knocked on the off angle. To another player coming on through. A nade goes long as well, and there's the spray. Xavier just absolutely giving it right now. The hillside, wrested from everybody else's control. I mean, you've got Stalwart still on the northern side of them, who are yet to pass La Bandita, and they're not really close enough to give them too much worry. The blow up on the vehicle's good, and Lamborghini finds a second kill on the fight. Nova get eliminated. That's 2 Chinese teams out, Black.
Oh, so easy. Jason's got a bead on this one. Cursed all the Chinese teams coming into this. You know, he said that, do you think there's going to be 3 in the end? And look, man, it's not, you just don't say it. You don't say those type of things. The boys, they try to back you down, but you didn't listen. You didn't listen, man.
Oh.
And now it's all gone wrong. 2 Chinese teams are out now. Tongji Bao, last remaining from the PEL squads. See what they can do with it. I mean, they looked very strong last game. They have extremely central position here to strike out on either side like a trained boxer.
That was what was talked about, right, by the desk, by us in that last game, is Chongjiabao's ability to play in a solid formation on a strong position. And this is exactly what they've been afforded yet again, Blank. It looks good for them right now. It looks like they might be on for another one, but they still have plenty of teams standing in their way. 14 teams remain.
Yeah, they're playing it safe as well. They're in a position where they can quite easily leave Los Leones, but they're not committing too hard just yet. Bigatron down towards the south side. They're just slowly and casually, you know, floating around those mountains, seeing what they can get done. They don't want to go too fast into this one. You know, if you're learning from any of the mistakes from last game, you know, they were way too quick with it. All right, they had fire coming off the back of their heels, but it ultimately burnt them in the end, with them flying through 4 rivals and taking some shots, and then just going into an area that just was unscouted. It reminds me a lot of Unicorns of Love towards the beginning of their tournament in the Western Europe. But they did fix that pretty quickly. I think BTR, with all the experience on hand, Zuxi from Ryzen, as well as Zuxi and Luxi, they should be okay.
Northern Shift, treacherous. Teams on the south are on board right now with Reject, who they're mentioning they want to see a little bit more for here on Miramar. Moment not really getting into too many scraps, too many scuffles, staying alive, all four of them. Centrally, sorry, on the western edge, this is Rico Infinity team clashing with Deadeye guys who were able to take down 628 early, but there's a knock going out that way. A long-range spray. Looks for the shots and actually might be able to get the flush here.
Just a few.
Okay, just gonna land a couple.
Yeah, just a couple. Just a few pre-fires as well, but Damwon Gaming coming from Rico Infinity team now as well. Would have heard those shots. And Ass on his own. Forest and Sung looking to find him, but he's right on the outskirts. Looking to ninja with it.
Ooh, spots Favian there. On the broadside as well. Easy spray down for Anas. And here's SK Tom with the off angle, looking for those vehicles, looking for the cover. It's looking good right now. Nades could potentially be popped in, and Anas has a really strong outpost. The difficulty is if he gets knocked, if he gets overwhelmed here, the rest of the team isn't going to have the best of times getting back in to save him. So Anas needs to be careful. Nades getting cooked and actually in a fairly covered off spot.
Yeah, honestly, Anas has bought so much time here for the rest of Rico Infinity team, and this push is coming in too slow. There's a nice shot coming from Junie on the offside. Really well played. Will take down SK Ton, and this way Fabian can get back to the rest of the team. I do like that Rico Infinity team was trying to prioritize taking down vehicles and lock down Damwon Gaming into this fight, into a 3v4, but Junie, he's got his thing to say about this. Currently, there is a res coming through onto SK Ton, but he goes very low once again as he gets picked back up. But Anas just playing around these windows, wonderfully done. Damwon Gaming's Fabian just about makes it to the wall, but SK Ton might take the shots, and he does. There's no return fire.
Yeah, Fabian going to get flushed on out. Damwon Gaming down to 3 confirmed now. In the meantime, Cryptix and Enigma Galaxy both moved up from the south side to the north side of this fight. They swung around the outskirts and are going to look to move through. The Nate's still looking to get cooked. No one wants to make the first move here, but Forest has to push up this ridge side. Damwon Gaming on the outside track on the circle here. You can see the outpost is good for Rico Infinity team as they move around. They get ahead of the game. Difficult push for Anas and needs to be careful. Thinks better of the route, moves back up to the building, past that smoke, gets back to cover, knows the team has his back.
Massive southeast shift here as well. So Rico Infinity team, they've got a fair way to go. They're right on the outskirts of the western side of the circle. Damwon Gaming just kind of have to retreat and get out of there. But Rico Infinity team, they set themselves up so they've got eyes on all the vehicles that Damwon Gaming brought to the party. The Damwon Gaming, they're going to be on foot from now on. The Infinity trying to take shots over towards their sister Infinity team. But, you know, it's not going to happen. I'm going to drop back just a little bit. Labandita, this rough, rocky terrain up in this area on the eastern side. A little bit of compounds available, but quite open space with that road bisecting the middle of this circle. Tongjiabao, they move up to a slightly elevated position. 4 rivals also taking shots down towards Deadeye guys.
Getting one knock, looking for more. Taking down the buggy potentially as well. Smokes bloom. Discipline from Deadeye guys to try and keep themselves in this one. They're in this circle, and getting taken down here would be very, very unfortunate for them. It's moving forward, especially after taking down 6-8 so early into the game. Nade starting to ring on through the Infinities. They lose a player and look at to lose one more. Mala around the edge does not find any luck. Taking shots from MSC will get flushed out potentially. Very, very close. Pop's able to do it.
Yeah, this is a good little off angle that MS Chonburi is currently playing. They've got players in the house, which is quite hard to breach at the end of it. And also they've got players on the off angle as well, just taking shots towards Infinity as they're trying to get in over this pretty flat plane here. So really, really well done to MS Chonburi to set that one up. Again, they've still got a long way to go. Tongjiabao took a knock in the process, but it's Rico Infinity team who rocks up on Deadeye guys and they get an initial knock.
Anas, though, gets sprayed down from the off angle. Excellent entrance there from the rivals. Comes on through, and Prestego soon to follow. Fadan in the back lines, and they are melted. In the meantime, though, Deadeye guys, I believe they lost one during that fray, and just the bullets coming through Oh dear, from across the way. That is unfortunate for the Deadeye guys. Bigatron suffering heavy nade punishment as Xavier looks to play spoiler to them now, as they have to so many other teams this game. As the nades find and the shots land, it's Zuxi to go down first.
Once again, Xavier setting up these nasty little flanks, and Bigatron, they're stuck between a rock and a rock because it's the same rock here, closing in from either side. Xavier, they've got to watch their back as well. They know that the circle is closing. Reject's the only one that could really enter on this fight, but with the way the terrain plays here, Xavier's pretty happy just to continue this one with a BTR. They're on the outside of the circle. Eventually, they will have to push, so Xavier just have to slow it down a little bit. Lets him live. The mercy.
That is true mercy right there. I mean, half HP doesn't want to take those trades, doesn't want to take those chances. Tong Jiabao getting challenged a little bit on their compound by MS Chumburi.
MSC
Gonna try and move up this ridge side. No one really at their back, so they can play a little bit further up. Need to be careful about Down One Gaming's angle. Nade over the top. Gonna isolate that first position. They're actually worried about across the way that Deadeye guys as well, still in this fight. Down One Gaming have a fight of their own.
Yeah, MS Chumburi's a little bit exposed at the moment, but they're fully boosted up and everything. But Tong Jiabao, you can see them, nades in hand. They're prepped and ready for this push. You see Pons there, trying to move around the side. Nade comes to the top. Manhan lives with a sliver of HP. That nade bears him low. That might be a nice little opening for MSC now as they start to work around the outside. Attacker dropping nades and smokes to outline this fight a little bit better for them.
They're playing on the half-and-half compound there, out wide for the nade to isolate that ridgeline, looking to try and suppress Tong Jiabao back into the single building. They don't want to deal with those angles. The nade goes a little bit further along. Attacker around the side, waiting for the peak, waiting for the shots. Break out wide, and a lovely nade, beautifully timed, finds Jasper, and a Molotov as well to follow it up. Gets the burn down, in goes the spray, and Attacker lives up to the nade with a quick 1-2 around the side. There's backup from the team, and Manhan seals the deal.
Whoever threw that Molotov is a genius. It stops the push coming through from any of those players, but it also allows Attacker to run out and have that sliver of land to play around with, so he can get the spray down, knowing that that wall is just flat, no windows. Really, really well done there from Tong Jiabao to turn that one on its head after a nasty nade that ate Manhan up at the beginning of that one.
Down One Gaming now, trying to survive against the Lone Ranger from Deadeye guys. The Rifles still have sightlines onto this one. Everybody going to have to move, though, from this fight, so it doesn't want to last too long. They want to disengage here. Tong Jiabao stay alive, still keeping the Chinese teams in this fray to maybe have that one out of the top three.
They are going to struggle, though. Have to come down from their outpost. I mean, that fight with MS Chumburi, it went quickly, but not fast enough. Tong Jiabao's got himself in the situation where the Blue's doing more damage than anyone else in the lobby to them. Nice nade comes through, Forrest goes down, on top, makes it happen. This guy has been a killer coming through from the Southeast Asia region.
In comes Tong Jiabao's leading foreguard there. The Vanguard Manhunt is going to get knocked down, taken out. Down One Gaming trying to disengage, nades over the top, and will find onto Forrest. Does go down in the process, but Down One Gaming lose two very, very quickly. Over the top, the four rivals have managed to make the drop down that ridge side, and the Xavier, doing so much work this lobby, are still going on this south side.
Still going strong. I mean, they're playing it out perfectly for the time being. Fortunately, the Nepali team now out on top, trying to make something happen, but not quite able to do it. Four rivals. Looking still pretty strong here. The Xavier will have to run past them. Reject have kept it slow, kept it steady. They really haven't done too much in this map, but they found a strong position. And if you don't have to move, why move at all? All they need to do now is keep an eye on what's going on around them, but finally the circle, it's out of their way. Lamborghini goes down and four rivals still making it happen.
5 teams remain, one of which, by the way, is a lone healer out in the blue for Tong Jiabao. I spoke too soon.
You
does
did.
go down.
Very unfortunate there. Four rivals. Malaysian powerhouse moves up towards the western side of the map. And they've got a good ability here to hold this one down with the Xavier stuck underneath this little ridge side. And if 4 Rivals can get out of dodge quickly here, they should just be able to hold them out anyway. Enigma Galaxy's currently stuck in a fight between them and Stalwart. Paker taking the life out of Enigma Galaxy at the moment, trying to make something happen. Reject slowly making their way up to the ridge side now. Realistically, I see this fight being between 4 Rivals, Xavier, and Reject. Enigma Galaxy and Stalwart, they're going to make each other it's going to cause casualties on this side, right? It's going to make it so difficult for them to make their way into the circle unimpeded.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like Enigma Galaxy have managed to get ahead of the game here, though, on these pushes, on this rotation. They've left Freak at the backstop to just cut down anyone who steps up over that ridge. But in the meantime, the 4 Rivals going at loggerheads with Xavier. Looks for the spray over towards the players. 4 Rivals moving forwards, but can't quite find it. Nade's looking good, knows the position, knows exactly where he needs to pop that nade, but it's a little bit long. Very difficult to land that nade there for Xavier. But in come Rejects to take control.
There's some nice position. You see there, Apiol just taking some shots down towards Stalwart as well as Enigma Galaxy. This is really smart from 4 Rivals. They can make it even harder for Stalwart and Enigma Galaxy. They'll be able to fight Xavier even easier. This is a very good position from Apiol at the moment. Just wants to secure this western side for themselves before they full-on take this fight with Xavier. More shots coming through. Pika goes down. Lord making this one a little bit easier for them. But finally, Enigma Galaxy, they're down.
Down, they are eliminated, and shots continue to pump out from the Rejects towards Xavier. Not going to find too many knocks, though. It's tense on these hillsides, Blank. No one's really going for these pushes, but 4 Rivals dispatch their enemies to their left in the form of Stalwart. Now 4 of them stay alive. They have a baseline of fire across this circle.
This is such sick PUBG Mobile coming through from 4 Rivals. Taking down those teams on the north side opens up now poor Xavier to have to employ so many smokes because look, there's no cover over the area they have to cross. And all they've done is hold them back. It's really, really smart. Reject now have to play that assassination game for themselves. Because that's the only way they win this one, or at least get a second place. But 4 Rivals, this setup is beastly.
They've managed to get 2 players into this next circle. They've got 2 players on this high ground as well who will be shimmying in with the zone. Reject with 3. They have the vehicle. They can reposition.
Have that loot crate in front of them that they might just be able to take advantage of, but 4 Rivals, again, they're starting to slip downwards. Might be able to get an off angle. Frankie out in the open behind this tree. You know, it's not the best of pieces of cover. But Xavier, they find one. That's not a good start for them. They can't take another. Xavier, from an awful position, finds 2, and now 4 Rivals are in an awful spot with the 2 players outside the circle.
They're flagging just a little bit. 2 players alive, as you say, inside the circle. No chance of reses here, Blank, as the players get flushed. Xavier slow to move, and Reject has all the chance in the world to make this one happen, but they've got a difficult push ahead of them. Xavier stopping them from moving forwards, but look at that, the play zone knocks 1. Looks for more as well. Ever moving, ever pushing. Will not slow down. Reject are waiting for this. They are waiting for Xavier to have to move.
This is so nice on 4 Rivals. The way they set this up really gives them a lot of options regardless of what happens. Losing 2 was rough, but it wasn't enough for them. Ducks taking even more.
Duello is the last player standing now for Reject. Moves forwards and gets spotted out in the grass. Goes for 1, goes for the knock. It's a 1 versus 1 Blank now. Across the way, there's smoke, but he needs to spot him out wide. Duello hits the deck again behind this smoke and will look for the heal. The res now available as Reject back to a 2 versus 1, but he moves forward. He uses this time wisely, spots the player there, looks for a nade over the top. The res has come through, but it's all a little bit too late. Repositions already in. Spray from the same position. Heals did come through, but no boosters for Duello. 1 versus 2 still. The nade over the top. Looks to go high. Looks to plant perfectly, but the nade is better.
Oh, it's
coming
on him!
through, and it is right on the money. 4 Rivals able to take down Reject, deal with the Xavier up top, and take the chicken dinner.
Duello just saw the light flashing before his eyes, but it wasn't the light of death. It was the light glinting off the side of the metal on that nade. That was on target coming through from 4 Rivals. Malaysia takes a chicken dinner here. What a round from them. Really, really well played. The way they spaced out towards the end of that game was just beautiful. Yes, there's a bit of a slip-up versus Xavier, but those guys were on fire anyway, right, John? So it was almost to be expected that Xavier might be able to do just a little something towards the end of the game. But regardless, 4 Rivals, they set themselves up for a win, and I really do think that Rejects almost passiveness came back to bite them in the end of that game there. You know, they weren't wanting to move towards the beginning, they were just keeping an eye out, making sure they knew where the pieces were on the board. But when it came to the end of the game, they refused to move those pawns forward. They refused to send those knights over towards compounds, towards better positions. And in the end, that's what ruins it for them. Even with Duello finding some really nice shots towards the end of the game, it's not enough when you're in that position, regardless of being next to the circle for so long.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that they weren't quite able to clinch it out. I mean, it was Xavier who played massive spoiler from up top, right, with Duck able to find 2 spray downs on towards the reject squad, because at that point they had the advantage and they moved forwards. Unfortunately, just it slipped all the way away from them. I feel like they did have a winning position there, but the difficulty was obviously moving with the oversight from the Xavier. It's just so difficult to move when there's a team up there, even when you know they're going to have to go down first. You have to wait for them to die. You have to wait for them to fall down.
I still think that the pro play there was 4 Rivals like opting to go fight towards the 2 teams, but spacing themselves between Xavier and that open ground. You saw Xavier got locked into a cage towards the end of the game. They couldn't actually move from that position because there were no more smokes left in the tank, and you can't cross that open ground without just putting yourself in extreme danger. So I think 4 Rivals making that decision was extremely bold at the end of the day, but it works out for them because they're confident. They hear that infighting towards the top side of the map. They know that they can add enough pressure that that fight or teams will end up dead by the time that they've set up. So honestly, it was such a good game from 4 Rivals, and those little movements towards the end of the game were just what clinched it.
Yeah, very impressive stuff coming through for the 4 Rivals. You can see, even under the pressure that they were under, they still managed to find it with the 2 down the hill, numbers disadvantage. It was the position, as you say, that they put themselves in to win, and a perfectly placed nade to close things out. What better way to go? I mean, fantastic stuff, as you say, from 4 Rivals from Malaysia.
Honestly, big hype to our observers as well. I mean, that was such a good angle. Watching that nade just whoop, straight on his head. Like, I've not seen someone more beautiful in a long, long time. But yeah, that was good. That was really, really good. An enjoyable game. Honestly, we had a great couple of games to start off our first day of PMGC, John.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to head over to the analyst desk to break that one down, to set us up for the next one. We'll see you guys in a few.
Well, I asked, I should say, to Max Van Kalaris here about, will there be 2 out of 3 Chinese teams in the top 3? They said no. Nice, nailed it, correct. Then I asked, what about 1 out of 3? And they both said yes.
What,
but
dude, it's not
wrong.
You can't do that.
You know, I'm not trying to be mean. The point I'm trying to make here, Max, is a good point. Is that it's not going to be China reigning supreme here throughout the entirety of the league stage. We are seeing other teams step up. We see Enigma Galaxy again with a really good performance another time. 4 Rivals as well, winning out the chicken dinner. We are seeing other teams be able to compete against China. So obviously it was just 1 match, right? We're talking about. We can't really make those assumptions off 1 match. And if we did, well, we got proved wrong here in match 2.
Hey, Kalaris, he's trying to pin it on us right now. I don't know how to feel about this, right?
It's as if 1 game's too small a sample size. Strange this.
Interesting. Oh, but yeah, looking at this one, 4 Rivals, Alliance able to get himself a total of 30 points. I mean, there's so many things that can be said, Kalaris, and we were talking about it in the green room earlier, about these top 4 teams, about how they... I mean, even Enigma Galaxy in that one and how they approach this game, but 4 Rivals, we'll have a clip we're going to talk about later on about how they got in that position in the first place, but they were picking up kills left, right, and center because of that strong position, those strong divs. They knew the terrain really well because they drop around this initial position. Like, they were just controlling all of that vicinity, and it just looked easy for them.
Yeah, really, really cool to see, especially given, as you say, the terrain, how this plays out, these 5 teams kind of colliding towards the end. Xavier's was one that was farming kills on the hills south of all of this situation. I think BCR was trying to get in against them, not successful. They're only going out with 2 points here. But then for them to be able to transition off the hills down in towards where all these conflicts then go on is really cool. What a really good ending here, Jason.
Okay, you know what? I feel like I owe this to you, Max, because I'm always so harsh and critical on your predictions. But Stalwart Esports put up a really good performance. You called it perfectly. You saw them in our first page here of the match rankings, and that's a phenomenal performance. They can maintain that. They'd be looking fantastic. However, performances, Bigatron yet again in the second page you see here, and we do have our MVP of the match coming in for Appy. 640 damage with 6 limbs. I mean, that's a pretty good damage to kill ratio, or limb ratio, I should say, Kalaris.
That's right, yeah. Really cool to see them control the way they did. There was the one, not really a Hail Mary, but a calculated risk that they took, which again, Max is going to be talking about a little later on. But the way in which they're able to eventually push up on ST on the north, control that position, and then have 2 slightly down towards the south. Having this 2-2 split the way they did, not only being able to cover the 2 north, but then also being able to use the 2 south to take out where D Xavier's was, and then eventually fire on rejects. Really good understanding of how to use this terrain, so got to give them massive kudos.
No, if I'm not mistaken, Max would even call out Action as the player to watch. Max, you were on fire today.
What's happening? I'm not used to this. I'm being praised for my calls. This is so weird. This is completely different from PMPL Western Europe. But yeah, exactly. Tomorrow, we know Jason tomorrow is going to be mean to me at one point. But yeah, it's great to see. Normally, even when you look at the side of Stalwart, the main reason why you've seen this team do so well in the fights is because of that duo of Top and Action together. Of course, sometimes you're going to have only one player stand out a little bit more. Here it happened to be Action, but with the directive of Pika, they had one of the toughest rotations in this circle because all of the teams, and we talked about it, right, Kalaris, that were in the end, had such strong positions, such strong rotations. It's hard to really fight for a strong position and towards that ending, but they made it work out for some time, able to secure themselves a top 4. I'm really happy with that first game from Stalwart, so hopefully we can see a lot more from them throughout today.
I mean, the thing is for me, Kalaris, is that we saw Mongolia put on the map last PMGC with Zeus, or as Max would say, Zeus. But now we have Stalwart coming in from Mongolia. Imperium says that, okay. But now you have Stalwart Esports. I mean, we don't have Zeus back, but we see another team from Mongolia coming in, and again, really put them on the map or maintain them to be on the map here. They're currently sitting in 6th place with 18 points.
Yeah, really, really cool to see. I think that, you know, if slight changes that happened in this previous game, maybe they get even more because they understood that the compound that they had, that kind of warehouse overlooking all those fields, it is a bastion. It is a fortress to be able to hold down in a circle like this if the circle goes your way. They did have to flex out from there. They actually took the fight, I think it was to Nigma up at the top and got themselves some points from that, which, I mean, we'll talk about Nigma later on because they had a great spot and didn't really work with it. But yeah, it's nice to see STE putting up some stuff here.
Just want to point out as well, Max, as we're seeing, we got FaZe on 0 points. That's a team coming from SEA. We got, if I'm not mistaken, Genesis Dogma. Oh yeah, that's true. They haven't played yet. Never mind.
That's pretty normal.
Maybe I should take that into account. Sorry. You know what? Thank you. I'm going to shut up now, Max. You're the host. Now continue.
Oh no, we don't want to doing this again. But I mean, if they got kills and points while not playing, that would be highly impressive. But not going to happen just yet. But because they haven't played these first 2 games, and that also means we're going to see Team Secret in our 3rd game here on Erangel, they're now going to be playing. So I'm really intrigued to see how FaZe, how Team Secret are going to do their first impression in this tournament because these are big names that a lot of people expect to do well. So I can't wait to see how they're going to perform in their first game.
So the reason I wanted to bring up like these teams, and you're completely right, Secret, Genesis Dogma, and FaZe Clan, is for me, Genesis Dogma, they came in as a PMGC point qualifier. They beat out Bigatron, right? So for me, that shows that they have a lot of expectations set on them. If you're going to be able to beat Bigatron, the most popular team in Indonesia, you better be able to make it work when it comes into the actual event. But obviously, with them kicking off in just a few moments in match 3, we'll see how they're going to do. Yeah. But before we even get to that match, Max, man, you had something you wanted to bring up about 4 Rivals, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, not only myself, I think that me, Kalaris, and Imperium were talking about that earlier. About we had some very interesting approaches to some of these final circles. Some a lot of the teams talked about the Genesis, Nigma Galaxy at some point having some good rotations. Kind of maybe got a little bit more presence towards the end. But one team that did really well actually was the side of 4 Rivals. So now we're looking at Deadeye's guys' rotation where they had that early skirmish happening with SDE from China. So able to get himself a good fight, able to get himself 4 very early kills. It's always good to see from Deadeye's guys. And they were pretty proactive, I would say, Kalaris, trying to get himself in a central position. But because teams, and we saw that in the first 2 games now already, tend to center up a little bit more, the more you delay that, it just got a little bit more tricky for Deadeyes, I would say, towards
the end. Well, this is one of the teams that I was concerned about in terms of their drop, right? Were they going to be conflicting with D Xavier's in terms of what was going on there? No, they actually went to Power Grid, dominated that. And technically, positioning-wise, the places that they take up here are actually great positions. And as you were mentioning, though, this fight goes down in these compounds that they're currently situated in, but then moving forwards, I actually think that this move that is showing here was not Deadeye guys. I think it was 4 Rivals that we're looking at here. So ignore the fact that it's Deadeye's guys here. that move that you make up to that ridge line is very important, because if you make that move and you win it out, the teams behind you are kind of causing ferric damage and killing each other off, then it's a genius move. But if that fight doesn't conclude with all of those teams dying behind you, it's scary because they've got line of sights on you. So 4 Rivals takes that almost gamble, but it really pays off here, Max.
Yeah, I think we're going to have the clip come up in just a few seconds, but one of the teams that was also involved in that kind of position was the side of Damwon Gaming, where they went for a wide rotation away from El Pozzo, able to get himself in a strong position, but towards that ending there, I just touched upon it, and I'm going to repeat myself, a lot of teams tried to center up really quickly, all the strong positions already taken, forcing teams to go for big and aggressive compound breaches, and Deadeye's guys had to do that, and Damwon Gaming also had to do that, trying to get himself in that position, and because of all those skirmishes happening with Damwon, was also the side of Deadeye's guys, that offers a great opportunity for 4 Rivals. You can see initially their drop towards San Martin, Hacienda del Patron, slowly try and center up really early on in the circle to have priority in positions like this. And it's taken a long time to get to the clip, but the moment it shows up, you're going to see exactly what we're talking about them being super opportunistic and making the game-winning play to move away from Damwon, move away from also Deadeye's guys, because really they saw that entire fight was happening. Well, you have to cross the road. That is initially so complicated, right, Kalaris? So when you're using all that mayhem and that those big actions, the packed fights happening, and using that to cross over the road, that was the game-winning play that they pulled off, and it was highly impressive from 4 Rivals.
Yeah, not easy to do either. I mean, if you're looking here, a road like this effectively acts like a small stream, like a small river, right? It's a very open area for you to try and move across. This important fight here between Deadeye guys and Danawa eventually here is very, very important to the eventual success of 4 Rivals to be able to push to where they do. You could see them just briefly getting in their cars. They're making the move now up in the top right-hand side here. And if anybody survives from this situation, as I was mentioning before, then there's an easy line of sight onto 4 Rivals down towards the bottom. But it's not the case. Everybody dies off here. 4 Rivals capitalizes on effectively a game-winning position. So very, very well done.
Yeah, not only are they going for a strong position, right, they're also able to potentially pick up all the kills of this fight between DE and Damwon that's currently going down. So they're getting himself in a strong spot and picking up kills along the way. It's just a win-win situation for 4 Rivals. It was absolutely fantastic.
I feel like, isn't it like super risky for them to do this, considering, I mean, if you just saw there on the mini-map, like the amount of teams around them, and with them being split like this, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like that's so risky to do and has so much room for failure. Just because it worked out, I mean, just because it worked out doesn't necessarily mean it was the right play, but I'm just curious about your thoughts when it comes to that.
How I would put it, right, if you delay that anymore, your compound is going to be in the blue, and you're going to have to force yourself above a road with teams that are solidifying themselves in a strong position. I think this was a situation where there's only negative aspects, and they just tried to scramble a play that at the end did work out. But as you said, right, Jason, it was a very risky play. It worked out, but the more they delay it, the harder it's going to get, though. The sooner, the better.
I mean, I guess my question for you, James, is like, was it like not the right play to make, but it worked out, or was it like play to make in your eyes, and it worked out?
There's risk, definitely involved. The compound that they had on the other side of the road, if you sit there and kind of wait for that fight to play out on the west side of you, I think you're probably damned in that situation. There is the concern as well that Xavier's might actually moving a little bit more west, and then maybe you have that conflict happen a little bit earlier as well. But yeah, that doesn't happen there too. All of these moving parts interlocked with one another are complicated to kind of extrapolate. So you've got to make your best judgment then and there and hope it works out. Sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it does, like this one.
Well, speaking of best judgment, I hope all of you at home who are watching, who are getting involved with our fan vote, our fan favorite vote, are using, or being very smart about who you want to vote for. I guess it's really kind of up to you and who you want to vote for. I guess there's technically no wrong. I mean, if any of us were in the fan favorite vote, I'd hope you vote for us. I don't think it would vote for me. I know a lot of people who would vote against Max if that's possible. But you guys, make sure you're playing PUBG Mobile and you guys are voting for your favorite PMGC teams and players, because you'll be getting rewards for doing so. And you also get a voting ticket by logging into the game and obviously watching within the Esports Center and voting with your friends. So make sure you guys are doing all that. It's going to be fantastic to see who comes out as a fan favorite at the very end. I'm actually really curious because I feel like maybe it's starting to sway away from teams like Bigatron, maybe some newcomers able to make a name for themselves. But let's be honest, Paraboy's probably going to win because it's Paraboy, right, Max?
But wait, what was it last PMGC? Wasn't he like the model of the year or something like that? And now he's mobile gamer of the year? He's just getting trophies every time. I'm jealous, man. I wish I was Paraboy, but unfortunately, I am me, and that is very sad.
He wears the freshest clothes. He hangs out with the hottest dudes. And eats at the chillest restaurants. I mean, he's living his life.
Making me so envious, man. I don't know.
I feel like one of those, or many of those, weren't actually how you technically say the meme there. So I'm just gonna move on from that one.
Was that meme? I didn't get that.
That's fine. You don't know memes? What? We see Erangel coming up. It's going to be Group A, B, C, and E. So D's going to be sitting out this time. And like you said, Group E can be coming to the mix here. And it's a lot of the Southeast Asian teams. You got the likes of Team Secret. You got the Nepali team of DRS Gaming. I can already hear Imperium. Even though I technically cannot hear him at all, I can hear him screaming from Ireland, shouting and chanting DRS. Genesis Dogma, and of course FaZe Clan as well. I'm really excited to see Corpai come into the mix here as we saw him back last season with Power AAA KPS. But things are going to be interesting. As we mentioned before, Kalaris, like, E's had the chance to sit here, watch those last two matches, see teams drop locations, and I wonder if that's going to impact where they decide to go.
Show me Yasnaya. I want to see it. I want to see MS Chonburi going up against DRS. I think that, again, you know, extrapolating that situation, if that's going to be hot, resolve that quick, not only in the game, like, so you can get rotating, but also in the tournament, because it will cause problems moving into later games, later stages, etc.
Yeah, if this, when you talk about DRS now joining in and talking about that fight in Yasnaya, I have the impression, people say that what started the universe was the Big Bang. I think is actually DRS dropping in Yasnaya Polyana. That was the first thing that ever happened, so they're stubborn. Even if they lose, they're going to keep dropping there, so we'll see if they're going to be able to win out that fight.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that. If you're like losing out, you got to change things up. Like, you can't keep doing the same thing. It's like, is that the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over and expect a different result?
That's right.
There
So
you
they're
go.
saying fuck.
All right, so Group D, sit now. No Bigatron, no Star Esports, no BC Swell, no Reject as well. And I feel like maybe that's needed out of some teams. For Stalwart, maybe not, because they had such a good performance here. And we always talk about momentum. You don't want to sit out a match after you perform so well. But for the likes of maybe BTR, maybe it's a perfect time to sit out because they haven't been faring too well here so far.
Yeah, a little bit of a break for them. They're going to be able to take 2 games back-to-back off, so we'll see if they can try and come back stronger in the... well, I mean, they're going to come back in the last game of the day, so we'll see if they can try and close it off a little bit better. But yeah, I mean, especially when you're looking at the teams at the bottom right, I would like to see maybe a little bit more presence from Damwon especially. I think that they are also a team just like DRS that can be a little bit stubborn. I hope to see maybe a little bit more adaptability from Damwon, so we'll see how that's going to work out in this game.
Bro, I just can't wait. I'm sorry I said bro. I can't wait to see my boy Mad
bro,
Toy
it's
come
fine.
into this one. It's been so long since I've seen him. You got Mad Toy and Ice Shots coming back in from PMGC last year. We saw Team Secret. We saw Secret Jin as well. The Battle of the Secrets. I mean, well, one thing that is amazing always about seeing Team Secret play is their social media presence and the memes they come up with. Fantastic stuff. And hopefully we get some good things coming out of them. Make sure to check that out on Instagram. Also make sure to check out all of us on Instagram and of course PMGC as well. We're going to head to a short break. When we do come back, we'll be kicking off the 3rd match of the day, so don't go anywhere.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Watch out!
Saya jadi jago bukan karena kebetulan. Semua karena latihan dan kerja keras.
Watch out!
Lawan-lawan mah nggak pernah peduli sama apa yang udah kita lalui. Yang mereka lakukan hanyalah menunggu dan memburu. Ada yang lapar?
Watch out!
Let's do some magic. Ini dia jurus selanjutnya. Bukan sulap, bukan sihir.
Watch out! Watch out!
Muka pangalan, Cang. Nok, satu lagi. Untuk jadi yang terbaik harus punya trik yang banyak. Satu orang depan aku, Cok. Cover. Mati! Cepat! Watch me.
Rasanya ya seneng banget sih.
É uma sensação incrível. Nossa. Tu aprende a ter amor pelo próximo. É algo assim. Perdi, velho.
Но когда закончил, уже ни о чем не мечтаю, просто живу одним днем. У меня просто цель выиграть чемпионат мира.
他现在的责任很重，因为他现在是作为中国革命精英的形象代表之一。
Gimana kalau lu tahu lu ngebuat kesalahan terus bikin mood tim jadi agak down ya? Pastinya kesal sama diri sendiri juga sih. Banyak lah, gede pasti itu pressure-nya.
Fazia parte da Loops, um time brasileiro também de PUBG Mobile. Meu time acabou sendo desclassificado da final. A Alpha 7 me deu todo o apoio possível, né, naquele momento difícil.
Я уверен, что команда в нашей текущей форме готова стать чемпионами. И мы идем за этим.
Yang pasti gue belum puas karena semua player, semua tim pasti mau yang terbaik dan juara itu cuma satu, yaitu juara satu.
在 PMGC 夺得冠军后，只有2个方向可以走，要么是继续保持胜利，或者是其他队伍击败你。
I feel like if you're not one of those who have participated in these big past events, then you're gonna crack under that pressure. Or maybe, again, you turn out to be a diamond and you turn out to get into PMGC and win the whole thing and make a dynasty of your own.
Setiap saat chicken dinner.
진을 예쁘게 쳐놓긴 했는데
이거 준이 얻어.
준이 자 많이 뺐어요. 워리어스 스코어도 자 이거 오케이가 순식간에 녹을 수 있습니다. 이거 스코어가 판을 깔아줬거든요. 워리어스 본인들의 점수가
Welcome back, everyone, to PMGC 2021, the East League, as West will be coming up a little bit later on today, so don't worry if you didn't catch all the matches here, you still have more to catch later, and then you need to go back and rewatch all the matches in East as well to make sure you have all your daily dose of PUBG Mobile. We're getting to our third match here momentarily, and Kalaris, the first thing we have to talk about here off the bat is the fact that Group B are coming in for the first time today.
Yeah, excited to see them come in. Obviously, some big names in there after they've watched these first 2 games unfold. And how will they react to what they've already seen? Again, you know, we were talking about DRS. They're going to probably be going Yasnaya. That is a hot drop that can be a little bit scary. You want to get yourself finished in that hot drop fast so you can get your rotations going on. Also, Genesis Dogma, I want to see how their consistency can kind of convert from some of their regional play into this World Championship phase. They've been able to get themselves wins, big wins in fact, with 18, 20 kills apiece here and there in their region. But will that be able to convert to this huge international stage? And it remains to be seen.
Yeah, Max, I mean, Genesis Dogma, the fact that they qualified for PMGC over Bigatron, try to fight for their chance to qualify into this one. I think that really says a lot about obviously the scene in Indonesia, but also more importantly for this team. They have high expectations on them.
Yeah, it's always great to see new blood being fed into the scene, and teams are able to contest with the top teams. You talked about BTR now in terms of points for the Indonesia region being beat out by Genesis Dogma is very, very impressive. But you also got to keep in mind that the old OG teams are still performing as well, and one of the teams that's now going to be entering for the first time for Group E in these games is going to be Team Secret, right? You're looking at them. They qualified in this PMGC by winning 3 points in the Malaysian region, but they also won their championship. They didn't even have to, they just wanted it for extra bragging rights. So the fact that they have been dominating throughout the entirety of this year and are making it once again back into PMGC, I think Team Secret, for a lot of people at home, is going to be seen as one of these big favorite teams that could make it very far in this tournament.
I mean, speaking of dominating, I bet Team Secret were probably using a OnePlus 9T phone to have that kind of domination. With flagship performance, an immersive 120Hz display, and hyper-touch technology made specifically for gamers, the OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro are your best shot to climb the leaderboards and maybe your chance to get into PMGC. Pick up one of those phones and let's see if you compete next year, because of course there's going to be another year of PUBG Mobile action come up right around the corner. One team, though, as we head into our match here momentarily, that we haven't really touched on just yet is FaZe Clan. I think in general, for such a big Western organization to invest into a team in Thailand and PUBG Mobile is obviously making waves. The fact that Fnatic did it in India back, I think, Scout and his team. But you have Corpai on the team. He played with Power Triple A KPS. You have Beer 11, who played with RRQ Athena last year as well on the team, though he might be a sub. But the fact that so many other players on that roster have no PMGC experience, I think really shows, and it shows the faith that Corpai has in them.
Do I say it, Jason? I don't know.
Do it.
I think I'm going to say it. They're an Avenger level threat team, Jason. There you go. That's what I'm going to say about FaZe.
That's what you're going to say.
Yes, but it really, as you mentioned, right, having players from different teams that have just made a big name for themselves. You remember when you were talking about Power Triple A last season, Corpai was just leading the team in such a dominant way. It was amazing to see. B11 also, as you talked from RRQ Athena, but if you're looking as one of the players that was not part of one of those X rosters, but that was always part of FaZe throughout last year and this season also, it is Tony K. And I would say you want to pay full attention to how Tony K is going to approach these games, because he is an absolute beast when it comes to taking those fights. His gunplay is out of this world, and I think could be individually one of the most gifted players, potentially aiming for MVP. I know that's a big statement to make when you have so many individual talent in this PMGC, but Tony K, I would literally not be surprised if he's MVP at the event, at the end of the event.
I mean, it speaks volumes, doesn't it, Jason? If Beer 11 is on the bench for if someone like that, who, when you think about RRQ Athena back in the day, we're rivaling for #1 against some of the biggest teams in the world. If he's on the bench, then they've got a lot of confidence in the roster that they're going to be fielding here into this tournament. It's going to be good to watch.
Well, we haven't talked about curses too much because Maxman's been pretty on point today, but one thing I hope, one curse that doesn't come into light is FaZe Clan, or I guess Corpai in particular, qualifying for the Super Weekend in the final match of the final day of League play. That seemed to be their curse last season. Let's see if they change the tides here as we head into our next match, and to do that, we gotta bring in some new commentators. We throw it on over to Imperium and Blair here for the first time in PMGC.
Well, thank you for that, Jason. Everyone looking fantastic. And you are looking great, Imperium. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty damn amazing. This is the PUBG Mobile Global Championship, baby. This is where all of the hard work, the blood, sweat, and tears throughout the whole year has led up to this point for every single one of these teams. And yes, we've had the 2 games go down so far, but with new teams entering into the mix, some changes possibly to be made with the drop spots, etc., I'm all ready for the excitement to unfold, my friend.
Yeah, especially with Group D sitting out. Now we're going to be seeing Group E coming in. The desk alluded to the fact that Team Secret coming in. They're going to be heavy hitter. We, of course, have Genesis Dogma, GIDS dropping in as well. A team who I'm going to be a little, I wouldn't say biased, but a team I've really been had the opportunity to cast quite often over the past 1 year is, of course, going to be DRS. And one potential early fight we wanted to see was what's going to happen in Yasnaya.
Yeah, DRS are such an interesting and intriguing team to watch, because we were talking about this before the start of the game, and you brought up one really good point about DRS. Back in PMPL South Asia, at the start of it, they were very aggressive, they were very proactive and coordinated, but they slowed down, and that hurt them massively, despite them still coming out with that first place. and they can be a little bit volatile with their performances. Sometimes they play as if they are that absolutely dominating global championship team, and then other times, man, they kind of play as if they really don't know what they're doing. So I'm a little bit worried, but I'm also excited on how they're going to deal with this Yasnaya drop along with MS Chonburi.
All right, we got a zone coming up as well. It's not going to be anything too drastic. I think a lot of these teams are going to be pretty comfortable overall. We have FaZe as well, another heavy hitter into the server. And here's the thing with Group E, and this is something our desk kept touching upon again and again, but here we go. This fight, DRS and MS Chonburi, neither of these two teams are going to be shying away from trying to take control of Yasnaya. But that being said, Yasnaya is pretty big, right? So there is a world where these two teams could kind of avoid an early conflict. But looking at how some of the individuals of Chonburi have dropped, it looks like, I wouldn't say surrounded, but DRS could potentially be sandwiched.
Big time, man. Much heavier split coming out from MS Chonburi at the start of this one. We're also seeing in the kill feed TJB getting a couple of early kills onto the Xavier. Now, TJB didn't drop on this side of the map in the first Erangel game of the day. They opted for a different drop spot, so I think it's caught the Xavier by surprise, going for that 2-2 split in Mansion Shelter. It does hold its own risk, and TJB were able to capitalize off it, my man.
Yeah, that is something that you really need to be wary of as well. And I just want to get back to the point I wanted to make before we saw MSC potentially going up against DRS would be for Group E, and this is again something our desk alluded to. They were watching the first two games, right? So
yes,
there are two ways you look at this. They've obviously been watching how these teams have been approaching these early games. They obviously know where some of these drops are going to be. But that could also potentially force them to overthink things. And also, number one, and that's number two, all these other teams, they have tasted blood. They've got a couple of kills under the belt already. Meanwhile, everyone from Group E, they're going to have to kind of hit the ground running. And there is the possibility of these teams getting off to a bit of a slow start.
True, but one thing I will say, at least on paper, about these teams in Group E, is, to me, they're the strongest group. You have direct PMPL qualifiers of Malaysia, Singapore, as Maxman said about Team Secret, PMPL South Asia and DRS, PMPL Indonesia from Genesis Dogma. And then if you look at FaZe, not only are they coming into this as one of the favorite teams, but they directly qualified from the SEA Championship League. That one spot that was available went to FaZe. So to me, if you know, you bring up that kind of risk factor of them kind of needing a good start, honestly, these are the 4 teams on paper that can do it. So it's going to be exciting to see. We see Team Secret on our screens with a 2-2 split around the Shelter, Kameshki area for the time being. Phase 1, we haven't really talked about too much, man. It is on that southwest side of the map. Nova's 4-man split on Gatka is strong, but it's something that they of course need to be aware of, because as their position is pretty central inside this first circle, teams are automatically going to be rotating a little bit earlier around their position, and if they're not too careful, I know it's Nova, but still, if they're not too careful, they could have a player or two caught out.
I was just giggling like a little child. The fact that it was Lamborghini, you know, apt name to be the first person to get knocked out by a vehicle running over him. So that's that. But taking a look at the teams here, of course, another team we do want to touch upon is going to be GD Gids, or Genesis Dogma. Definitely an Evangelion reference. I know you're not a weeb like myself, but I'm sure a couple of people who watch Eva would probably get that reference, but that's okay. In fact, you're better off not being a weeb.
Hey, it's 2021. All forms of culture is acceptable in my eyes, and there's nothing wrong with being a weeb. It's like, what, years ago when people were classes like comic nerds, and look at what happened there when you have Maxman referencing Avenger level threat. Hey man, you know, being a weeb, it's totally acceptable in this day and age, my man.
All right. I mean, if you say so. I'm way more self-deprecatory, but we do have a bit of a skirmish breaking out here. It's going to be DRS getting the first knock. Now, it's not really confirmed yet, but AJ, he is going to be running up those stairs looking to get the first kill and confirms it, and that's going to be Jasper from MS Chonburi. And we did. I did have the opportunity to watch some of the scrims yesterday. I'm sure you did as well, Imperium. And one thing we noticed was MSC. They actually had a very comfortable time taking out DRS. Speaking of which, Anima is coming in heavy fire, but he's going to somehow manage to get the knock, and he's looking to fight it all by his lonesome. So very close, but he will be found out. So equal trades, but now Galden coming in real fast, looking to prevent the res from taking place.
But where is TG13? Why is he so far away? If you want to go for the recommitment, MSC, you go for it as a full team. Now, that's been a good turnaround from Ponzai, getting that call out off on board. But poor push from DRS, he's going to get the third. Oh my lord, that solo play. But still, TJ13 should have been there to join in with the mix.
But one by one, they just walk in, just get funneled in through the door, and yeah, Mafia Ninja probably left wondering how it all went wrong. It was a 4v3 favoring DRS Imperium, and then, yeah, maybe got a little too over-eager, but fantastic work coming in from MSC to kind of... Well, that could have easily been a 1v3 favoring DRS, but instead, the tables have been flipped, and now... Chonburi very well aware there's only one member remaining for DRS, and I don't expect Mafia Ninja to get very over-eager here. He's going to try and live up to his name and be a bit of a ninja hiding around the town of Yasnai. It's a pretty big town, it's a pretty big town, but eventually he will have to evacuate the premises because it is definitely not in the zone. Right now it's a waiting game, and especially for DRS coming in the first game of the day, it would not be a good start to get knocked out at the very beginning.
Some might say he's just a small town girl living in a lonely world.
Oh God! No,
Unfortunately, there's no trains to take at midnight.
Even 5 minutes, Imperium.
Dude, I know it's not a metal song reference because we both love metal music, but I had to pull it out there, dude. Welcome to Casting with Imperium. You are very much welcome. As we come into this phase one, pushing in, and the blue zone starting to close in, you have 6-8 down by Primorsk and a Quarry split. It's a pretty big split. Genesis Dogma, who you highlighted, I think have one of the stronger positions in this phase one. It's on that hill above Ferry Pier, and that allows them to not only grab a lot of information on that northern field, but it gives them a great exit strategy and a reposition strategy on phase two. Plus phase being all together then on the north side of Quarry is a little bit of a similar position. It's high ground, gives them a lot of viability. I'm excited to see what they do with it.
Absolutely. Speaking of high ground, the Mafia Ninja is not really a high ground, and he's just waiting for MS Chonburi to evacuate the premises, but they're sticking around. They're going to be looting up the Hearts Content. All three players grouped up, even TG13, and they will enter a vehicle now, and that could be the opportunity that Mafia Ninja has been waiting for. Looking at how the rotation's taking place, Infinity are going to be making their way up north, but they might be going up against GD Gids.
I would nearly recommend, they're kind of committing to, but I would nearly have recommended that they kind of backtrack and go on that eastern bridge, but they feel comfortable to commit to it as Genesis Dogma are possibly a little bit too heavily split. We'll have to wait to see how it works out for them. And as the phase two pops up, we see teams start to react. Deadeye's guys pushing in 4 rivals, looking for a couple of shots. Will not connect too much, but on each of these teams go. Deadeye's guys now a little bit further ahead. They're going right into the loving arms of a couple of the Nova players.
I'm kind of enjoying how a couple of these teams are not really scared. We saw the first game on Erangel, right? Everyone was kind of spread evenly across. There was no clusters of teams. No one was really daring to take that opening duel. And you look at Miramar, we saw some heavy fragging efforts coming in from a couple of the top teams there. And now it feels like a couple of these teams are feeling a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more loosey-goosey, and looking to take the fight. So definitely an interesting start here on Erangel pretty early in the game, as well as TJB going to be going for a bit of an excursion. And if they're not careful, Genesis Dogma, they're hearing all these sounds and they could unleash on them.
Yeah, because Genesis Dogma joined up a little bit earlier a little bit later than I expected, but it's still at the right time to get the shots onto TJB and send them back further away, most likely closer to Ferry Pier. So really good awareness overall from the Indonesian side as they look to control up against the Chinese team of TJB. Couple of teams still outside the circle. You have Cryptics on that western coastal line. You have Team Secret making their way across the bridge on the north side, and MSC moving away from Yasnaya.
Yeah, right now, though, these two teams aren't really moving away from each other. HSER getting a nice knock to his opposition. Genesis Dogma, they have the cover to patch themselves up. However, in the meantime, Nova team had we've had ups and downs already very early in the tournament, so I'm looking to see how they're going to be faring as well. In the meantime, the Team Secret, yes, they haven't really had to go up against anyone else yet, and unlike DRS, who are have been whittled down to just a one-man squad, they have everyone very much alive and kicking, looking very sleek in these vehicles. Damn, that looks good.
Look good, feel good, play good, win good. That's what Team Secret have been all about throughout this second half of the 2021 PUBG Mobile Esports ecosystem. So gotta be careful about what's going to be going on in front of them, as they are going in a little bit blind into this phase 2. Luckily, only Down One Gaming are pretty much kind of directly in front of them inside Gatka compound for the time being, although they are still playing a safe Team Secret on that rotation, hugging more the edge of the circle, which is definitely a sensible way to move in when you don't have that information. FaceCon still holding on to that north spread of quarry, which is once again I think is a great spot to hold on to, despite TJB getting a knock on the Genesis. The revive was executed and Infinity are behind TJB, so that's a cluster we'll have to consider as phase 3 shifts up north and it centers quite nicely.
I do wonder where Mafia Ninja is. He's somewhere. He's somewhere
He's a
out in the
ninja,
blue.
man. He's a ninja.
He is a ninja. Yeah, we can't see him on the minimap either, and I'm sure he's still out of the blue, slowly making his way in. And of course, MS Chonburi are going to be very cognizant of the fact that there is a possibility for him trying to sneak his way behind. Taking a look at Team Secret, though, they're going to be going on interestingly, they're going to be going up north, which makes sense. A majority of the teams are a little bit more centrally located right now. They're coming in from the southern side, but if they go further on this particular trajectory towards Gatka, there is a certain team waiting for them, and they are very much, very well aware of it. They're going to be slowly making a bit of a fortress with the vehicles as TGB are coming under heavy fire from Deadeye's guy. Shifu is going to open things up at getting a knock, and he's looking for more. True Love as well from Deadeye's guys, just laying down the pain and knocking down a couple of players, but a reply will come in from TJB. Back and forth the duels, and a couple of the members of TJB are very, very low indeed. Not much cover to work with either, apart from a couple of trees and the vehicles. So a lot of smokes and nades getting deployed by DE, and they are harassing TJB right now.
Important utility being used by Deadeye's guys. TJB were giving a little bit too much space. He got a confirmation on one of the Deadeye's players. HR is knocked, yet to be confirmed, but instantly 3 to 4 nades is slowing TJB, putting damage onto them. An attacker, he's knocked by Torulov.
It's just a consistent, incessant bombardment coming in from DE, and I'm actually surprised that TJB haven't lost a member yet, but DE, they're going in for the kill. They're going in for the confirmation on a few of these knockdown players. Attacker on his knees, bloodied, crawling, trying to find a semblance of safety, but he still has a couple of his members alive, but they haven't spotted out. A great knock comes, and Shifu will fall, but the nade will take down Longs, and now one man remaining for TJB. No, that's it. TJB getting eliminated in the 16th position. And that's a rough start for them in Game 3, considering how incredible they looked in the first two.
Deadeye's guys, they may not be looking the absolute strongest in the overall leaderboards, but that's 2 games in a row they've gotten early team fight wins on a Chinese team. I'm very impressed with how this team are playing, how aggressive, proactive they look, and how just confident they are of taking these fights, and really impressed. I know Deadeye's guys coming into this global championship, their first big global tournament, but I see a lot of potential. I remember back in PMPL Season 1, I was talking to Shifu, and he said to me, we will bounce back stronger. And what could you ask for a stronger way to bounce back? Qualifying for the PMGC, now coming in here and taking out a fantastic team such as TJB. Really well played from them.
Oh, absolutely. And one thing I did notice casting PMPL South Asia Season 3 and 4 was, in Season 3 it was just a Mongolian domination, right? Teams like Starwood Esports, we had Astro Academy, Zeus Esports, they were just dominant.
Yeah.
And then we saw Season 4, where the rest of South Asia really rose up to the occasion. They were able to duke it out against these Mongolian teams. So it's great to see that has indeed transitioned into the global stage, as well as 4 rivals. They're going to be going against Team Secret, but Team Secret immediately evacuating the premises, and they're going to try and find a semblance of safety. But out in the open, they're going to get shot at. So they have had a member, or maybe a couple of members, knocked down, but in fact, it was by Nova.
It was indeed, and that's what you get for kind of running away from a singular fight. You end up kind of getting third party. But we move on to this fight between 628 and Rico Infinity. It's not really the best position for 628 to be in, but luckily for them, Rico Infinity are being a little bit distracted by a wild rotating Xavier. Frankie and Duck, the last 2 players standing, hoping for the best, but they're walking into the loving arms of that Rico team.
Meanwhile, down 1. They have a member knocked down, and Team Secret, they're taking this fight, although it is, I believe, just a 2-man squad right now, and Jumper, he needs to really heal himself up, as a member is going to be caught out on the rooftop. The confirmation is not going to be coming in from Uni, but considering how they just seem a little discombobulated, do Team Secret. So yes, they will lose a couple of members, but at least 2 will survive. Meanwhile, FaZe in the open plains duking it out with yet another team. That is, of course, Infinity. But this battle is still going to continue. Team Secret, they're not going to let up. They're still looking for more, but Down One Gaming are looking incredible. Just 1 member left standing for the time of Team Secret, and Down One Gaming, they're looking in for the hunt. They're looking for the finish, and they will find it.
Fantastic by Down One Gaming. Excited to see that global organization hit PUBG Mobile, picking up the former Warriors team and taking them to the global championship. They are coming into this with a lot of confidence, and that fight against Team Secret proved that we see Rico Infinity cleaning up the rest of the Xavier. Said it wasn't going to be easy for them, a nice proactivity for Rico, but now their next challenge, Blah, is the side of 628 down below in the compound. They are protected. Good thing for 628 is that if Rico Infinity overstep their mark, there could be a couple of third parties from the likes of Enigma.
Right now, this does seem like a 3-way battle here. Infinity pinned down, downhill. Oh, that nade is perfection. And Tunny, he's got a lot of work to do. He's going to try and first patch himself up, maybe deploy a couple of smokes. No, FaZe, they come in and steal away the kill, but in turn, he will fall as Cryptix is going to eliminate FaZe from the server.
Well, you know what? You might as well take a team down with the Cryptix coming in from behind and getting that cheeky squad right. But now Genesis Dogma is their next challenge. They have the high ground advantage. They have the circle advantage. Either way, this is a very hard fight for Cryptix to take. They proved to play very strongly in the first Erangel game of the day, sweeping around the circles, playing in on the edge. But as they're so heavily separated, it's a much harder.
Oh, this is just battle for the
Nova?
position. Meanwhile, you can see what's happening in Nova. Yeah, all 4 members still alive, and they are in a very, very comfortable spot indeed, at least for now. They need to eventually make a move. And if you look at where the next zone is going to be, there is still a battle going on between, I do believe that is between Rico Infinity. Not sure which other, yeah, and Down One Gaming. And there we go, Down One Gaming, even though they were able to get that wipe, they are coming under heavy fire from Rico Infinity, who are bombarding this particular compound. Now, 2 members remaining for Down One Gaming, and while they do have this compound still under control, it's just 2 members, and they can be isolated.
Again, Rico Infinity playing this compound so perfectly, right? So many teams will go into a compound and stay passive, stay quiet, not make a move. Rico Infinity know that this is hot property and they have to stop every team from taking control.
Oh, these nades, though, I'm so sorry I had to cut you off there, Perrin, but these nades, they are bombarding Genesis Dogma, and they will have to maybe just give up the teammate, perhaps? No, they're still going to provide a little bit of cover fire, but another member, Satar, is so very low on HP, and another well-placed nade could find him, and there you have it, El Chapo with a secondary knock, and, well, for Genesis Dogma, they're down to just 1 member, and he will have to run for the hills. There's not much he can do, and Cryptix, 4 kills, 5 kills, and all 4 still alive pretty late into the game.
I'm forced to ask, why did Genesis Dogma allow Cryptix to enter off that hill? There's no way, shape, or form that should have been the case. So a mistake on Genesis' side as MS Chambry are gatekeeping Nova, get a kill on board. 10 teams, they're 25 players alive, and MSC, they pick up their 6th kill.
Yeah, MSC almost getting the wipe onto Nova, but I do believe one member has somehow managed to snake his way to safety. And there you have it, is Jimmy, and he's out in the open in the buggy, so he can get shot at by multiple teams. And I'm just going to keep a counter for how long he can survive. Thus far, he seems to be blessed, but you take a look at how these teams are laid out. Well, never mind. I have brought out the Casus Curse, my first of the day.
Maxman Curse?
Anyway. The Maxman Curse, there we go. And that is going to be it for Nova. But Down One Gaming, still two-man squad, still holding on to that compound. We have Jedi's guys as well. They have expended a lot of their smokes. And look at MS Chonburi coming in from behind. Pop is going to drop right next to, I do believe that's Turulov.
Pop goes the Weasel, possibly. We'll have to wait and see. Turulov stays inside the passenger seat, which is a good move to make. The very calculated play, and as the rest of the team are going to push on in, the molly is being fired out to Groza from Pop. Let's see if he can make it count.
Well, they still have no idea. He can just strike. His biding his time. He's got on the vehicle right now, and this is an opportunity to get a knock onto TG13. It is indeed going to be Pop is going to fall. Now is Turulov aware of TG13's position? Yes, he is indeed. Now a nade will find Shifuser, and on top's very low as well. So Turulov has to do everything by his lonesome. One member still standing for MSC. And Turulov now going to be getting into the vehicle once more, and he is going to get the finish. I do believe Action's going to be on top with the nade, but in turn, DEF suffered a number of casualties. However, none of these are confirmed deaths yet. The res can still come in, but Ponzai could just completely ruin the day.
Plus, Nigma are looking for this, right? They're still up as a full squad down on the southwest side, and they've been able to clean up another one of the DE players down. Deadeyes goes, and MSE given a tiny bit of respite, but in come the MENA representatives, Nigma Galaxy, to clean up another team.
Nigma Galaxy definitely in a very, very good spot right now. It's not been necessarily a very high fragging game for them. Remember, they did place top 5 in the first map, and they're looking to replicate the success, as Ponzai will be found out as well. So MSC will also be eliminated from the server. In the meantime, Cryptics, they're in a bit of a pickle. They got the rock, they got a tree, and have a few smokes to obscure the vision from 6 to 8. But nades are getting lobbed in, and Lazy Boy somehow ducking and weaving from these HEs. And, well, it is going to be Nigma Galaxy as well, joining the fray, coming in from behind. So Cryptics, they're kind of screwed.
Oh, they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. The rock being where Lazy Boy is, the hard place being 6 to 8, and Nigma pinching them.
This is looking very rough for Cryptics, and I do believe that is going to be it. A final nade is what is going to seal the deal, and Cryptics will be no more. We're down to the final 4 teams, and it is going to be Rico Infinity team and Nigma Galaxy with all members alive. And look at Rico Infinity's position. Look at the amount of ground they have covered, and amount of real estate in their name. So Nigma Galaxy, even though they have 4, they're out in the open. Down One Gaming haven't yet moved from their little compound, and of course for STE, 2 members still alive that had a little bit of a little house to work with, and a drop as well. I don't believe they're going to be going for the loot right now, but that could potentially be some much needed cover if they do indeed need to rotate.
I can't help but feel like this is kind of any one of these final 4 teams games. Yes, Rico Infinity is in the center. They have a full squad up. 8 kills so far in this game, but they can get third party. They can get pinched by either Nigma or Down One. I can't see 6 to 8 getting involved in Rico too much. Their focus, in my eyes, is Nigma and stopping them from breaching onto those buildings.
Rolf is going to be finding his time, providing covering fire, while remaining teammates just going to be inching a little bit closer. Looking at the zone, though, no one, apart from Down One, majority of teams are going to be kind of comfortable. Down One eventually needs to move in, though. And I think they are feeling very, very comfortable time being. But considering there was a lull in the action, at least in the vicinity, no one's really keeping an eye on Down One's position.
I think Prestigo is somewhat being proactive in that
Perhaps,
regard.
yeah.
They know they're there because Down One have been here for a while, and Rico, they should not forget of what is directly in front of them. Yes, the blue zone is going to punish Down One, but still, you got to deal with what's behind you before you can focus on what's in front of you.
Well, right now, 628, they've been spotted. Rough. Really want to necessarily take this fight. They don't want to give away the the fact that they have a man advantage over the majority of the teams still alive. And they're just going to be hugging this little tree, this little slope, gentle slope of this hill. And they have eyes on the left and the right-hand side of their position. Meanwhile, Rico Infinity as well in that compound, they don't need to budge yet. They have a player that is Fridian in the back line, just running around, making sure no one's sneaking in from behind, as a bit of a skirmish will break out between 6 to 8. And that could be the opportunity. If Rico Infinity do want to go for it, Ian, maybe lob a couple of nades, and there you have it, nades getting lobbed in, and that might force Enigma Galaxy to kind of reposition themselves. But where do they even go from here, Imperium? I don't see any cover.
But that's because they took too long to go for a core position, right? They've threaded that needle a little bit too lightly in my eyes. You gotta really take control. You can't go in little by little. At this point in the game, you go hard or you go home. Roof gets knocked. Anis is gonna step up. Fabian gets knocked. Down One Gaming are out, I believe, and we're down to our final 3 teams.
And you called it. You did call it. It was Prestigo who was just holding the line. He spots him out, of course, helped out by his teammates as well. And Damwon Gaming, the South Korean representatives, doing a pretty good job overall, placing top 4. At least placement points-wise, and getting a few kills as well to their name. Now, Enigma Galaxy, all 4 still alive. And for Rico Infinity, this looks like almost a guaranteed win. As long as they don't make any big slip-up, as long as they don't overextend themselves, this one should be in the bag. It should be chicken dinner for them.
Sunan on his own. A shack of dreams, a hope, a prayer, a wing. Let's see if Enigma and Rico can take each other out. That third party can come into play. Prestigo, the IGL on the roof of the building, having the elevated position as they push in to Enigma.
Well, the 2 MENA teams now going up against each other. A couple of knocks taking place. Freak, the one man still standing behind the blown up vehicle. And it is going to be SK Tun with a nade. Could potentially finish him off. No, deals a bit of chip damage. And Hamodi somehow managed to sneak his way in right next to his teammate. So a res is potentially on the cards. No, it's not. Rico Infinity, they know they have this one. And they're going in for the final kill, the final knock, the final finish. And that is going to be it. The MENA teams, they've come to play here, Imperium.
Absolutely perfect. 15. And I mean like perfect performance from Rico Infinity. I said it during the game and I'll say it again. They knew that their compound was going to be focused. They knew their compound was hot property. Every single team and player that breached, they pushed them. Yes, they allowed Down One Gaming to lease a couple of buildings for a little bit of time, but when that lease was out, they evicted Down One Gaming as soon as it came up, and from there they were able to focus. Enigma missed a bit of a golden opportunity to kind of push more heavily on the 6-8, so they only had to worry about Rico. It was what it was in the end. Rico dominated, absolutely dominated.
I know, I mean, 15 kills. We're seeing some very high fragging affairs coming out from a multitude of these teams. Also, again, like while we had the 3 Chinese teams and 2 MENA teams in the top 5 in Game 1 in Erangel, this time around in Erangel, we have 1 Chinese team in the top 5, but we have 3 MENA teams. Somehow, like Erangel, it seems to be a map for not the Southeast Asians or the South Asians, but rather the teams coming from the extremities of Asia, which is very cool. And I know it's still early, I know it's still a small sample size, Imperium, but yeah, it's a fun fact.
For me, what these results so far show is how much of a development the MENA region has had over the last 8 months to a year. We look back at the spring split when they played against the CIS and Turkish teams in the EMEA Championship, and they stepped up there. Coming into the fall split in PMPL, South Asia and MENA, they stepped up there. Time and time again, the MENA region has proven themselves. Internally, they've had so many big tournaments. You have the Global Esports Tour in Saudi Arabia as an example, right? I'm so impressed with the MENA region, and yes, I was worried about Rico Infinity more so than any of the other MENA teams, but man, this game alone, Rico have proven that they have what it takes to really control these games.
Yeah, I don't think you have to be much worried about this particular Saudi team anymore. Of course, they have a Kuwaiti and a Syrian as well in their team, so not just representing one country, but kind of like 2 or 3 countries right there. The one question I'm going to be bringing up is going to be now for DRS. Sure, it's a first game, right? It was a bit of a rough start. They're going up against MS Chonburi. And this is more of a question for our analyst desk, but maybe you can give it a shot as well, Imperium. Now that they know that their drop, Alidias Naya, is going to be contested by MS Chonburi, where they have come out on top very convincingly, do they have a plan B? Because one thing Odes mentioned at the beginning of the day was how some of the teams, some of the better teams always have a plan A or a plan B or a plan C, depending on who they're going up against, depending on what their drop locations are, and certain teams do not. And DRS, and I've casted them quite a bit, they don't seem to have a plan B.
That's definitely a weakness in my eyes, is that they don't really always seem to have a plan B. You're dead right about that, Blah. For me, in that game 1, there's positives and negatives to how DRS played. They did drop better than MSC, but they lost the team fight, so they've really got to fix that, and I think they can come out on top.
Well, we, of course, have a lot of questions as well, but I'm not necessarily a very smart guy, although Imperium is, but we definitely have some very smart dudes waiting on the desk. So, Jason and gentlemen, take it away.
Well, that's not fair, Blah. You are as smart as you are tall. For people who don't know how tall he is, well, then you won't understand what I'm trying to say. Welcome back to this, everyone. We got Max Ben and Kalaris here yet again to break down this last match. And the way I'm going to open up this segment is to say, Mina is here to play. My lord, I never expected him to come out this strong so far here in day 1.
Yeah, it's been very interesting because I've been following the conversation online on YouTube and Instagram, and it seemed like the general consensus that I've been able to see from a lot of the viewers at home is that everyone sees the MENA region as one of the regions that's improved the most throughout the past year of PUBG Mobile. And potentially coming into this, people were thinking they're a weak region if you haven't followed the MENA teams too much. But their aggressive playstyle is so good, and I think that in the past their weakness was especially their macro playstyle and how they would maybe scout for information. Man, they've improved on that drastically throughout this past year, and I think that now they're here to win, right? Because when you look especially at the first game, it was top 3 teams, Chinese teams, but in 4th and 5th it was 2 MENA teams. So since game 1, they have been pretty consistent throughout today.
Yeah, be it taking compounds early and kind of fortifying those, or being very decisive when the circle is shifting slightly away from them, and then saying, okay, we still want a central position, but how are we are going to go about doing that? They're very quick on the trigger about when they're kind of moving from their particular placements to actually moving to another location. If I'm thinking about some of the southern teams here in this circle, then moving up to try and find themselves the right spot. So I'm liking the quick thinking coming into this lobby already, Jason.
Yeah, and I asked you, actually, Kalaris, while watching the match, like, is this MENA team just centering up really early? And you actually mentioned to me that the zones are typically kind of like falling over towards where they are. So my real curiosity comes in the aspect of when the zones don't go their way, can they still get in the zone early? Can they still have the same kind of performance? And I think that's a challenge they're going to have to overcome here in the next matches.
Yeah, definitely so. I think the one that does impress me quite well in this game, it's kind of 50-50, is Rico Infinity team, obviously. They get themselves the win, that's brilliant. They find themselves this compound, which actually is a compound, Max, that's not that easy to defend, but they spread themselves across it here, be able to kind of greet teams upon arrival, and effectively use the other teams around them to deny lines of sight from other teams, right? So yeah. I think overall it's a smart play coming out from them.
When you look at that compound, some compounds only have like 1 or 2 weaknesses. This compound, you can push from north, you can push from the east, you can push from the south. So you got so many entry point opportunities. So, and you talked about that spread, which I think is great to mention here, Kalaris. They made sure that no teams are going to get close, because if a team tried to contest that position early, there's a big chance that they were just going to lose a player because of that split and then instantly get taken down. But they were taking shots early on to make sure teams are not willing to take that fight. And when you have a position like that that's so central, right, you're going to be able to get a lot of kills. 15 kills on top of that game. That's a 30-point bomb coming out from Rico Infinity. And on top of that, we know, as we covered the Global Esports Tour, right, Kalaris, SK Tom was the MVP, and we saw great stuff on Prestige. Man, their fragging power is also extremely, extremely high in this lobby.
Way to rub it in, Max, and I wasn't doing that event with you guys. No, I'm just kidding. I did want to point out Genesis Dogma really fast, because I've been saying, you know, I want to see them, if they qualify through PMGC points, if they beat out Bigatron, they better live up to it. And in their one match zone that they've played, they have 7 points. They have 6 eliminations. Bigatron have 5 points overall and 4 eliminations. So just in one match alone, they're able to already come out the gate swinging. And for me, that's a great sign about this team. You can see FaZe Clan there at 2 points at the very end. Prestigio coming in with 1,200 damage. Let's hear it, Kalaris.
Oh, there you go. I got it in. I couldn't believe actually when I saw this 1.2k coming in here from Prestige. I think not only the separation that they had, but also kind of just smart moves. Like Anis, for example, being in the northern position of these compounds and then falling back once you see Damwon actually coming in to that spot. But yeah, just shooting at everything here was Prestige. Brilliant stuff.
I want to say, just in case you didn't watch the was it European Regional Championship, Spen Cargo did fill in for you quite well with the sounds. It was it was very interesting. But yeah, obviously like 1,200 damage is phenomenal, and again, like we're seeing the strength of the teams in this region in general. I mean, 7 eliminations as well on top of this, and of course we're going to see him in a head-to-head again. Pons, you know, the ex Mega Conqueror player. But he contributed 64% to his team with his almost 1,000 damage, just 1 point short.
Oh man, his back must be hurting a little bit carrying that game on his shoulders. That's pretty nice. But also the reason why you see him potentially get that much damage, they had that fight versus DRS. And I could talk for ages about DRS and they're dropping Yasnaya Polyana. I could go on for ages, but I'm not going to. But they were able to get himself a few early kills on that fight. But even though they were able to win that fight early on, MS John Buri are just stuck in that position, right? Because you don't know where the players are, and it's just. And you mentioned this quite a few times, right, Kalaris? Is a compound it's very slow to move away from that compound if another team is there, right? And that made them lose a lot of time, and the odds of them winning the game because of them dropping in Yasnaya, it just drops down drastically, I would say, because of that inherent drop.
Yeah, sorry. When you say compound, are you on about Yasnaya, the city?
Yeah, sorry, the city. I say compound for everything, but yes, the city.
It's a big compound. Yeah. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. But yeah, you're right. It will delay things. I mean, the direction that they're coming in from that kind of northeast side here, they arrive at this circle later than almost, I think, 6, 7, 8 teams, right? So that causes these knock-on effects that you're going to feel when you have these hot drops.
You can see here our rankings so far over the course of today. They had 4 rivals in first place, and fantastic job by them so far. But again, to see Enigma Galaxy have 0 chicken dinners, have the most placement points out of any team with 0, I think is a real testament to how strong they can be.
Yeah, I mean, that is their playstyle in general, right? They're going to try and potentially play around that. So there's some teams that I'm surprised to have a little bit of a weaker start here towards the bottom. I would have liked to see a little bit of a better game from FaZe especially, but you know what? Slow start, that's fine, and Infinity and Secret get himself 1 point right now. At 1 point saved, there's 1 point earned, so still happy to get at least 1, but hey, they're currently in the danger zone. You want to be out of those top 4, so you don't have many games in the league stage, right? You need to get back on track as soon as possible because things can get scary really quickly.
I actually, Jason, before you continue, I want to talk about Enigma Galaxy here for a moment, because you're right, they've been fantastic here across these 3 games. I think the one fall down that they had really was that Miramar game, where they could have made even more from it had they been either a little bit together once Rejects was pushing on them on that east side, because that was really the knock-on effect that had where they couldn't find themselves a decent place on that Miramar game. So I love seeing what we're seeing from Enigma Galaxy so far.
Yeah, and on the note with where they're currently placed, John Allen actually got back to me a little bit earlier on about our bubble, our threshold. We're looking for teams to get above to be pretty confident that they're going to get into the Super Weekend. It's at 47 plus or minus 3, so up to 50 points, down to 44 points, and we already have a couple teams almost cresting that position at the moment. So it's really interesting to see that just in one day alone, just in, I guess we've only had 3 matches played in total. Some teams are about to pass that threshold. But Maxman, you know what it's time for?
It's my time again. I'm going to be solo on the camera.
No.
And we're going to have Grenade of the Week at 1 point, okay, during this PMGC. But yeah, we're going to talk especially about the compound that we mentioned with Kalaris a few times, about how Rico Infinity held on to that position and how they made the game-winning play towards the end. But you got to keep in mind that this is not a team that just had the circle coming their way all the time from the get-go. They had initially the plan to center up really quickly. They drop in Severny, cross the bridge, center up in a very strong compound. And from then on out, of course, the circles started going their way. But they are a team that they want to play center, right? And if they have those strong positions under control, they can get an insane amount of kills like we saw this game, get himself a chicken dinner and 15 kills.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, you can see the position that they take up here. Actually, these circles that you're looking at right now, the player position is a little bit lower than this. So they're in this compound for the entire time, mind you, as Anis kind of moves down towards and joins everybody up. Now, the thing about this compound, Max has already alluded to it, it's very easy to attack from multiple angles. So they're going to be spread out throughout the entirety of this. And Max, if you wanted to break this down, I'll give you a moment.
Yeah, so this is especially, and I talked about the game-winning play towards the end here, the main focus about Rick Infinity is they already have a strong position inside the compound, but if they get the high ground position of Nigma Galaxy under their control, there's literally no way that any teams can fight back because you have the high ground position, you have the few houses in the compound, and you also have the elevation. So the moment they get rid of Lord, they get rid of Emodi, and are even just about to get rid of Freak, you're making sure that Sunan from STE has no way to fight back. So they're controlling team, right? Given the opportunity, if they see that chance to close off the game and get a chicken dinner, they are going to strike while the iron is hot. So that was very and highly impressive from Rick Infinity. So I want to see more. I hope they can try and retain consistency throughout this league stage.
For sure. And just to finish that off about that compound as well, that I wanted to mention is that yes, they have to split because they can be pushed from every single angle. The one big disadvantage to this compound, more so than other compounds on this battleground, is that trees are very close to the buildings, which means you actually have obscured vision from a lot of the windows. So you've got to be extra careful about if teams are going to be pushing up. Thankfully, they didn't have extremely aggressive push-ups on this compound, and we're able to capitalize on that, Jason.
I think something that really kind of makes me happy actually in that last match is we've talked about this, I feel like all year long, and it's really prevalent when you look at like the lower levels of competition, when you get to PMPLs, get to PMCOs, is when teams set themselves up in a good position, it's about capitalizing off that position. And we see them get 15 kills, we mentioned, and the chicken dinner. And the thing is, 30 points from one match alone, that's almost to that threshold. And that really shows the importance of being able to capitalize off positions. And again, I feel like almost every team, if not every team we have in the lobby, would have done the same thing.
Well, the smart moves that happen, right? I mean, there can be smart moves in staying still. Some teams in Rico Infinity's position would be very tempted to flex south, eliminate STE where they are, but in doing so, then they take away a component which is holding Nigma Galaxy in the east at bay. So just allowing these teams to survive for a little bit longer without you having to really flex out is smart in the sense that then Nigma Galaxy can't take the high ground on that eastern hill and then start pushing on your position. So as Max was talking about just before.
Yeah, and actually touching upon Nigma Galaxy, they made it to the late game quite a lot, but it seemed like they stumbled a little bit towards the end. If they can especially work on finishing off those games, again, the game-winning position a lot of the time, we could see a few chicken dinners coming out from this team. I think that, Jason, when we look back at last PMGC, a team that we saw struggle to close off games was Class Digital Athletics, and they worked on that towards the end of the league stage. The moment they did, boom, they instantly qualified for the grand finals, and they did good in the grand finals too. So if we can see that small little adjustment from them to actually try and close off games, I think Nigma Galaxy could be even further up in the rankings.
Yeah, we're obviously going to find out. We still have more matches come up today, but before we even get into those matches, got to remind you guys about the fan favorite vote going on right now until this 27th of December. You guys can go vote in the Esports Center for your favorite players or favorite teams and get some lovely rewards for yourself. I haven't been able to do it just yet because these matches have been so action-packed, but I'll be doing it when we have a little bit of time. And not to mention, maybe one day we can get your caster fan favorite, though I think Ocean's going to destroy us every single time over on the Hindi broadcast. But you know what? Maybe one of the days we can rival him. I don't know if it's ever going to happen. That man is too brilliant, and he's too good looking. He's never going to see this, so don't clip it out.
And he's good at math.
Yeah, and space stuff as well. But either way, we're going to be going into our fourth match. We got Miramar to come up next. And again, we do have like a slight switch up in the groups. I'm really curious to see, though, like if this kind of presence can be maintained out of these teams, out of MENA. Like, I know we're talking about China at the end of the first match, and like, okay, top 3 teams, we're all Chinese teams. I think that they've had a little bit of a slump now since that first match is finished. But the thing is, for me, they are like the best region when it comes to adapting on the fly, to analyzing everything that happened in one day and coming to the next day completely different.
Yeah, that's what you touched upon earlier, right? Saying that this region has, as a whole, potentially improved the most throughout this past year of 2021. So if they keep improving throughout the tournament itself, man, we can expect really big things from them for the league stage, going into the grand finals, going into the finals also in January. So we'll see how things are going to pan out. But man, entering this Miramar game, a lot of the MENA teams also are very comfortable on this map, which makes it even more scary entering this one. So we'll see if it could be a MENA chicken dinner coming into this one, but I literally wouldn't be surprised if that's the case.
I mean, I have to reiterate what I said before. I think my eyes are still on Nigma Galaxy. I think if they approach the previous Miramar just a little bit different compared to what they did in the previous one. Instead of being top 5, you can be top 3, maybe even top 2, maybe even win out the game. So I think the potential there for them is really rolling right now throughout the day.
It's just, for me, it's insane to see that like they're playing in undoubtedly the most competitive league here when it comes to East and West. And I don't mean it, there's no bias around this. If you just look at past history, the top teams that's always come from this kind of region, and they're being able to represent MENA so well and do phenomenal like this. The only question I have is, though, we have seen teams do well in league play, footballists, and then going into the Super Weekend,
there it is.
they crumble. I'm wondering if they can maintain this kind of power, this presence, this forward thinking and rotating in the zones early enough to have a good performance in Super Weekends. That's when the points really matter, right? The league play is just to get into Super Weekend. The Super Weekend points, they stick around all league long.
Yeah, I think that it's a good point to make. I think that when you're looking at this, there are some teams that might be taking the league stage a little bit less seriously, even though I think you shouldn't, but I think that there are a few teams that might maybe BTRs, taking things a little bit slow. That's the impression I get, at least. So hitting the actual Super Weekend, that's where things get very, very complicated for some of these teams. So that's where you're going to see if they're able to retain some consistency entering the Super Weekend itself.
All right, well, we're going to be heading to a short break here. When we come back, we're going to find out if some teams can already get above that 47 plus or minus 3-point threshold that Statsman John Allen has given us. We'll see you guys in just a few moments.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration and the first steps. I am the 1+9.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East. You have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americans. You're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia. You took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe, it's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia. You were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China. You carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
Лед — это отличное место, чтобы остаться наедине со своими мыслями, для того, чтобы сфокусироваться.
Só me vem Dubai na cabeça. Aí eu olho o Discord, Loops classificado. Aí caiu a casa.
É, que é melhor.
Menurut gue tim Nova juara mulu, gila. Gue bosen sampai lihat dia juara.
而且上个问题可以重新来一遍，特别强的队伍嘛。其实我们中国的战队其实就我们2个战队一块去的嘛，然后感觉双方都是很厉害。在 PMGC 夺得冠军后，只有2个方向可以走，要么是继续保持胜利，要么是其他队伍击败你。
Kalau Jimmy tuh kayak menurut gue ya, para boy kayak Bagas dan Order tuh kayak playstyle mereka tuh mirip kayak kita bertiga sih.
Но в этот раз я увереннее в будущем китайцы и вообще наша команда, потому что мы тренируемся столько же, сколько и они, и так же, как они. А больше у нас, по сути, конкурентов nету, кроме как китайцы.
Muitos aí julgam fora, como eu já disse. E hoje eu posso dizer que eu sou um novo Carrilho.
Okay. Let me write that.
You could be like trying to figure out what is exactly behind the Max Man curse, you know? Who is Max Man? Where does he come from?
Is he a demon?
Is he even real? Look at be filming, have fun, tell me how it goes.
Hi, Jason.
Hey Kaya, how you doing? Long time no talk.
Pretty good. And you?
Not bad, not bad. How's things down there?
Trying to get ready for this new split, this new year, you know. How are you preparing yourself for the next PMPL?
I'm really excited. PMGC finished, and I can't wait to get this new year underway.
Definitely, definitely.
Honestly, Kaya, PMGC, I still don't know what the hell really happened. I mean, you had Loops get disqualified and disbanded, and then you had Alpha 7 finish 9th place with Carrillo there with the team supporting them in the finals. Like, what's going on with the Brazilian scene? I got to cover them. I know how good they are.
I think everyone is kind of shocked right now. They're still trying to figure out what really happened, and I don't think we're going to know it so soon. It's a great opportunity for all of them to get a new start, a fresh start, to show what they're capable of and to be on the top. Now that there is no loops to be on the top of everything, it's a chance for everyone to get better results, to, I don't know, to try to beat the new loops or something like that.
Okay, well, I mean, getting better is a good sign, but like, can they compete against Nova, 4 Angry Men, like Bigatron? There were so many teams above them, and a lot of teams we never expected to be better than them. Look at Zeus.
Definitely Alpha 7 is the strongest team we have right now, because they went to PMGC as well, but there are a lot of good teams on Red Souls, like Dragons, Vivo Cage, Influence Rage, which is a great team as well. I think they all might surprise us.
Yeah, Kaya, honestly, I appreciate you so much. Like, you give us such good info for the shows and some really good background, and I really appreciate how you have your ear to the ground.
I'll call you again. Bye.
All right, talk to you soon.
Loop's having a little bit of a meeting here about what they're going to spend their $20,000 on from qualifying in 6th place.
Let us pray.
What are you going to spend your share of the 20K on? Oh, I don't know, I think. Not yet, not yet. But either way, they will stay strong. Taking 3 shots up towards Carrillo. He knows he wins these trades. Still vibing.
They're absolutely vibing.
We'll have to get a double check on that. Someone needs to give them a little bit of a pep talk. Yeah, there they are. They are still vibing. I can confirm the Loop's vibe continues.
Spots the weird ritual.
and we'll take the points.
Dá maleta. Dá maleta. Sai de fininho. Vai, 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 vai. Mete bala, mete bala, mete bala. Nice, é isso.
Bom, acredito que para ser um jogador profissional não tem segredo. Basta ter muita dedicação, foco e força de vontade.
I feel like if you're not one of those who have participated in these big past events, then you're gonna crack under that pressure. Or maybe, again, you turn out to be a diamond and you turn out to get into PMGC and win the whole thing and make a dynasty of your own.
Showtime.
진을 예쁘게 쳐놓긴 했는데
이거 줄이 어두. 줄이.
자, 잘 뺐어요.
워리어스.
스코어도 자 이거 오케이가 순식간에 녹을 수 있습니다. 이거 스코어가 판을 깔아줬거든요.
워리어스.
본인들의 점수가
Welcome back, everyone, to PMGC 2021. The East League here as we're continuing throughout our day on our fourth match in just a few seconds' time. But I have to say, before we do start to talk about the match coming up, man, that guy was handsome. He was talking to Kaya. I wish I had his number because he's cool.
It's pretty sus, that. I don't know about this one. I mean, but at least, you know, if pressure builds up and something turns into a diamond, Jason, who knows who's gonna... All right, you done? You done?
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? Maybe they'll turn into a diamond. Who knows? I mean, that might be happening here right now. We have some pressure on some teams down towards the bottom of the table. Maybe Bigatron can turn into a diamond yet again because they have been under so much pressure, I feel like, this whole last 1 year of time. But as we head into our fourth match, we have Miramar coming up, and we have Group A, B, C, and E playing yet again, just like in Match 3. And we got to see Genesis Dogma, for instance, coming in from Southeast Asia, the team to qualify through PMGC points, already putting up more than Bigatron in one match alone.
Yeah, I love how he tried to change subject swiftly, but I'm not going to hold on to it. It's fine, Jason. We'll move on. But yeah, we'll see if Genesis Dogma can try and potentially rack up a few extra points into this one. We talked also before this little segment about the meta teams and how they can maybe perform. And I would have to agree with you, Kalaris. I think that we could expect Enigma Galaxy to do well in this game again. Hopefully a chicken dinner, that would be what we really expect, but they tend to stumble a little bit towards the end. If they iron up this few little mistakes, I think that could have an Enigma Galaxy or even just another meta team chicken dinner this time.
Yeah, just a little bit of refinement here and there, I think, can really pay dividends. You'll get yourself a few extra placement points, maybe a few extra kills here and there. One of the teams that you just mentioned before, Jason, of course, Genesis Dogma, I have my concerns on Miramar, and it's unfounded fully just yet, but hear me out here for a moment. In the previous games I've been watching, they've been dropping up towards Ruins, kind of trailer park and stuff like that. And oftentimes a lot of their drop spots aren't amazing to rotate from. So let's see where they drop here and if they can kind of iron out those rotations, because sometimes it can get a bit tricky.
I'm not gonna lie, I almost didn't want to hear you after that diamond comment, to be fair, but you know, I'm glad I did. But I do have one question though for you, Kalaris, is where does Maxman come from?
What? France?
That means I'm a demon.
Curse. Yeah, is he a demon?
I'm French.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Well, if you guys didn't look at the whiteboard, just gonna say in the Between the Battlegrounds Season 2, that little first chapter we saw, there's some good stuff in there if you missed out on it. You know, not to toot my own horn, but I definitely did write it up there. And I apologize for the terrible handwriting that I do have, but you know what? I'm a lefty, and we have computers now, so I use keyboards most of the time. You can see here, Miramar is just around the corner, 1 minute and 30 before we do hop into this match. And predictions, I'm gonna force you two to finally give me some legitimate predictions here going into this fourth match of the day. Now, I know Max has a history, but that history has not been existent today. He's been doing fantastic. So, Maxman, I'm going to start off with Kalaris to give you some extra time to think.
Perfect. The choice is easy because it's Miramar and it's FaZe's first game on Miramar. They're going to go Picardo. They're going to get a good rotation. I'm picking them. I know Maxman was thinking them too. Now you have to pick someone else.
No, we're going to pick them. Okay, okay, Team Secret. Oh man, okay, that not cool, Colaris. We'll have to talk in the green room. That's not fine.
I mean,
not
you
okay
can
with
predict
this.
the same team. I don't understand the problem.
No.
Yeah, nah. It's like the unspoken rule. We can't pick the same.
Cancel out.
Yeah.
Well, so you mentioned Picardo, by the way, Colaris. We didn't see anyone drop Picardo, if I'm not mistaken, in our first Miramar of the day.
Yeah. I was a little bit surprised. Maybe Rejects would have taken it, kind of knowing that FaZe wasn't there, but actually they went Chumacera. It was not even the trash drops along the bottom of that. They just went Chumacera and had themselves a little bit of a conflict going down there. But it was a surprise, but I think a lot of teams are respecting the fact that FaZe is probably going to be showing up strong.
FaZe up. I can't do the F, and I'm a little bit scared to do it on camera in case I really mess it up and then get fired. So I'm just going to keep my hands down, and I'm going to be really excited for this match coming up here. Our commentator's going to be coming in just shortly, but we had 4 Rivals win the last time. Reject did extremely well. Even Xavier did well. But the match is ready, and we'll find out which teams can reign supreme here as we head into the 4th match of the day with none other than Imperium and Bleh.
Well, thank you for that, Jason. And Imperium, I don't know about you, but after having watched that video, I'm just glad we have Jason with us in esports, because I don't think his acting career would have ever taken off.
No, I certainly cannot see an Oscar coming his way any time soon. Maybe a Razzie Award for the worst acting. He might get that, but that's about it.
Well, what has taken off is, of course, going to be the plane. It's going to be bisecting Miramar in half. It's the first time that you and I, of course, going to be jumping into the hot desert plains of this particular map. And yeah, earlier we had 4 rivals really pop off in this one. And Colaris did say that FaZe are the team that we're going to be keeping an eye out for, because they should be dropping towards Picardo. And speaking of the likes of FaZe and their fellow teams from Group E, apart from Genesis Dogma, the rest of them had, I know it's only one map, I know it's the first game of the day for them, of the entire tournament for that matter, but they were kind of off to a very quiet start for the boys from Group E.
They were. You're right about that with Team Secret and DRS. DRS were a little bit more active with that fight against MS Chambry, but yeah, for sure, it didn't end up being a good result. That playing path was absolutely spot on for all of these teams to get to where they want to go. And this phase 1 is also extremely complimentary. But we are looking at a very good Miramar game. The spread is big. Teams are able to get to where they want to go. Of course, TJB do need to be careful of Team Secret and vice versa on towards that northeastern side of the map and around the Crucival Lazahar area. While Nigma Galaxy have been off to an absolutely wonderful start in these games. They're currently in 2nd with a total of 38 points in 3 games. It's an on-point average in the league stage when you're looking to book that spot in the first Super Weekend.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I feel like the MENA teams have not just impressed you and I, but every single one of us, at least in the talent group, right? We could hear everyone talking in the green room as well, on the desk too. Everyone was very impressed. Damwon Gaming, though, it's been kind of a middle of the pack performance, I feel, for the South Korean side. It hasn't really been disastrous yet. They've had a couple of good knocks. They've still had some pretty decent placements as well. As we do see TJBH, sir. I'm keeping an eye on the minimap on the top right. I don't see anyone anywhere in the vicinity, and he's running out in the open.
He's okay for now. I think there's enough of a crevice risk in play for sure, but we'll have to wait and see. Team Secret. We saw this team, if we go back to 2020, right? Leading into the PUBG Mobile World League, they were a team that were really coming into that event as the top tier of SEA, really kind of a major factor for dominating the World League. And they were very lackluster. They underperformed, they underplayed, they really, I don't want to use the word disappointed, but they did kind of disappoint themselves. As you see, 6-2-8 picking up one of the Deadeyes guys, pushing as a full squad with that vehicle. They pick up one of the players of Deadeyes.
Yeah, that was a bit of a surprise. Just by his lonesome out there in the open, and the fact that he even just went for the battle. I guess he was kind of exposed. It was like the chief reserve was like, you know what, I might as well just stand and deliver. He does get the knock, but not quite able to get anything more than that. Now Turulov's there. You can see his teammates are nearby, you know, a little bit further away. They have gotten onto the vehicles, would be making their way in here, but Deadeye's guys. Is this really a fight worth taking is the question. You can see the vehicle just over the crest of that little little cliff over there.
The thing is Turulov isn't able to get back up with his teammates safely, right? Because he has to go up that hill. It's a small hill, but it's up the hill and he's massively exposed. So for now, Deadeye's guys have two options. They either try and support Turulov and hold on to that position, and that means they could lose out on that phase 2 spread, or they disengage as a duo, leave Toro to fight for himself, and then get into a better position for this phase 2. That's their two options. For now, it seems like they're staying where they are, and they're going to take this fight against 628.
Yeah, I like that. I love some Deadeye's guys. You know, it's early in the day. You know, they still have a few games remaining to be played, and they're like, yeah, screw you guys. You know, you took one of us down. We're going to take the rest of you and try to squad out. And Deadeye's guys have shown thus far in Imperium that they're fine. They look good in the previous game.
They did, but one thing we need to consider, and they're not the only team in this boat, of course, because you got 4 teams in Group A. They're not playing the final 2 games of this league play, right? So it's really important that they really create a big cushion to get into that top 16. And if they keep on taking these fights, they might get the kills, but they're not going to get the placement points.
I love this from 629. Sorry, 628. I beg your pardon. They're looking incredible. I just love how they just group up and they isolate the players, but holy hell, Fragboy with a brilliant nade. And now it's a 2v2. This is duel, but almost an instant knock coming in. He's got to find the boat.
No way!
Find the boat, and he gets it with the shotgun. Oh my lord! What a wipe coming in from 628, and they keep all 4 alive, Imperium.
Let freedom reign with the shotgun and blast play. What a way for 628 to set themselves up. Coordinated, cool, collected, on point, right? They pushed on the Turulov off the back of getting the first kill. They knew they had the body advantage, and they gave absolutely no time or space for Deadeyes to turn around. Yes, it was a good nade, but at that point, they had already pushed up. Great fight, 628.
Absolute brilliant stuff. Also, I was trying to fit it into a reference of my own, but I can't say it. But I'm just going to say, shout out for the Machine Head reference.
Thank you, man. I thought you might enjoy that, man.
Yeah, I love it. Also a great band. Anyway, so there you have it. First casualty of Miramar. It is going to be Deadeye's guys. And listen, they go out putting up a fight. It's not like they were running away. They're like, we're going to go up against 6-2,
For sure.
8. Yeah, but 6-8, like just brilliant stuff coming out from the Chinese side. And yeah, sure. Like, you know, the first game, you look at it, the top 3 teams, all Chinese teams, and then it kind of tapered off in the second and third game. But it's still very early days. You know, the sample size is very slow. But one thing we know for sure that these teams, we're talking about Nova, we're talking about TJB, we're talking about 6-8, they are not to be trifled with.
No, they're not. You give them an inch, they're gonna take a mile. Absolutely fantastic.
The second kill.
Look at the replay of Yu Yang switches over to shotgun and 2 shots at the ready. Job done. Happy days. And you know, just to go a little bit back to Deadeye's guys, that concern of the lack of placement points right now coming into this game, they were on 14 total points, but only 4 placement points. And that does worry me, right? So I appreciate the aggressiveness they've shown, but I'd like to see them, especially with this one more game to go, scale it back a little bit and play a little bit more for that late game.
Late game is where it's usually all at. And speaking of late game, DRS, haven't seen them around. And a few people might be questioning, why is this guy keeping on harping on DRS? Because, you know, they do come from a region where there are quite a few, you know, very well-known teams, and they are a team who have really impressed me quite a bit, especially on Yasnaya. I've seen him pull off some pretty miraculous games, but right now, all eyes on the Xavier. Now, But I did have the opportunity to see them recently, just a couple of months back. No, not a couple of months back. It's almost been like 4 months now. Oh my, the year has flown by, Imperium.
I know, right, man?
Time is just an illusion, but they were looking incredible in the Invitational.
Yes.
And they kind of faltered a bit here.
I'm a little bit surprised that Maximum didn't pick the Xavier because of how well they were performing in those Miramar games. So I'm really glad to bring that invitational event up where they showed up, showed out, and impressed a lot of us watching and, of course, commentating it. The phase 2 shift does go up on towards the northeast. It's great for Genesis Dogma's kind of late or rotation in this phase 1 from the eastern side of the map. They'll be able to hold on to that kind of higher ground in between Cruz de Valen and Lazahar. It's also pretty good for the Xavier, as I mentioned. DRS, they've been somewhat quiet, but they're going to be able to benefit from this phase 2. We're looking at Water Treatment Hill as a really core part for DRS to go. Maybe have a bit of a 3-1 spread, 1 on the other side of the hill, 3 holding on to the Water Treatment Hill would be pretty bang on in this phase 2.
Well, right now, though, a bit of a lull in the action, but not for long. See, a few of these teams are close by. These vehicles definitely not very quiet. FaZe, they have, they are making a northern, cutting a northern path. I'm forgetting how to English Imperium, but that's okay. I'm not English. But they will be heard by 4 Rivals. Now, 4 Rivals, yeah, a bit of a quiet game on Erangel in the second one. But FaZe, they're gonna light. They're looking to take the fight, and the member of 4 Rivals, he realizes that that's not really much of a chance of him taking this 1v4. So he will just put the pedal to the metal and try to find himself some safety. In the meantime, Enigma Galaxy now going up against Damwon. Here we go.
You made the mistake. It's not pedal to the metal, it's metal to the pedal. Maxon, he always says that. He's perfect in English. You gotta say metal to the pedal, my friend. But I really like that with FaZe, because I thought that rotation was a little bit risky and a little bit direct. But the way you execute that rotation is how FaZe did that, right? Where they were ready for that fight. And they were like, okay, look, we're taking a bit of a riskier rotation through San Martin. We're going to do this as a full squad, so it means that we are prepared for anything that comes our way. They push 4 Rivals back. They hold on to a stronger position on the north side of Hacienda. FaZe are playing this game really well so far. I know we're not far into it, but they are playing it very well.
Rico Infinity, though, they are a bit terrifying, man. They are so very good, at least based on the little I've seen from them thus far. And right now, just waiting for the zone to the next one, for the blue to just collapse onto the zone and then figure out where you're going to be heading towards. No one towards Torre Ahumada. Now, obviously, considering it is on the periphery, on the northernmost front, I can totally understand why. But we do see a couple of teams slowly just migrating their way up north. We have Genesis Dogma on the western front. We have Enigma Galaxy and DWG, who seem to be at a bit of yet another, crash course with each other. But I like how, Enigma Galaxy, they're aligning whenever there's some cover or some compounds to work with. For DWG, they seem a bit spread thin.
Well, they have been in a little bit of action so far, so their rotation is automatically a little bit slower. So I don't hate how they've been moving into these circles so far. It's a sensible move. It's just unfortunate for now that Enigma are a little bit close to them. We saw this phase 3 shift. It's massively over to the east. It just doesn't hurt down one Enigma. It hurts DRS. It hurts 628. It kind of hurts 4 Rivals as they try and push in on towards that western side. The clutches there, 4 Rivals, FaZe, and an initial knock, and now FaZe can play with this. They can play big.
Yeah, there's a few drive-bys taking place here as 4 Rivals going against FaZe, and no one's going to... Tony K's been knocked down. Now he's got his teammate nearby. MR5 is going to leg his way in Team Secret from the distance. Oh, okay. Vintorres out of nowhere. 2 quick knocks, and now Team Secret feeling very comfortable there for a moment in Perrin, but now they realize they're not in a great place, and here comes another member of FaZe. And FaZe, they are just completely eviscerating Team Secret, who are now down to just 1 member still standing.
This is what FaZe do so well, right? One of their players knocked, it doesn't shake them. So many teams, when they get a player knocked, they're shook, they start getting passive, they have no real purpose, right? Until they're back up as a full squad. Not FaZe, they're like, okay, one player knocked, it doesn't matter. Ventores, get the double knock, let's play on that. We'll worry about the revive later on. As it happens, they got themselves back up to a full squad, and they have pushed Team Secret right to the max. Just one player left for them. Let's see if they can finish it off.
He did manage to patch himself up. I'm not sure he's been able to make his escape as FaZe, although they're back to now being a four-man squad. Ooh, good eyes on MR5, but it's going to be Yu Young. 628 who's going to get the knock. However, for FaZe, they're good. They're good thus far. They don't really need to reposition themselves.
Push it? I think they're going to push it, Blair. It looks like it.
That's madness. And look at the way they're making the way as well. It's groups of two. They're trying to get the sandwich, but then Yu Young makes a quick U-turn, opting to group up with the remaining teammates, perhaps. And this is a little wild from STE.
No, I like this. It makes sense because this is a very isolated team fight. They've looked up from the high ground, but they've seen what FaZe have been able to do with Team Secret. They saw that four rivals disengage away. They know it's just these two teams up against each other, and they've got the opening knock. The revive came through, so it's allowed them to push in with a lot more purpose and create that blanket effect despite FaZe having the buildings as a little bit of protection.
Yu Young somehow managing to make his way all the way behind, barely getting scratched by any of the bullets from the side of FaZe is a bit of a surprise. But yeah, as you said, nice isolated fight, but FaZe, they're not an animal backed into a corner. Like they are the kings of that particular compound, and they let lose a few bullets, and that's gonna scare STE away into the waiting arms of Nigma Galaxy. It's not really isolated, as the circle is gonna shrink in further, and that density, it's definitely gonna get a little bit more populated in the region.
Well, 628 recognized that based off the circle shift. However, it's just unfortunate that it happened to shift down to southwest, so it did push Nigma automatically a lot closer to 628's position.
Oh, what a nade, though. It was a nade combo with the bullets, and now 628. One member, he is getting harassed here by Nigma Galaxy, and he's trying to stay alive, but Freak from behind spots him out. Just a drive-by should be enough. He's trying to get the jumping shots through the window, but a teammate charges in, and that is going to be it for Easy? I guess that's the problem. And that means this is rough for 628. Like, they seem to be in a very good spot earlier on, but the fact that they all seem just spread so very thin means no trade potential. Yeah. They're not even able to get the reses, and now they just get the final member. Seemingly just got to try and run for the hills, but there are no hills. It's just open plains.
Yeah, run for the hills, run for your life, in the words of Iron Maiden, my man. As FaZe Clan were given a little bit of respite, they've been able to push in on towards that western side, and they can focus on four rivals up above that hill. There is a road split in the middle of this circle, by the way, so that's something that all of these teams need to consider, especially the ones that are on the west. Whoever clears out the west will be able to play on that roadside if it does continue to shift to the east.
And while all this commotion is going on, DRS making the way towards the circle from up north. But speaking of up north, there's going to be four rivals from the top. Is going to get a knock onto FaZe, and FaZe finally having to deal with a couple of casualties here. Tony K, he is trying to just crawl his way to some semblance of safety, but it's all in Ventores. He's going to be the last man standing on a sliver of HP.
Oh,
and he's running straight into the waiting arms of H-Sir from TJB, and that is going to be it for FaZe. They do get the 4K, but they will bite the dust, and down to the final 13 teams, beg your pardon, and still 45 alive. But Rico Infinity, they're down to just a two-man squad, and the same can be said for STE for 628. One man standing. Sunan, that nade could be good. He's gonna flush Lord out from his position. He goes for the duel, and he's gonna get the knock.
And there's a third party from Nova to get a knock on the roof, but in the end, 628 come out on top. Freak is knocked. Modi is left on his own. This is the phase 4 third party central that Miramar can really punish these teams around on the edge of the circle. Four rivals now have the focus of Tong Jiao Bao, the Chinese team in front of them. Push in, Appy leading the way. He's been absolutely monstrous for his team so far. Can they close out this fight?
Well, not Manhan. He's gonna get knocked here. I love the way 4 rivals are moving together, almost like a hive mind. Multiple bodies, 1 minus TJB. They have lost members and out of 3v3. But that being said, 1 member of 4 rivals has been knocked to his knees. As we do also take a look at Genesis Dogma going against the South Koreans, and Fabian and Forrest still standing though. It's right now a 2 versus 2 between Genesis Dogma and Damwon Gaming, and Fabian. He does have a teammate still alive, but oh, never mind. He's alone. He's the last man standing. The 1 versus 2 getting harassed by nades and flames all over. So he's going to try and deploy a few smokes and try and delay what could be this DRS. They've been missing from action all this while, Imperium, but they have arrived and they're looking to claim a few kills to their name. Nades being just sail into the direction of Genesis Dogma, and because of that, Daybot, he's not quite able to get the kill on the Fabian, so that buys DWG of at least a couple more minutes.
However, the circle, the blue zone is closing in on this phase 5. He shifted over to the west, so DRS have opted to disengage away and give Genesis Dogma that respite to push on in as Xavier Frankie's knocked down.
Well, Daybot, he's taking fights on multiple fronts. Genesis Dogma, they seem to have no fear, despite being down to just 2 members, Satara and Daybot are on the open. The side of the cliff, he's got his teammate as well with the buggy, in case they need to go for a quick dash, which seems like they will out in the open. This is a very brave maneuver from the side of Genesis Dogma, but somehow they're going to be able to survive unscathed, at least for the time being, as the Xavier moving on in, trying to find safety. DRS though, they're going to be going, it is going to be Enigma Galaxy, and there's some huge nades being lobbed in by Hamadi.
But you can't stop DRS. You have to push over that ridge. You're in the danger zone of those nades. Of course, they're pushing their own in return, so credit where it's due, but I do worry about them.
Well, Fight Fire with Fire seems to be the song of the day, because everyone's just tossing in incendiaries, and Hamodi's doing an incredible job getting at least a 1 knock, but that is going to be a quick finish. DRS is just going to swoop over and just completely eliminate Enigma Galaxy from the server as we switch over to Infinity, who are going up against the Moroccan side of Cryptix. And Cryptix, you still have 3 alive. Senke has unfortunately bit us adieu. A couple of them have taken quite a bit of damage though. And Lazy Boy trying to go for a bit of a maneuver here while Infinity are busy battling out with remaining members of his teammates, but he might just be walking straight into the waiting arms of Tunny. And Infinity, they're going to get another finish onto Cryptic, so down just to El Chapo and Marsh.
Yeah, and they're very heavily separated. Marshall is on his own in towards the blue. Infinity are going to pick this one up, and El Chapo is on the roadside hoping on a wing and a prayer. Play, you know what's better than Infinity? Infinity +1 as they pick up another kill onto the members of Cryptix.
Infinity +1. Still making Infinity, if my math is correct there. But right now, TJB, it's all in longs. And 4 rivals is swooping in for the finish, swooping in for the kill. They know it's all on the final standing Chinese player, and he will drop, and TJB will bow out in the 8th position. 4 rivals making quick work. They have managed to get 6 kills to the name, but they are down just to the 2-man squad.
DRS did wipe out Enigma, by the way, so they do control the entry point on towards the northwestern side. Genesis Dogma made their way across the road. Nova, very quiet in this game so far, but Powerboy gets knocked. Otherwise, they're still up as a full squad.
Yeah, so many members, so many teams rather.
Gonna
down to
push
2-man, 3-man squads. Okay, order from Nova just completely slays Genesis Dogma, and we're down to that was so quick, Imperium. What was that?
It's like a magician. Now you see me, now you don't. And honestly, I respect Genesis Dogma for making that push off the back of a knock, because they were really like pinched between the blue zone and that entry point into the circle. But in the end, the LMG came out to play. We're down to our final 5 teams, 17 players.
Yeah, for 3 of these teams, we have the Southeast Asian representatives in the form of Infinity. We have DRS from South Asia. And then we have Nova from China, have all 4 members still alive. Majority of his team still very healthy indeed. As I say that, though, Nima will fall to his knees courtesy of 4 rivals, and he will finish him off as well. So DR is now down to 3-man squad as they're going up against 4 rivals who are just not going to go down without a fight. They're still looking for it. One member still standing before rivals, and he needs to do everything pretty much by his lonesome here. Low on health. The res at this juncture would be nigh impossible. He's going to try maybe deploy a couple of smokes, but Gyaldin moving in for the kill. He spots him out. 1 bullet, 1 scratch is all that's needed for DRS to wipe them out. But in the process, they have also lost a couple of members. So Mafia Ninja and Gyaldin. 2 men standing here. 4 teams still in contention. 11 live.
This is Infinity's game. They pushed back the Xavier wonderfully, got Tony onto order with that knock. They're going to be able to control the Chinese team, and with DRS down to just a duo, like I said, it's Infinity's game.
Is it though? We're going to be finding out as the Xavier Frankie needs to heal himself up, and no, it's a little too late, just a heartbeat too late, and with that, we will bid adieu to the Vietnamese side. Final 3. You said it's Infinity's game, but as long as Nova are alive, Imperium, can you be so sure? I'm not too certain myself as Gyaldin now getting shot at, and I love this 3-1 split coming in from Infinity.
It's a little bit unfortunate for Infinity that the circle's centered up, so they don't really have any kind of like focus on the circle. I gotta give credit to DRS. They're still being proactive as a duo, and like you said, you cannot, under any circumstances, count Nova out.
Yeah, Nova was so very proactive. The second they saw the zone shift, they deployed a multitude of smokes. A bit of a smoke wall you can see over there for Nova, and they're going to use that to creep on up because they're the furthest team away from the zone, and that drop is going to come in so handy because apart from these few ridges, there's not much of cover to speak of, not much trees, not many rocks for Nova, so they're going to just have to lie prone. But at least with this drop, maybe it could secure them some position to take a couple of these fights. But right now, they're scrambling around Imperium, trying to spread themselves out and just try and entrench themselves. So what should be the final battle?
It's a bit of a classic 3-way dance, right? We're often the first team to make some noise as the first team to go out. So I really respect that Infinity are taking their time to approach this final fight, despite them having overall the body advantage. Well, Nova still up as a full squad.
DRS as well, 2-man squad, yes, but they are always a dangerous animal, but they have been spotted from afar by King, and in that, actually it's going to be Powerboy who's going to get the knock, as Logan is going to reply back, and that might be the opportunity that Infinity were looking for, while Nova, with a little hyper-focus on DRS, they're getting shot at from multiple sides, but Jimmy is doing an incredible job alongside Tony, well, just exchanging blows rather, but Jimmy catching Logan out in the open, and Nova down to the 2-man squad, having to go up, I guess, I do remember was still alive for Infinity, and DRS still have 2 alive and kicking. It's a 2v2v2 for the time being.
I think Infinity pulled the trigger a little bit too early. DRS were not eliminated. The revive came out, and now we're down to indeed a 2v2v2.
There is a chance here for DRS to somehow pull off what should be the impossible. And Tony getting pinned down, a nade getting cooked. Gyaldin is taking his sweet time, lobs it in, and he finds the vehicle.
Another
one! Second one finds his mark. Tony will fall. Another nade getting lobbed in by DRS. They're looking to finish it off. The incendiary, as he's gonna have to drop and roll, but it's a little too late, and that is going to be Infinity out of the server on 10 kills, 3rd position, and DRS now. It looked like they were done and dusted, but now going up against the Chinese side of Nova, the 2v2, and Gyaldin is going to be the first point of contact for Jimmy to make. And Jimmy pushing on in, Gyaldin trying to find the knock, but King will find him instead. Mafia Ninja given an angle. They're so very low on Jimmy and Kings, but Mafia Ninja will fall, and it is going to be the Chinese side of Nova to claim their chicken dinner.
What a hell of an end to the game. Nova reaping the benefits of Infinity's just a little bit too early push. It was a good wraparound by Nova. They focused on DRS, got an initial knock that allowed them to push a little bit more forward, but in the end it was just that little bit too early of a push from Infinity that allowed DRS to get the squad wipe, to take them out, and in the end Nova cleaned up DRS for the Chinese chicken dinner.
It was very close though in the very end. I feel like Nova played that 2v2 to perfection. They sent a player up ahead, and he had the angle to take down, I do believe, was Mafia Ninja. But DRS, kudos to them. It looked like they were out of the fight. They were going to be getting a 3rd position. You know, they just have to be happy with the 3rd place. But the fact that they're able to still stick around, and as you said, it may be a couple of mistakes being made by Infinity there, but DRS are able to really capitalize on it.
I gotta give credit to DRS, and this is what we know DRS are capable of, right? They're not, okay, we highlighted how being aggressive can really work out for them, but they're calculated on their movement. They stuck to that northwest side. Were they gifted a little bit of circle look with the shifts? 110%, but they still played that game really well. They weren't overextending, and they played it until the end. They pushed it onto Enigma, they took them out, and then they were able to then play in on that south side, help take out 4 rivals, and in the end, they were into the top 3.
Well, a couple of these teams, you know, we had Damwon do a pretty... I feel like a lot of the teams from Group C, the ones who are going to be sitting out the next couple of games, they had a middle-of-the-pack performance as well, right? You look at the Xavier, you look at Rico Infinity, even Damwon Gaming, they didn't, like, go out early in the game. They still put up a fight.
Fair.
But right now, they're just going to have to sit out the next couple of games.
But to give credit to Xavier and Rico, they've already kind of had 3 good games so far today, so having that kind of 4th not so good result today, it's not the worst thing in the world for them. So I don't think they'll be too heavily worried about missing out this last game of the day. What I think this match really signifies is the unleashing of the shackles with these teams, right? The fact that the teams are warmed up, they're feeling better, they're feeling more comfortable, they're willing to take a couple more risks. In my eyes, this is the most consistently aggressive game we've seen so far in PMGC day 1, and I absolutely loved it.
If this is going to be a sign of things to come, color me a very, very happy lad there. So these nades from Hapia Ninja, they're just fantastic stuff overall coming in from DRS. The one team who seems to have had a bit of a quiet debut thus far on day 1 have to be Team Secret, though. You look at Group A and you're like, in a Team Secret, definitely a team who should be delivering, but they haven't really delivered much yet. But, you know, that's not our job to break down Imperium. Of course, we have very smart, very wonderful people on the desk, and Jason Kaplan.
Oof.
Yeah, I have the impression at one point that the next season of Between the Battlegrounds is just going to be Blair fighting versus Jason. So I can't wait for that season to come up eventually. But yeah, the end of that game was really fun, and we were able to see another Chinese domination towards that end. Was Nova able to get himself some really, really strong finishes. So I mean, really, there's so many things to be talked about here, Kalaris especially. We've got that split that we're going to talk about later, but the fact that they were not contested for a big portion of that game was very surprising to me.
Yeah, a lot of heavy edge play from a lot of these teams who are a bit cautious about cresting hills on their sides to then find themselves a spot. This gives Nova an amazing opportunity to take an extremely bold split across the road, no less, across 2 compounds, no less, across 4 hill ranges, no less, considering where they were. But I mean, it pays dividends here, Max. I mean, we're going to look at that a little bit closer in detail, but the cojones to be able to pull this off from Nova, it shows how well versed they are at being able to read all of the signals coming from every direction in this battleground.
I mean, Jason was talking about it when we were watching this game about how this is somewhat similar to what they were doing in PMGC for last season. And yeah, I would have to agree. It's just they feel so confident in this type of lobby that they're making it through. I think that I'm going to quote Suk, and I'm pretty sure he did say this at one point in the past tournament, where he said, qualifying in the Chinese region to PMGC is complicated. PMGC itself is easy. And when you see Nova go for plays like this, like it really shows that that is their mentality coming into this tournament. They are feeling super, super confident coming into this.
Yeah, trying to accommodate for some of the teams in the Chinese region, especially. Like, we know that the level there is very powerful across the board. So they're having to usually kind of keep that in mind when playing out these situations. But some of these teams did not push aggressively enough on their position, and they were able to capitalize from that very nice. Do we have Jason Kaplan back is the question.
I mean, I'm here. I don't know if you guys can hear me, though.
Yeah, we can.
I don't know if they can hear me in production, but I wasn't here on my side, so I don't know. I don't know what happened. But go now. So as we can see here, our second page of our stands. I didn't catch what you were asking me, Max, because I was trying to fix everything on my side. But FaZe, 4 points, 4 limbs. Not too bad. That guy's coming out 0. And And of course, I'm not just yet. You gotta be really good at cursing teams multiple times for it to really stick. And then we can see here Paraboy as our MVP in the last match.
Yeah, once again, mobile game of the year. This guy can do anything, and I'm just jealous. I wish I was Paraboy, but unfortunately, I am me. 727 damage, and a big portion of that damage they had was because they took that fight towards the end. Weird uses of smoke to actually make in that position that you pointed out, Kalaris, at one point, and they almost surrendered the high ground position away to Face. Sorry, not to Face, to Infinity. Which I found was very odd. But I mean, they won those gunshots that every time I thought was not going to happen. We saw Jimmy play extremely well, and Paraboy get some laser headshots over those ridgeline positions, which I did not think were going to happen. So the fact that they won those individual gunfights were able to give them the man advantage versus Infinity to make sure they can then close off the game. Like, they won a game that I think would have easily went the way of Infinity, but it's Nova, is what you got to expect. They will take games that doesn't seem like they will take them.
Yeah, I'm like split on their approach to that. Like 50-50, it's good, it's kind of bad. It really depends on how you look at it, right? 'Cause if anybody takes that high ground position of Infinity, if Infinity takes high ground position, for example, they're visible to Nova as well as DRS. If Nova takes it, they're visible to Infinity as well as DRS. So it's like it's a high ground position that's nice, but nobody really wants to breach it. So it makes sense to me to a certain degree that Nova pushes out with the smokes, but they get in then a tight bind, considering that they really didn't need them entirely. If they then need them later on, and they maybe don't have enough utility left in for some of those later fights. And those later fights were close. It came down to the wire there. It was not guaranteed to be Nova's win in the end.
Yeah, I mean, we can see also, just by the way, with Paraboy here, only 28% of his contribution to his team, but 700 damage and 3 eliminations to me is pretty damn ridiculous. But I was actually favoring DRS there for a second, then I forgot, oh, he's behind a tree. There's no much chance to take down King, who has a ridge to play with here. But as you take a look at our rankings from overall here within our league play, you can see here Nova have been able to bounce up into second place. They passed that 47-point threshold. Remember, it's still plus or minus 3, so 50 is what you're looking at to be really safe. And 4 Rival have been already able to pass that, so we should see them into our first Super Weekend.
Yeah, you only have 4 games played right now, so a chicken dinner is going to allow you to jump very highly up there. And what was it, 47 for the bubble, plus or minus 3. So basically, 4 Rivals and Nova, they're pretty much golden. Nigma Galaxy are very close to qualifying too, but we got to bring this up again, right, Kalaris? This team has just consistently making it to that late game. Not quite able to close off those wins, but man, if they retain just even an ounce of that consistency entering the Super Weekends and also the Grand Finals, if they make it there, like, this team will easily make it to the finals of January in my mind. Like, they are looking scary right now.
Yeah, really cool consistency coming out from them. I mean, even though, yeah, you don't quite get yourself a podium finish in this game, you're still getting kills. I mean, if you see them taking the fight against STE, which they're crashing up against, being able to finish that fight very quickly and then try and transition on, even though, of course, they get caught up a little bit. I think that's really cool to see. Another team I'm impressed by is Dear Xaviers. I think that, they were in 4th place right now without a chicken dinner or something like that. They have also been pretty darn consistent throughout these 4 games that we've seen so far, and it's not been chill, it's not been passive. We've seen them get plenty of kills on the board here as well, Jason.
And I think, no, I know. This is something we've talked so much. How confident I am in this is that I would rather see a team be really good at getting eliminations than be really good at getting placements. Because I feel like if you wanted, I mean, yeah, getting like good placements, okay, cool. It'll get you into Super Weekend, cool. It'll get you into the finals, but it won't win you a tournament. You know, you have to have that really good balance of being able to get eliminations and get placements. And seeing teams that can be really confident in getting those eliminations and, of course, getting the placements on top of that, that's a correct team, Max, man.
That's what you need to focus on, really. But I would have to agree. Kills are really important because if you get kills, you can clear out positions. And when you have a strong position, you have the potential of getting yourself some wins. So I would have to agree on that aspect, Jason. The kills pretty damn important, so keep fragging out, boys.
Speaking of getting eliminations, speaking of getting wins, what do you have for us here, Max, man?
I don't know what that segue was. Hey, I'm gonna go for it. But yeah, we got some interesting splits. Do we want to talk about, especially at the start of that game, Kalash? We were hammering down on this point. It's very, very interesting for Nova Esports, especially, where they go for their usual rotation early game, but when they centered up, they went for these wide, I wouldn't even call them 2-2 splits. They were all just 1-1-1-1 splits at one point in time, and no team contested that for a major portion of that game, which I found was highly surprising. You can see that's when they started to center up, and from this point onwards, they're just splitting, getting all the information, and no one's there to fight against them, which is very surprising.
Yeah, this is an extremely confident play coming out from Nova, and this is why you see them as a world-class team, right? Especially here, right now. You're seeing this split. They're controlling 50 to 60 to 70% with sight lines of this circle. And a lot of the other teams, from the most part, are all around the edges of this circle. This is when they now group up. This is the shift. They come across the road to be able to take on this compound. But the great thing about the previous split is one of the main focus points of this entire circle is that road running through the middle. And it can be treacherous to cross if you're caught on either side of the circle shifts the other way, right, Max? But they have such a split where they can take one of the two best compounds across the road from one another, which is insane. What play from them?
Yeah, it was Black Friday. Literally, you just get one, get the second for free at one point. You just had the option to choose where you wanted to go depending on the circle. And also, they were very respectful for a big portion of this game too, because if they just slightly got approached by any team, I think at one point it was Infinity that approached King, he heard those footsteps, he heard the cars moving around, instantly moved away because they knew you don't want to take that fight. You want to regroup, get into the circle. So they were pushing their luck a little bit, but yet they were respectful of teams coming around them. And that just shows, once again, as you said, right, Kalaris, that they're a world-class team that is very respectful of the lobby given the right circumstance.
I mean, there was one moment when I think it was Order who was like really far on the east side, pushed out from his team, who had a vehicle in the compound. And we saw him rotating back to regroup with his team. And MS Chonburi, who was like right north of him, I don't believe he even fired any shots in his direction. I wonder if they did, knock him down, maybe pick up the elimination there. Maybe that would have actually not been a Nova win, but maybe a little bit of luck. But I feel like, again, if any team challenged him, as you guys are mentioning, but then that spread out, like, you're not going to win those fights.
Right. The thing is that also Nova understands that when people are pushing into, because again, this area is not easy to play. Alongside those roads, there's like a lot of up and down dips alongside it. So when MS Chonburi are pushing onto that spot, they have a little bit of a hill in between them and where Order's kind of reinforcing from. So they know that anybody's coming there is not only originally coming in from the edge anywhere, but they're also playing scared when they make an approach to those central positions, so that they can then, Order has that window of time to be able to make that fallback happen. So yeah, it's really high IQ play, I think, from Nova in terms of the split, but one small push here or there from a slightly over-aggressive team can mean you lose one member, and then it all falls apart. So they balance this house of cards nicely.
I feel like, though, at the same time, Max, and I think we've kind of talked about this when we're watching the matches, that teams aren't necessarily going as hard or trying as hard as they would like in a super weekend. Like, again, if you're Nova right now, you're really good on points for rivals as well. There's no need to like really show any hands or get like too aggressive or too cocky or playing too passive. You just kind of play a little bit relaxed now that you are qualified. I feel like maybe that was Nova just kind of testing the lobby a little bit. I feel like if we're into the super weekend, that's a play that you don't really want to make, especially when you could have a chicken dinner. Like we saw the outcome. I feel like that's kind of worth or not worth doing, if that makes sense. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. You tell me.
I think the overall consensus here is you just need to make it in top 16 out of 20 teams, which for especially the Chinese teams such as Nova, they feel very confident in making it into the Super Weekends. I say that. Now that I think back at PMGC for last year, there's a Super Weekend they missed out on. Yeah. So that playstyle could be punished, and we've seen that get punished in the past. So they still got to be a little bit careful, I would agree, but entering the Super Weekends, I think they might try and go for a playstyle that's even more focused around getting to that late game, getting those kills, especially on top of that, because with a split like that, you're not going to get kills in the mid game, or very rarely. So I think we might see them adapt a little bit more, but here they're just testing things out, testing the waters in the league stage before actually making it in the Super Weekends, where the points count, really. So it worked out for now. They got himself a chicken dinner, and off of the back of that win, they qualified, I would say, in the Super Weekend, so they're looking good now.
I just want to remind you guys that the grand final prize last year at PMGC was $700,000. The prize pool's 5 times bigger this year, and they get $365,000 and some change for getting first place at the end of all of their super weekends in the league finals, right? When they get to league finals and they play out the 16 teams. So still a lot of money on the line for these teams, a lot of money to win, but also potentially some popularity, some fan favorite votes as well. If you're all at home who are watching, go into the esports center and vote for your favorite teams, your favorite players, and get some love, the rewards. You might see Paraboy was the MVP, but my boy Jim, I hope he's still my boy. I haven't talked to him in over a year. Maybe get some votes in for him. I already know Ocean, sent me a message saying, yeah, people would vote for me over you, Jason. It's fine. I understand. Looks before whatever this is, especially that side profile shot talking about diamonds, big noses. But anyways, moving on past that one. I don't know where I'm going with this one. Hopefully we go to a break soon so I can stop talking, or maybe Maxman, you take over. Who knows? But this is still an interesting fact of that. I think Nova, in my eyes, like kind of flaunted themselves, like how good they are by being aggressive like that. And I feel like a lot of teams who would play in those positions would make mistakes, and Nova just doesn't seem to make really any.
Yeah, as Clara said earlier, I do not see any other team that would have the cojones to go for that kind of split, right? And it's impressive. They worked out. No teams are ready to contest it. So I think that especially after today is done, right, you're going to have a lot of teams going back and checking out the VODs, and they're going to see splits like this and see this as an opportunity. Like, they're really confident. They've got wide spreads. Maybe this is an opportunity for us later on down the line to capitalize on positions like that, get a kill here or there, or get more free real estate under control. So I think that teams might see this as an opportunity, but as we like to say, it's Nova. Do you want to take the fight versus Nova? Probably not, right? You maybe want to avoid it.
They understand that, again, for a lot of these teams playing on the edge or even dropping close to this, it is a scary circle. You have the hills coming up to it on a lot of sides, and then from there on, across the road, it's a lot of relatively, in inverted commas, flat terrain. I mean, you watch as the phase fight goes down on the western side. They're kind of fighting that out, trying to find themselves a position to play into, but it's not easy. Even for Rivals, who kind of drops on a split around this area because of the hard shifts, and we're getting a lot of hard shifts, by the way, which is causing a little bit of volatility in these lobbies as a whole. They're shifting up towards water treatment. No, we've got to come back down. We've got to go back down towards these crossroad locations and then try and find ourselves a spot on the edge of these circles. So not a lot of teams had a very easy time, especially in this game, thanks to the fact that you got these hard shifts, you got these rough later circles to play in.
I think that's what we've been wondering, right? When we talked about those MENA teams, is like when it comes to things shifting away from them, when they don't get the zones, how will they play? But I also need to give a big shout out to DRS too. I mean, the team coming in from Nepal, we got 2 Nepali teams, if I'm not mistaken. And I know Imperium talks about them a lot. I know there's a lot of passion out of their fans. I think they're making their fans proud so far. But we still have one match to go today. We do have Group B, or A, B, D, and E can be participating in this one. So we will see the likes of Secret and FaZe Clan yet again. But it's the final match, and you obviously don't want to end off on a sad note, but I think for this time, for a lot of teams, to just kind of, let's just get as many points as possible. I wouldn't be too surprised to see teams playing extra passive here.
Especially for BTR, right? Because they have not had a good first 2 games, right? Game 1, Game 2. It was rough for them. So it happens, you know, a little bit of a rough start. That's fine. BTR is a team that can pick themselves back up, given the right circumstance. So Bigatron, this is the last game. And as you said, Jason, you want to end on a high note. And I think that that's especially important for BTR. That has not been having the best of days. So if I had to go for a team that would like to maybe not get chicken dinner, but at least get a decent amount of points this game, it would have to be BTR, because I think they need it now.
Yeah, I'm trying to think back to BTR, and typically their runs come towards the end of tournaments, right? That's when they start to pick up a major amount of points, start to climb up the leaderboards. They did it in PMGC in the finals last year. They've done it in PMPLs before. We'll see if they can do it again. We're going to head to a short break. When we come back, we'll find out if Bigatron can do that. We'll find out another team can build up some decent points in their pool before we get into our next day of action.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Showtime! Setiap saat, chicken dinner.
Lontaran Nit ke bahagian hadapan, tapi itulah dia Free Fire yang ditunggu dengan begitu sabar sekali oleh Riz. Mungkin akan berharapkan impian Team Secret. Team Secret terkeluar di tempat yang ke-8 dengan kini telah boleh diketahui. Pun cuba untuk masuk daripada bahagian belakang, tapi datang boleh gangguan daripada jumper.
In the wrong direction, Zaxi aiming out for
the grenade. And he gets the ultimate right here for Gigfan.
Oh, they. Rule them through. Here we have it.
Looking out really tough for you, Hoi getting 70k. MR5 is down as well. That is unique.
Close one there by Fluke. Ooh, another one coming in from Damroot. Can he finish off Fluke? Fluke now 50% health. Fluke is actually being shot at. Where is he gonna go? Oh no! Fluke! Fluke! Ooh, Fluke! And he goes down.
Much early on as compared to Erangel Galacticos moving into the corner of the container, and Tamio gets taken now.
Hello, di manakah QB berada? Bombs bakal aja.
Bahkan ada sebuah ledakan, ada sebuah bagi yang juga loncat tadi kita melihat. Dan itu dia Genesis Dogma memulangkan semua pemain dari V Gaming. โลแกนโชว์ความเก่าครับแล้วนี่เรียบร้อยครับเป็นทางด้านโลแกนครับที่ค่อนข้างที่จะเก่ากว่านะช็อตนี้แล้วมีใหญ่ขาดชิ้นต้องนะครับต้องปั๊มวงเหนียวเป็น BDR กิ๊กแฟมโดนหนีสุดแล้วดึงตอนที่เก็บโอกี้ไปแล้วเหลือแค่ตรงโดนไฟ2เลยมีลาตัวเย็นน้องรักมีลูกตุ๊เปมาจอกเช็คชื่อครับโอ้โหเอาได้มาบอลล่างเลยไฟหวานเป็นเกียรติแล้วตอนนี้โดนคล้องจากไกลๆขอแค่เม็ดเดียวพอขอแค่เม็ดเดียวล่วงไปโอ้ยวันนี้3 ปอมจะเกมได้ไม่ทำได้แต่เพื่อนเขามาเทได้เหมือนกันแล้วไม่เอานอนแบบนี้เรียบร้อยเลยเป็น4 2 แต้มMari kedudukan yang cantik. Kita lihatkan tim secret di bagian high ground tersebut, tapi Nerpeko dengan satu pemanduan yang begitu. Oh ya, mungkin dia memang cover mungkin achievement pula. Bom Malaysia Miramar daripada tim EVOS.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East. You have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americas. You're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia. You took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe. It's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia. You were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China. You carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
Well, it looks like 4Rival might be next to glory. Who knows? They're currently leading the pack here as we're about to head into our 5th match of the day. Now, I know you guys couldn't hear me at the start of the last, the finish of the last match, but I just want to repeat what I was saying. If you guys are interested, check out Blet on a Box over on YouTube. It's a very funny video, and that man needs to get a little bit taller because we definitely have the height on the desk. And yes, even you, Kalaris, are a giant compared to him. But speaking of giants, we do have the likes of Nova, the returning champions of PMGC 2020, able to finally get themselves a chicken dinner here off the bat in match 4. I remember that Erangel was always strong when it came to PMGC last year, and they're still proving yet again they can be. And as we go into our 5th match, we got groups A, B, D, and E playing this time. So we have Group C sitting out, and we have, I believe, Group D coming back in. So Bigatron, Stalwart Esports, BC, Swell, and Reject yet again. Guys, and I feel like this has been a running story for over a year. Can Bigatron step up? Can they get themselves some kills? Can they get themselves some points, more importantly?
Seeing how the games have been going so far, I mean, I hope they can have a little bit of a step up in the last game. It's good to finish up on a high, especially for this first day of play. I would like to see them potentially do well, but if I'm looking at teams that would like to maybe get themselves a strong finish out the day, I would like to see the Japanese teams, BC Swell, Reject, get themselves a strong game here. Potentially not Chicken Dinner, but I would like to see at least one making top 3 because I think they need a little bit of a push and a nudge in the right direction. So this might be the game they get.
Well, let's not beat around the bush as well. They were in a rough spot. They're currently in the elimination spots. There's only 2 games that they've played so far, but in one of the Erangels, they rotated past 4 rivals in a dip that was so obviously going to be taken and lost out a few to that. You need to be more aware of these strong spots if you're going to be getting some of the higher positions in this lobby.
Well, one thing that might make you more aware of these strong spots and position is OnePlus, our sponsor here at PMGC 2021, with flagship performance and immersive 120Hz refresh rate or 100Hz display and HyperTouch technology made specifically for gamers. The OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro are your best shot to climb up the leaderboard. Don't brag about it, Claris. I know you have a OnePlus. Anyways, let's head back to our commentators of Blood and Pyram once again for the last match of the day.
Thank you very much for that once again, Jason. And he's been very kind to me thus far, so I'm not going to try and banter, especially the fact that he can't even, he forgets to even unmute his mic at times. So it's kind of unfair right there. But Imperium, final game of the day, it is going to be Erangel. And yeah, a couple of teams that are destined to allude to who have, I wouldn't say disappointed, obviously still very early, but haven't really lived up to the expectations that...
Yeah, for sure. The bottom 6 teams right now only have 2 games played. And indeed, BTR, one of those teams who only have 5 points in the 3 games they've played so far today. So for sure, I think in the 2 games they played today, my apologies. But either way, they definitely haven't really stepped up to the plate. But I think they're the kind of team that are going to be playing the long form game. They are going to be taking advantage of the fact that this is a 3-week event, a 3 kind of weekend, super weekend heavy format. So they don't really need to really put it all on the line in the league play. Looking at the playing path, the phase 1 circle, it is very, very dirty because that phase 1 is a good, like, 40% water, I would argue. Nearly 40% water.
Yes, I love the zone. Okay, action is living up to its name. A little bit of Mad Max action we have over here. And that is going to be a very ignominious end to Tunny. And I like this from Stalwart Esports. They get the kill, and they're like, no, it's good enough. Let's get out of here.
And Stalwart, I think they've took a break the last 2 games. They're coming into this last one. Okay, look.
Okay.
We're going to end on a bit of a high note, right? We're going to come into this swinging. We're not going to take any chances. And it is the way Stalwart have really set themselves up. And when we look back at how they played in the PMPL South Asia, one of the most aggressive, one of the most proactive teams. Yes, this is their first kind of big global event. But there's no doubt about it when we kind of look at what they're able to achieve, and we look also back at what Mongolia as a country and a region have been able to achieve so far within the PUBG Mobile esports ecosystem. Zeus last year were a big surprise. I can see Stalwart, not only in this game, but across the rest of the PMGC, being a big surprise.
Well, FaZe are in for a bit of a big surprise, but somehow MR5 able to get the knock, but they're not expecting Attacker to have the angle from behind, and unfortunately, they're caught between a rock and a hard place, and both the rock and the hard place have guns trained in their direction. Look at the way FaZe are just arrayed around. So back and forth trades thus far. Venturus once again being the hero for the side of FaZe, but Attacker is going to be pushing on in, trying to prevent the res from taking place. The res does take place.
Oh, poor boy!
Finish! What was that from Corp and FaZe? They just eliminate TJB in a blink of an eye. Listen. I still don't understand how that happened.
This is the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. This is why I put FaZe on a bit of a pedestal. This is why I have regarded FaZe as the most exciting team to watch. They're not always going to get it right, but when they do, by God, do they make it look good. That jump shot from Corpi was absolutely exceptional. Maybe he didn't need to go for the revive, but he also knew what was in front of him. The TPP perspective was laid out, it helped him, and he made it count. Big, big plus. And that's another game that we've seen TJB, although they are looking pretty healthy in terms of the standings, go out relatively early in.
No, the thing is, FaZe were kind of walking into a try. They got pincered by, and I was busy just looking at the minimap and just saw the colors representing TJB just disappear in a blink of an eye. And of course, at the end there, the jumping shot. You can't even blame Attacker for trying to prevent that res from taking place.
Sure.
But incredible. They just JB, a team who have looked incredible thus far in day one. So that's going to be a very early action-packed start to the final map of the day, ladies and gentlemen. And even though it's only been 4 games played thus far, Imperium, it's only 2 days of action. Each of these teams only get to play 8 maps in total.
Yes.
And for a few of them, this is map 5. So their opportunities are going to start to dwindle. In fact, they've started dwindling.
Group A and Group B, indeed. It's going to be kind of a lot more of an uphill battle tomorrow if they haven't had a good day so far today. It's all about when you have this kind of 5 groups, 4 teams, and you have this split. It's all about that cushion effect that I talk about. You got to create a massive cushion of 10 to 20 points against the teams behind you. If you can create that big cushion within kind of the last 2 games to go and you're not playing the final 2 games, it puts a lot more pressure on the shoulders of the teams behind you, and it puts them at risk of making the mistakes and not making it through. So again, that cushion effect is going to be so important for the teams in groups A and B.
Right now, the Nova traversing past Gatka, where very quickly it's going to be very quickly heavily populated. You can see a lot of the teams who had dropped towards the northern, towards the eastern side of the map, and even towards the military island, where of course we have Infinity and Stalwart Esports, as usual, will be slowly but surely relocating themselves. And okay, I'm going to ask you this, Imperial. What's your favorite? What's your favorite like final zone, especially in the ranking? What tickles your fancy usually?
Oh man, so I love a kind of a Rozhok River side finish. I'm a big fan of that. Pachinki finish, can't go wrong with a big chunky city finish. But I am a big fan of the Gaka Fields Chopsticks area that it seems to be heading towards, because I think there's a good balance of that kind of low ground of the Chopsticks, the high ground around the Gaka Fields, and it really kind of forces these teams to play kind of a lot more variably because you had the flatness in front of you as well. So to me, that's kind of my liking. What about you? Is there a particular part of the map that you prefer to see a circle finish?
I'm gonna say it's 2. Be like a circle. Like the first couple of zones are, it traverses both the main island and island, and then in the 3rd or the 4th zone, it suddenly does a massive shift down south, and then suddenly you see half the server, half the lobby just jumping into the water, and it's kind of like just. I am evil, and I enjoy it. I love watching, and also I do enjoy like final circles being on the beaches where you have to make the decision. Do I go for the beach? Do I go for the water? But what if it shifts away? In which case, when I make my way out of the water, I'm going to be a sitting duck. Speaking of sitting ducks, Enigma Galaxy a little scary there. That Eyes guys will shoot them away, but they'll escape. Yeah,
I think Enigma had purpose behind where they're rotating, so it wasn't really much of a distraction. They knew where they wanted to go. I'm really impressed by Nova's ability to just like still play cool, calm, collected as a split. Right, in this part of the map where they dropped in around a Gaka split, which in this kind of circle, which has a good 30 to 40% water already on that western side, their area of the map is already going to be a lot more pressurized around teams rotating in. They still hold on to this 2-1-1 split. It's pretty amazing to see, and it shows that Chinese kind of confidence as Order takes a couple of shots towards one of the BTR players, but Liquid, he has no idea that Reject is there.
Divine Still hasn't seen him, Liquid. Trying to spot him in Divine, who's gonna pounce. That's the first knock. Looking for the second one as well, and Divine's doing everything by his lonesome. Spot the third player too. Needs to be careful because there's a player right underneath of him, and he will be brought down. But backup has arrived as Reject looking to make quick work of BTR, and quick work indeed it will be. That is gonna be the squad wipe, beg your pardon, and goodbye, good night BTR. They're gonna have to just seethe and wait for the next day. They're looking rough, Imperium.
There's a lot of kind of question marks behind that rotation. I'll talk about it in a bit because Phase 2 did pop up and it at least centered over towards the mainland. It's gone to the east, so there's less of that kind of, oh, is the water going to eliminate the amount of landmass available? Teams can be a little bit more comfortable about where they currently are based off their Phase 1 rotation. But to talk about that BTR rotation, right? I appreciate the fact that they went for a little bit of a quicker rotation, not as slow as they've been shown to do in the past. However, it was at the tail end of Phase 1. And if you're going to go so deep, especially in that position, at the tail end of Phase 1, you're asking for trouble. That sniper tower and the hill above the sniper tower is a really good place to hold on to on this kind of circle. So they should have had their wits about them that 9 times out of 10, a team is going to be there because they were so late on that rotation in Phase 1 specifically. So it's kind of justified that they ended up going out because they were going in blind and they paid the price.
They paid the price in blood. This phase, they were so very clinical in the wipe they pulled off earlier. But right now, are a bit of a, I wouldn't even call it a sandwich. 6 to 8. Their approaches some of these fights are a bit curious, if you ask me. But I'll get back to it later on, because Tony K is going to be shot from by Daoshi from the distance, and it was a bit of a sandwich indeed. And Sinan's going to be the first casualty here for FaZe. And now they're aware that it's not just, you know, it's not STE grouped up together. They're spread thin, and one by one, they're picking FaZe apart here. Yu Yang's going to find a double, and suddenly FaZe down to a one-man squad, MR5, and he's nowhere in the vicinity. And this interesting approach in his team fights from STE, it works out.
Yeah, 6-8 played that really well, right? But also FaZe gave them too much space around that, right? FaZe weren't proactive enough around taking shots, even if it had been at the risk of an initial knock against them. They allowed 6-8 to blanket around them, sandwich them as you aptly put it, and it was that mistake. But I do appreciate that proactivity from 6-8. It can be often hard to take fights against these Chinese teams and the confidence they show. FaZe won out against Tong Xiaobao, but they didn't win out against 6-8. And now MR5 is left trying to run with his tail between his legs, hoping he can survive. But 6-8, blah, they're hunting, they're looking for him.
It's like, I don't think I've seen a single member of 6-8 ever sit still for a moment. They're always on the move, Imperium. It's interesting. It makes me feel very uncomfortable because I'm like, just slow down a bit, guys. But seem to work out for them as we take a look at the next zone, and it is going to be on the mountains as DE are coming under heavy fire from Genesis Dogma, and they're going to get the first knock and the finish onto Fragboy. Now, due to stick around, they are not looking to take the fight because because one of them, they're quite a distance away, and DE, they're like, you know what, screw it, we lost a member, it's okay, and they're going to make the way straight up the mountain and might be the first team to get their way there.
Yeah, but holding on to Everest is always tough enough as a full squad, never mind as a 3-person team, so I worry about that from Deadeye's guys, and I think it's a little bit now reminded for them to try and hold on to that position. I appreciated that they disengaged away, only losing one player, but I question that Everest position for the time being. What I do like is that they're only holding on to the east. The way Everest works is you can hold on to the west, you can hold on to the east, but you can't hold on to both sides, right? Because if you stay center, a team can enter in from one of those sides. So holding on to either the west or the east gives you the best position to control the teams around you. So for the time being, I do appreciate that with regards to Deadeye's guys.
I love the fact that you called it Everest, while over here we usually call it Olympus, but hey, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. Everest, Olympus, whatever. MR5, he's, man, like 628, they just don't let up. The moment they seem to spot the target, they're like, we are gonna hunt you down, come what may. And MR5's days seem to be numbered, but it is gonna be BCS now going up against Starwood Esports, and look at the pace it's being set here by the Mongolians. Just he trying to make his escape, but Top's going to finish him off. And Starwood Esports, like a pack of wolves, they pounce upon their opposition. And BC Swell, they're just left licking their wounds. Just a couple of members survive.
Well, it seems like both the STEs have ants in their pants and they can't stop moving. They can't stop being proactive on their plays. And Stalwart, the Mongolian team, and really shone brightly across the PMPL South Asia. They're in for a purpose play on that eastern edge of the circle. They've pushed BC Swell back more predominantly, and I appreciate that. But this is a very risky play from Genesis Dogma. Daybot being on top of the crane, it does give that elevated position, but he is, of course, isolated on his own. There's a high chance that if he gets knocked, he's not getting revived. But I like that Genesis Dogma as a team have not gone deep into the crates of George Paul. They have that exit strategy if the circle shifts to the east, moving through the northern side of George Paul. So we'll have to wait and see how it works out for them as Team Seeker hold on to south crates.
Now, I know we were not privy to what really went down in Yasnaya this time around, but the fact that MS John Brewery and DRS have all 4 members of both the teams alive, it is a bit curious. It is a bit curious because they weren't like grouped up together. I really thought it was going to be a potential fight breaking out, but it looks like they kind of called a bit of a temporary truce. But Starwood are calling no truce. They're going in for the hunt and they're looking to finish off BC Swell.
CR Tomato gets knocked down, so it's just this that's left standing. Just this, just that. Let's see if he can be just unrecognized, but I don't think Stalwart are going to let him away with that one. Down to half health and nades are flying, and Stalwart finish him off. That's another kill in the favor of the Mongolian side. I know, it's insane.
It's more like just this, more like dodge this, as STE, the other STE now going up against Team Secret, and they're all downhill. Oh, he just runs him over. He just runs him over. Okay, then. Okay, 628, you have my attention. Another squad wipe, 8 kills to the name, all 4 members still alive. Imperium break that one down.
It was simply Team Secret's mistake. That circle shifted. They were on the south edge of George Paul crates. It was that kind of panic blind push into the edge of the circle, hoping nobody would be in front of them. But they faced a gigantic brick wall. Hey, you could call it the wall of China in the form of 628, and they felt the wrath of that massively. It was simply put just a mistake from Team Secret, not really too much to break down. While Deadeye's guys, they have moved from the eastern edge of Everest to the western edge of Everest. Now that's on that edge of the circle play. Nova have gathered themselves up as a 4-man team inside that compound, but Stalwart, they're moving around. They have that low ground dip, which they're able to avoid Nova with, and they can focus on the Enigma.
4 rivals, though, they are eating some bullets from above, but they do have a bit of cover. Calden's ridges will provide them some, will at least obscure the vision of Deadeye's guys from above. And as you pointed out, Imperium, they do have control of the western side of Everest, but right now they don't really need to head down anytime soon. But it is getting kind of heavily populated, and Starwood Esports, Pika's out in the open. He should be spotted there by Galzen, but Pika able to get the knock, and Pika and that M24 has been a thorn for a lot of players. And listen, Imperium, I've seen this guy pull off some insane shots with these bolt action rifles, at least in South Asia.
Yeah, I know in the latest patch, the bolt actions did get a bit of a buff. We saw the likes of the DP28 get nerfed, and the even the DMRs get a bit of a buff as well. But Pika plays it so much differently. It doesn't really matter to him. He'll pull it out when he needs to. That's a lovely nade by Deadeye's guys onto a member of 4 Rivals down the Everest mountainside, or Olympus, as you in South Asia aptly call it. But Shifu, he gets knocked in return.
Yeah, it's always a dangerous game. You might be the king of the hill temporarily, but that also makes you an easy target. It can be lonely top of the hill, but True Love is going to keep zigging and zagging, ensuring he's not going to be a sitting target for any of the teams who might be having the scopes trained in his direction. On the other side, though, it's a 4-way stalemate between 4 teams. And quite a number of them still out of the play zone. And DRS, yeah.
I don't really like that spread. I don't think it makes sense for them to encroach on towards that hillside of Everest. Not only are they walking into 4 Rivals and Deadeye's guys, but they're out in the open against Nova. They're much better off playing on that underside and taking a bit more of an isolated fight against Stalwart.
Infinity. Oh, this is rough. Mail up. He's been knocked down, and he does. Yeah, this should be a very, very easy couple of frags here for Enigma Galaxy. Lord, I like the way they're splitting the 2v2, but let's talk about that later on, because Stalwart Esports, they've just wiped the floor with DRS's bodies. Just 1 remains for DRS. And Stalwart Esports, even though they have lost top, and Scry has been knocked down, the opponent indeed. 7 kills to the name. They still have a little time to work with. Scry has managed to kill him. And now, Nova, what do? They have that compound to work with, and it is going to be never mind. What a shot from Powerboy from the distance to steal the kill and also get a second one onto Mafia Ninja. So a couple of kills at Stalwart Esports is taken away by the Chinese side. But Stalwart Esports, they might be potentially looking for revenge later on. In the meantime, this stalemate, it's still ongoing.
I called it with DRS, right? The way they were maneuvering around, it just wasn't the right way to play that edge of circle. MS Chamber are in a fantastic position towards that compound to gatekeep against 628, push 628 against Genesis Dogman, because when you hold on to a compound, one of the key things you can do, Blah, is manipulate the traffic, right? Create that metaphorical bubble, and in this phase 5 of the game, it's very important if you can pull that off.
And right now, Genesis Dogma, they're deciding to take the fight to Deadeye's guys. They're like, you know, no, you're not going to have control of that hill all by yourselves. And looking at the way the circle has moved in a little bit, actually, they can gatekeep Deadeye's guys. Now, Deadeye's guys have to come downhill. And unfortunately for them, the zone's not going to be favoring them. In fact, it is going to be Genesis Dogma who's going to be lying in wait. The only problem for Genesis Dogma here, though, Imperium, correct me if I'm wrong, is that means they're also exposed to every single direction because they are on the cliffside.
Yeah, so that's where they should probably try and focus on one specific direction. But luckily for Genesis Dogma, 628 are in the battle against MS Chambry, and they're taking it to them. Great play by MSC.
Yeah, 6-8. 628. They've looked almost nigh untouched. Some of the fights have taken thus far, but it looks like MS John Burry will be a team that they can't easily contend with, as Pop will also be rezzed by Jasper, and that leaves just 1 man left alive for the side of STE. A couple of his members will drop as well, and now 4 Rivals pushing up against Genesis Dogma. The nade's going to sail past, and he's going to find the double knock. That is beautiful stuff. Actually, just to 1 knock, but almost a second kill. And 4 Rivals, they're getting harassed as well by Nova, who thus far haven't budged from this compound, and why should they? And they're just going to keep taking pot shots, stealing kills away, and racking up those numbers.
Like an old lady looking out the window, trying to find something sneaky to look at. Nova just looking out those cracks, trying to find a kill here or there, and they're finding it. As Genesis Dogman down to just 1 Daybot left on his own. Yes, the circles shifted away from Nova, but they're so close to the edge that they don't need to worry about moving in, because it's important that they take out what's behind them, which is 4 Rivals and Genesis Dogman.
Somehow, the final surviving member of 628 still dealing out damage, and MS Sean Burry then gonna try patch themselves up. All 4 still alive, though, although a couple of them are on bloody knees. And look at Nova now, repositioning themselves. They're going to be getting into the vehicles because they now know they need to evacuate the premises. They need to move on in a little deeper. And looking at a zone, It's like smack on top of this intersection point between that highway and a little bit of a dirt path right there. And Starwood Esports, they're in a great spot here. They need to still move on into the safe zone. A couple of members have already, but Nigma Galaxy, they're gonna get besieged from every single direction now.
Yeah, but they have a 2-2 split, and that's actually going to work in their favor. They're utilizing the Koenigsegg showroom to their advantage as well, which is a free building in play. As the members of 628 are taken down, we're left with 14, 13 players up. Stalwart, they have 3 players strong. Nova, 3 players strong. The circle's about to shift up, and I think any one of these 4 teams could take the win.
Oh yeah, for sure. And Nigma Galaxy, they're playing a 2-2 split. Starwood Esports moving ahead inch by inch, deploying a couple of smokes. In the meantime, Nova going up against MSC. MS John Burry. Yes, they have lost one member. A member of Down is knocked down as well, but they're going to be getting the res here. Right now, 4 teams alive, 13 players duking it out, and Starwood are just taking shots in every single direction. They spot under the member, and Kika fast taps with a mini 14, and he's going to find order. And with that, King will also be finished off, and Nova are getting just third-party by multitude of teams. All 3 other surviving teams taking shots at Nova, as Ponzai in the meantime returns fire onto 2 Enigma Galaxy. Enigma Galaxy are down to a 1-man squad, and this might just wind up being MSC going up against the Mongolians, Imperium.
It could be the case. Luckily for Nigma, they do have control inside the circle. They have that anchor point. MSC, the work is not done. They have so much more to do. The blue zone is battling them. Amodi is stepping up the plate. The bullets are blazing, and MSC are down to 1.
Enigma Galaxy, oh, they still have something to work with, but not Nova. The order and Jimmy will be finally put into the ground, and Starwood Esports, 10 kills. The Mongolians, they're gonna ride again here, Imperium. They're looking for that chicken dinner. Now, unfortunately for them, but for Enigma Galaxy, the remaining members who got knocked down, they've been rezzed up. They've healed themselves as well. So now they have the player advantage. But bear in mind, MSC, they're still alive and kicking.
They are, but they can't get involved. They can't get third. They can't third party. Stalwart, they are pushing in. They want this showroom. They want the Koenigsegg.
And well, there you have it. MSC's been taken down, and now Enigma Galaxy, they don't have to worry about being sandwiched, but they do have to worry about the flurry of Molotovs, incendiaries, nades being lobbed in by Starwood Esports. Down to a 3 versus 3. Enigma Galaxy, the MENA team, going up against the Mongolian Starwood Esports. At least the way they're approaching this particular fight, Imperium, they're looking for the chicken dinner, and they really seem to want it. And in the meantime, Enigma Galaxy all lying prone, not really looking to take up the challenge.
Lord needs to step up. Modi, they need to create that distraction, because Freak, he's currently on his own. The nade gets thrown up from Lord. That's very important. Pushes Stalwart back towards the other side of the building, and that's a potential entry point across the road for Enigma.
Oh, this is just a battle of attrition between these 2 teams, taking shots, tossing nades, no one really going down. A number of smokes being deployed by Action, but he's trying to go for the flank. He's sneaking in on his screens all the way up north, and I don't think Hamodi's aware of this. He's shooting at the smokes. It's a perfect little bait, but Action, is he going to push on any further ahead? Because if he does, he's going to be exposed, because he's going to be out on the road.
Freak does have the prone down position by the steps. He's not being spotted right now, and they could still find him being the victim of Stalwart, but we'll have to wait and see. It's all about Action Jackson, what he can do in this fight.
That's info being conveyed by Action, and he is gonna provide the fire for his side. But Lord is still there across the road, so they need to be wary of that fact. And Action able to dodge a couple of bullets sailing past his head. Lord, he is the contingency plan for Enigma Galaxy, and Hamodi quickly repositioning himself, trying to find something, trying to make a play, but he needs to be careful. Freak, look at it, look at Freak. He started sneaking from behind them, from around the building, and Starwood Esports, they have no idea.
I appreciate that separation. He's gonna have to make it count. The blue zone is closing in. Stalwart are being pressed, but they also have an advantage.
It too, Hamodi though. He is keeping them pinned. Lord sneaking in from around. Action is going to get knocked down, but Scry with an 8 fighting Harmony at the same time. They're going to finish him off, and now it's going to come down to the 2 versus 2. Are they aware of the flank taking place? No, I don't think they are, as Lord is going to finish off the job, taking down Action, the 2v2 right now, but the flank, it's still on, and that is going to be Lord just doing everything by his lonesome. Never mind, the flank was taken care of as well, and there you have it. Stalwart Esports will not be denied, and they are going to claim a chicken dinner, and what a game it was, Imperium, from the Mongolians.
Fantastic from Stalwart Esports, fully deserved. They committed to that low ground dip that I said was protecting them against the likes of Nova, who had the compound in play. They didn't go too deep on toward that side. They dealt with DRS. They helped to deal with the rest of Nova, and then when it needed to be done, they then pushed in on towards Nigma's building, because despite them being on that kind of low ground, there was still that fear in the kind of phase 4, phase 5 parts of the game that they could be shut down from the Everest players such as Genesis Dogma if they pushed in too heavily too early onto Enigma. So really, Stalwart played this game beautifully. They played it proactively, and it was a deserved result. I feel bad for Enigma because they also deserve a chicken dinner, and they did play a fantastic 2-2 split, but in the end, they just couldn't deal with the might of the Mongolians.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that there was sandwich between MS Chonburi and Stalwart Esports, right? And Stalwart Esports, they went for the right play. They snuck on in. No, not snuck on in. They just rammed their way into the building. But then Enigma Galaxy, they were able to hold their ground, take on MS Chonburi, and that late flank, I forget who the player was, but man, if that flank had worked, it would have been the biggest play, the big balls play coming in off the day. It would have been fantastic. But as you said it, Stalwart Esports, the Mongolians, I did wonder, Imperium, watching... oh, what a shot from Pika, by the way. I did have my doubts as to how Stalwart Esports would perform here in the Global Challenge, primarily because it felt like a lot of the South Asian teams, they had their number in the previous PMPL South Asia season, right? But they seem to have come to battle it out here, you know? First couple of games, comparatively a little quiet, but this one, it's a high-fragging chicken dinner. Good stuff on the Mongolians.
At the end of the day, it's ending on a high note for Stalwart. That will play into their confidence coming into tomorrow's games. 6-8 though, on the other hand, there's no doubt about it, they are riding high. 10 kills in that game alone. They were absolutely brutal on the northwest side. They dealt with FaZe, they dealt with Team Seeker. It was just unfortunately that, credit to MS Chambry, they took him out quite cohesively.
Yeah, just a fantastic series of games we've had here thus far, Imperium, and I feel very lucky. I feel very blessed, right? You go back to the first game of the day. It was a bit quiet. Everyone is a little trepidant. Everyone is a little, you know, paranoid as to how these teams are going to be approaching these fights, their opposition. Because let's be real, you know, some of these teams are facing each other for the very first time ever. The past 3 games, these two Erangels and Miramar, it has definitely been action-packed, high-fragging affairs, and heading to tomorrow, I'm just excited of what we're going to be seeing, because this was some crazy stuff coming out.
It was heated up, it got more volatile, teams came out to play, and it only leads into tomorrow's games even more. Can't wait.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And right now, I can't wait to hear what our analysts have to say and break down what was an incredible final game of the day.
Well, that's weird. I was expecting him to be mean to me there. Okay, I guess we'll go with that. All right, well, let's tell him what we have to say here. We do see a big win coming for Stalwart. And Maxman, you talked about them earlier on. You talked about them, I think, more when it came to Miramar. But what a fantastic win for them.
Yeah, they're a team that, if they get in a game-winning position and they are there to potentially close off the game, they are going to get that chicken dinner every time, right? That's why I'm really enjoying.
I'm so sorry. I thought you said if they get a game-winning position, they become this Avenger-level threat, and they put their pedal to the metal.
Come on.
And they keep that consistency and just hit every single thing possible.
You have high expectations for me, don't you, Jason? Thank you. But yeah, I call them the Avenger level threat team earlier, but because really, they are a team that have such good synergy in general. They're always so good at finding those sneaky off angles. They got at one point one of the players, I believe it was, I think it was Lord, who was on an off angle at one point, and that was so well played from both sides actually, not only STE but also from Enigma Galaxy. it worked out great, and they were just making sure that Enigma Galaxy could not cross that road. I know you wanted Enigma Galaxy chicken dinner, Kalaris, but not today. It's STE who gets it. Hell yeah.
I mean, they've been super consistent regardless. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Let's focus on STE here for a moment, though, because like coming off the back of having a 2-game break as well to then lead into a win, considering the position that they were in south of where Nova was, I thought they were going to be held out by Nova. However, Nova wanted to take a bit more of a northern position in this circle. It is some good stuff. And moving up on that, you know, the car compound to be able to control that spot that they were in there. Yeah, really impressive stuff. 29 points as well, Jason. Good.
Yeah, I think one team I was kind of looking at as well, if we move past Stalwart Esports, is Deadeye guys. I mean, they had Everest for such a long time, and I feel like they kind of really struggled to take anything off of that. Now, I obviously understand that the zone shifted away from them, and they were being gate kept a little bit. I think it was by MS Chonburi, if I'm not mistaken, but I was expecting a little bit more out of them there, to be fair.
Yeah, I think you had MS Chonburi, you had Nova, and 4 rivals that got really close to Everest at some point. But the main issue with Everest is if you have to go down the western side of Everest, you've got so many strong compounds. The one where MS Chonburi were, the one position where Nova were playing from. Going downhill from a position like that where teams are set in a good compound, it's so rough, right, Jason? And I think that they really understood that was not going to go their way. So good attempt from Deadeye's guy on that position, but the circle will shift. And you said it right earlier, Kalaris. We had a lot of hard shifts today, and this was another one where it hard shift over to the west. So given another circle, it was a little bit more central. This could have been a very strong finish from Deadeye's guys. So it got a little bit unlucky rubber ducky at the end there.
That's one way to put it. Wow, that damage coming in. Coming in from Action.
Okay, Mario.
I was hoping for a sound. You're like, wow. I'm like, that's not fair.
Definitely not. Action's been a great standout here throughout the day, though. I think we've looked at him as somebody that's able to put up the numbers. It was actually not only 4 rivals, but also I think Genesis Dogma that were really holding out Deadeye's guys up towards that position. So I mean, but the thing is that with these circle shifts and how they play out, like everyone's playing edge, all these shifts are creating a lot of volatility in this lobby right now, which is even more impressive for me to see teams like Nigma getting so much consistency out of the volatility coming in throughout the day.
Can we just acknowledge really quickly here too that he had 1,200, almost 1,300 damage, and he had 24% of his team's contribution? I mean, I guess the limbs do play a big factor in it, but to do only 24% with 1,200 damage, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, the thing about I could talk about Stalwart Esports because I really enjoyed the playstyle of this team. Every single player has their own role, and they all pull their own way. In terms of, sometimes you would have teams where you got someone that's going to be playing more of that supportive role, such and such. But here, everyone's doing their role, and you can see right now on this head-to-head, right? Action getting himself 1,276. Pika also being there, serving as the IGL for the roster, getting himself 5 limbs. Like, everyone is pulling their weight in these games, and if they get himself a strong win, it's not just 1 or 2 players doing well, it's the entire roster performing together. I'm so happy to see them finally get a win here.
How does this work? It's 24% of the damage, which was 1,276.
I think it's the kills.
It's not. No, it's a secret formula where you combine a lot of different factors.
It's Krabby Patty.
Is one of it. Damage is one of it.
Okay.
But either way, I mean, if we move past the contribution percent, I'm so happy to see that they're able to kind of pick up where Zeus left off last year, right? Another strong Mongolian team coming through. They get themselves into 5th place overall with 47 points. But we can see here, Enigma Galaxy, you're talking about consistency, Kalaris, and you want to touch on them a little bit later, but let's touch on them now.
Yes, let's, please. Oh, I really wish they'd have won this game out. Because throughout the day, you know what? Across the year as a whole, I was critical of them when they were guns. I thought, yeah, okay, this team's got some potential, but not that much. I don't know how well they're going to do. Here is Enigma Galaxy. They might not have got themselves a chicken dinner on the board, but Max, what did you say it was? It was like something like 4 top 5s throughout the day here, and putting up elimination after elimination as well. They have been looking spectacular here throughout the first day of the tournament.
Yeah, and that's something that you brought up at the start of the day, right, Jason, that people might be seeing the Japanese region and also the MENA region as maybe the weaker ones, but they've been putting so much work, the MENA region as a whole, to improve and be able to play on this level, and not just play at this level, dominate at this level from what we've been seeing so far from this team. So, I mean, Enigma Galaxy, if they can get themselves some wins too, I mean, that would just be the cherry on top of the cake, and they're just pushing for the full for the entire tournament right now. But on the second page now, Jason, that's where things are getting dicey. BTR, I'm scared.
Yeah, 5 points, and they're currently out of contention at the moment for top 16 for the Super Weekend. Remember, the cutoff point is 16th place, so if you're 17th through 20th, you're not going to be playing the very first Super Weekend. I just want to jump back, by the way, to Enigma Galaxy, because you said dominating. They're dominating in a league, in the East League, with the previous PMGC winner, with the previous PMCO Global Fall Split winners, they're dominating in a region that has some of the best teams, if not pretty much a majority of the best teams in the world, which makes it that much more impressive that this team from MENA is able to come out and perform so well.
I think the thing that has impressed me most has been their decision-making about which positions they're going to take up. Again, I do think the first Miramar game, they could have refined that a little bit and got even more from it. And hey, if they are able to convert some of these positions to victories down the line, I think a lot of people are going to have to be kind of scared. I mean, it's only 5 games. It's a small sample size. It's a great start for them. I would love to see them put up more.
This kind of reminds me of back in PMPL Western Europe of Big, who was like top 3 with 0 chicken dinners, able to maintain that position. I just hope the same fate doesn't fall on their shoulders, as Big unfortunately didn't qualify in the finals of that one. But it's still great to see that we've had like these unexpected teams, and that's what I love to see when we get to PMGC, is every region competing against each other and having teams that you never would have expected, though if you're Colaris, I guess you would have predicted it, to just do exceptionally well. I mean, again, we're seeing some Chinese teams able to step up. 628 as well was in our top 5 there after getting dominated in one of our earlier matches we saw. I think they're up against 4 rivals in that one. They got knocked out earlier on. But it's a phenomenal thing, and this is why I love to see these big international events. You get these new kings of the battlegrounds coming to rise.
I have the impression every year a new team from Mongolia that can compete on the international level is born. It's like the Avatar. Every few centuries it comes back, but now it's every year for a team from Mongolia. But yeah, I'm happy to see teams that maybe people didn't expect do this well. Of course, you got to keep in mind this is only the league stage. Points aren't going to be that important. You need to try and perform as you did today in the Super Weekend. And we have that question mark of, have some of the top teams maybe been coming down, putting their foot off of the medal, as I like to say. I don't know why I said that, but that's why I say. We'll have to see, but if they can retain even just an ounce of that consistency hitting the Super Weekend, man, these teams are golden. They're going right into the finals to fight versus the best teams of the West for sure.
Yeah, and I love how you mentioned they got to maintain this momentum when they get into the Super Weekend. But before we can even talk about the Super Weekend, really, we still have another day of action. Before we can even talk about the next day of action, we've got a little clip we want to break down here. Max fan, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we're going to be talking a bit, especially about Nigma Galaxy, and we were talking a lot about how this team got in that position in the first place. So this circle, of course, you can see that because of how they dropped, it was a very Western Phase 1 circle. They're already inside the circle itself, so there's no big issue for them. But they like to try and potentially center up really quickly to get those points of interest under control really quickly. You can see it, Phase 2 did not even pop, and they're instantly moving, trying to get up north of Gatka, while still being very cautious, I would say, Colaris, because we know Gatka, which team drops there? It's Nova, and they were trying to make sure they did not clash. They took a lot of time to scout from those compounds to make sure they didn't really get involved and had as many players as possible to make it to the late game. Though that cautious approach from Gatka, from Nigma Galaxy, was a big reason why they made it in such a strong position towards the end.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, you can even take a step back whilst we watch this play out as well and say that, you know, because they've got Pachinki, it gives them a great staging point to be able to react to almost any situation that is thrown their way. Not only that, but when they take up these positions here, these little dips and divots that they've got all along this kind of road intersection that comes along, it's another good spot. I think what that was really stood out about Nigma's choices here has been their understanding of the terrain and when to take certain locations in this terrain, and it pays dividends here.
Yeah, you can even see it. They even got himself the showroom on the other side. Freak able to take himself that position and control. So they're just basically controlling that dirt road, and also the main road is happening right up north of Stalwart. So they're just making sure that they are controlling the pacing of this game and making sure that teams cannot reposition depending on the next circle. So they were in a position where they were basically controlling the masses and making sure that they had full control of the end.
These knocks are really important, though. If these knocks don't happen, I think Nigma probably ends up winning this game. Why? Because when those knocks occur, that was the perfect opportunity. You can see it in the top right-hand corner on the minimap right now. This was the perfect opportunity for eventually STE to push up on that kind of showroom compound, right? Yeah. And without that, Nigma is probably looking a little bit more on that focused area. So I think kudos to STE as well for understanding when they could actually push up to what is effectively the game-winning position.
I think even Hamodia there deserves some credit, right? Because if he doesn't return some knocks when he lost 2 of his teammates being knocked down by MS Chonburi, then maybe they would have pushed on it and Nigma would have actually been taken out of the game a lot earlier. So yeah, there's a lot of these like minuscule, minute little decisions that are being made here in these like critical moments that are allowing teams to be successful or falter, Max.
Yeah, it worked out great. I mean, Hamodi especially talked about him. He was able to get one of the sickest sprays right under the car. I could not even see.
Yeah.
Man, I need glasses. I definitely could not do something like that. So heads up to him. I actually got my meeting with my optician later today to actually get those sorted out. But it's impressive to see that they're actually making sure that MS Chonburi could not make that push happen, because as you mentioned, right, Kalaris, those knocks, that could have been the reason why we actually see a team like Nigma Galaxy actually take himself to win. Yeah. So it's just those small little details that could change the end of a game, but it's PUBG Mobile, that's what happens, and you just got to deal with the consequences.
Yeah, Max, I almost bet you that I know what you're going to do when the show is done. Besides the optician, you're going to go vote for your fan favorite, which is probably going to be Hamodi now. And speaking of that, you guys can vote at home as well. You can head to the esports center within the game. You guys can vote for your favorite team, your favorite players, and you get some awesome rewards if you do so. Maybe throw Hamodi a vote, maybe throw Action a vote with his 1,200, almost 1,300 damage. Who knows? It's all up to you guys. Just make sure you guys do it, because it all ends on the 27th of December. I'm going to be voting for, I mean, I kind of have to go for my boy Jim, because he's my boy Jim, and I'm the only one that can call him Jim.
I don't like how you're the only one allowed to do that. It's been like a year since you last talked to him, and you still call him Jim. I think you're gonna have to have a chat with him to see if you're still allowed to, Jason. I'm not sure if you have the rights anymore.
We have that like connection, right, where we just, you know, you're not when you're really good friends, you don't have to see them all the time. You can see them once a year, and it's just like you picked up where you left off. But either way, you know, I feel like overall, if we just kind of recap how the day went, we saw some really good signs from a lot of different teams. I mean, just the first match alone, the top three of you guys didn't join us, and hopefully I'm not spoiling for you. Hopefully you guys went back and I've already seen it, or you're here since the beginning. We saw our 3 Chinese teams take our top 3 positions in match 1. The unfortunate part was later on as the matches progressed, a couple of those fell off.
Yeah, especially SGE, I would say, has been the one that's had a little bit of a rougher time throughout the day. But do keep in mind that this is their first time playing at this type of level, first time where they're playing in a tournament with that third-person perspective. So maybe they need... I think that the team currently in this tournament with Songjiabao, they need a little bit more time to adapt compared to Nova, that's already had this experience in the past, and they know what the drill is by now. But it's still, having a strong day like that from the Chinese teams, if they just keep performing like that in the Super Weekend itself, like they're looking still as the teams that are making it into the grand finals, so you better be careful about these guys for sure.
Well, again, Rico Infinity team, I think I'm glad to see them get a win here. I mean, they finished in 8th place here throughout the day, but do bear in mind that they miss out on this previous game. So 37 points on the board. They could have even been a little bit higher if they'd had another game to play here today. Happy to see some of these teams come out today.
Thank you for bringing that up, actually, Kalaris, because I forgot about that. I mean, all the teams we did see on our leaderboard have not played the same amount of matches. Correct. So we have to obviously keep that in mind. And when we go into tomorrow, obviously all the teams will have played the same matches. Otherwise, that's a little unfair and a little bit of a handicap, which is not fair to some teams. But they will have obviously played out everything. So things can still change. Nothing's going to be set in stone until we have that final match played out. And I mean, as you can see, tomorrow we're going to be going into Miramar and Erangel once again, but we're swapping the order. So we're going to have 3 Miramars and 2 Erangels. And we're starting off with A, B, D, and E at the top of the day. I think it was A, B, C, D before, if I'm not mistaken. But we're going to have the likes of TJB playing, Deadeye Guys, Nova, Enigma as well. We got 628, Infinity, MS Chonburi for Rivals. We also have Group D with Bigatron, who... honestly, I feel like need to massively step up tomorrow. I think to see them not qualify for the first Super Weekend, obviously it's not the biggest of deals because you still have to beat 4 teams at the end of the day in Super Weekend points, but that's not what you want to see. That's not what I want to see out of this team, who, in my eyes, like the most recognizable name in PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, I remember watching a group draw was you and Blank, Jason, and you guys talked about how sad it is for BTR and Reject. This is going to be scary, the fact that they are in the group with BTR, always playing versus BTR, but it seemed like the Japanese team actually are doing way better. I mean, it's not even, I feel like they are doing better than BTR as of right now, so if they keep on going like that and they keep capitalizing on getting points on potentially BTR, I mean, that's amazing for BTR and Rejects to keep on going, but yeah, BTR, as you like to say, Jason, quite a lot of time, they're a team that like to come back towards the end. A lot of the time it used to happen on Vikendi. There's no Vikendi, so we'll see if that's going to happen. But yeah, they need a big change in how they approach the game, because if they don't make it to a singular Super Weekend with a lobby this stacked, the chances are this would be the reason why they might not make it in the finals, part of the top 16. So they've got to be careful now.
I mean, I think they're a really interesting story, not to hone in on them so much, but the fact that they did roster changes last year, right? Microboy ended up leaving. They brought in Liquid, and they had Liquid actually playing in PMGC. Now they brought in High Boy, which I don't believe we've seen him play just yet. Like, they're open to roster changes, but if they don't do well in PMGC this year, I really wonder what's going to happen with the team. I don't want to put any bad thoughts out in the ethos, but I'm really scared for this roster if they just don't do well, because they've tried changes. They've tried changing up their strategies, and nothing's working at the moment.
I mean, they were the innovators at the beginning, right? They were ahead of the meta, it feels like, against a lot of the teams, especially in their region, to then be able to push on the way they did. Now it's 2021, and they had a big target on their back for 2 long years, and everyone was saying, what are they doing? What are they doing? What are they doing? It's very easy for teams to be able to catch up, as opposed to for a team at the front to be able to innovate constantly. But that catch-up happened, and Biggitron's going to try and innovate and try and push on again.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, that does wrap up our first day of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021 East League. We'll be back tomorrow at the exact same time, though, so don't worry. We're going to be back yet again for another day in the weekdays. But keep in mind, after that, we're going to have a day off, and we'll be getting into our Super Weekend, which is 3 days long, where the points are really going to matter. So you're not going to want to miss it. We'll be back tomorrow at the exact same time here for some more PUBG Mobile action.